Chapter 626. Deception informed the original teaching of Valen-style mercenary swordsmanship instructed that one should kneel on one knee, gaze intently at the opponent, and feign composure without drawing the sword. The key was in the positioning of the eyes and hands. "Never grip the sword's hilt," they said. "Let your hands hang loose." When Enkrid first learned this, he marveled at the ingenuity of the swordmaster who devised it, impressed by the relentlessness behind such a deceptive technique. But now, he understood it differently. Novel-fire Valen-style mercenary swordsmanship was fundamentally a discipline rooted in will. If you have will, you can go beyond deception and exert dominance. It was a refined version of intimidation, or perhaps an evolution. Enkrid interpreted it in his own way and named it False Blade. Naming techniques wasn't strictly necessary. Using them as they came naturally was ideal. He knew this, having learned it from Rem and heard it from others. But making everything second nature was still difficult. Naming techniques and defining their essence through imagery came more naturally to him. One doesn't leap without first standing. One cannot run without walking. For Enkrid, this meant naming and conceptualizing his techniques before mastering them. Shinar's spirit blade helped shape this. Spirit blades were intangible forces forged into lethal edges. Having experienced them countless times, Enkrid had naturally progressed to this point. This, too, was one of Shinar's gifts. Though it bore some resemblance to the web-like structure of the Aker's swordsmanship, the density here was different. It also demanded a significant expenditure of will. Pressing his left foot against the ground, his posture suggested imminent movement. Enkrid's limp right hand swung back and forth twice, drawing out will to forge an invisible blade instead of a defensive wall. The result was an unseen, non-existent, intangible false blade that struck down upon Fel. Bloody hell! View the correct content at novel fire, Fel instinctively drew his idol slayer and swung. Despite their agreement not to draw swords during practice, his blade slashed through empty air, striking nothing. What is this? Facing Enkrid, Fel wiped sweat from his brow, cold droplets streaming down his face and back. For a brief moment, Fel was convinced Enkrid had charged forward to cleave his head in two. His body suddenly massive, his blade grotesquely enlarged. Reflexively, Fel had reacted, swinging his weapon. Nothing happened. Fel wasn't the only one who reacted. If Enkrid's strike had been real, it would have been reckless enough to put even nearby onlookers within its reach. Luagarn, standing nearby, had instinctively taken a defensive stance, her whip and sword ready. Valen-style mercenary swordsmanship, false blade, a reinterpretation of scaring opponents without a sword. Enkrid's explanation was concise, though it greatly simplified the process that had brought him here. So what the hell does that mean? Fel, uncharacteristically agitated, demanded clarification. Moments earlier, he had experienced a near-death sensation. False as it was, he vividly remembered his head being split, and even a phantom-like pain accompanying it. "Calm down," Enkrid replied, urging composure. A wavering heart led to a wavering body, and the goal of this sparring match was to teach Fel. Of course, it also allowed Enkrid to refine his own technique, and there were aspects of Fel's combat abilities he wished to learn, such as his talent for exploiting weaknesses. "Calm down and observe. You're not really dead, are you?" To Fel, Enkrid's tone sounded eerily like someone who had experienced countless deaths himself. "I felt like I died and came back." Fel's face flushed with frustration. Hearing this, Enkrid realized that the deaths he had endured over countless trials had seeped into his swordsmanship, giving it an aura of death. Am I now wielding a blade that shows my opponent death itself? Having faced death in so many forms, it wasn't difficult to imprint those experiences into his will and project them outward. Enkrid calmly explained further, and resumed sparring. Again? Fel muttered, but he assumed his stance once more. It was a rare experience, a technique seemingly evolved from intimidation into something entirely new. It intrigued him, though the sensation of dying remained unsettling. By the end of the session, Enkrid had killed Fel twice more. Despite understanding the structure of the technique, Fel couldn't find a way to counter it. Surprisingly, Luagan was the first to devise a solution. She shifted her mindset, sacrificing limbs to avoid death and breaking free from the oppressive pressure. This won't work so easily against a frog. That evening after the second day of sparring, Enkrid dreamed. He saw the ferryman, who silently watched him before finally speaking. "I have seen it. What have you seen?" Enkrid asked. "Your future." Half joking, Enkrid quipped. "Will I have a son or a daughter you're thinking of having children? Planning to marry and raise a family someday? No, I was just joking because you mentioned seeing the future." Without Shinar, Enkrid found himself making fairy-like jests, a reminder of how much he longed to see Shinar again. "You are a resilient one. Let me show you." The ferryman raised a hand, not holding his lamp. Enkrid sensed a difference. This ferryman seemed unlike the one he'd met before. The ferryman's grey hand revealed a pitch-black void, expanding until it enveloped Enkrid completely, leaving him in total darkness. In that void, the ferryman's voice resonated. Not a sound, but an intent communicated through will. "In the dark cavern, you will face an immovable wall." Enkrid strained his focus on the darkness, perceiving a faint presence beyond. As he stared deeper, a form gradually emerged, and he concentrated to see what stood before him. Though he couldn't see the face or smell any scent, Enkrid could discern the opponent's identity just from their physique. It was far too familiar a form to feign ignorance. "That will be your wall." The ferryman spoke, his words sounding like a curse. "I see. But curses were only effective if the recipient's response mattered, and Enkrid was far too calm. He didn't flinch or show any signs of unease. A curse's power often lay in how deeply it could unsettle the target, yet Enkrid simply pondered it dispassionately. The figure's shape revealed it to be a woman, and it was a silhouette Enkrid knew well. There was no need to deliberate further. It was Shinar, the one he sought. Enkrid had spoken with the ferryman countless times before, and the latter rarely offered explanations out of kindness. This made Enkrid adept at extracting clues from even the shortest conversations. She, not that. The ferryman hadn't called Shinar her wall, but that wall. It wasn't a mistake of phrasing. In other words, Shinar wasn't the wall. Enkrid woke from his dream immediately. The ferryman, who had sent him out of the dream, sank into his own thoughts for a moment. Who made him like that? He doesn't even flinch when cursed. Why is he so skilled at exploiting the gaps in my words? The ferryman muttered, having read a glimpse of Enkrid's thoughts. It was infuriating that Enkrid had caught the subtle difference between that and her. Every ferryman who had encountered Enkrid before now kept silent. Once they had enjoyed taunting and tormenting him, but they had inadvertently contributed to shaping the current Enkrid. They've created a real snake. The ferryman sighed. Enkrid paid no mind to dreams or talk of barriers from the night before. Dwelling on the ferryman's words would only hinder his progress. And what difference did knowing there was a wall make? None. He had no intention of turning back. For 3 days he continued south, choosing similar routes. On the third day, as he passed through a small forest and an area filled with piles of rocks, a snoring sound rumbled in the distance. "Looks like some crazy idiot is sleeping on the roadside," Fel remarked. Luagarn tilted her head quizzically. Regardless, Enkrid continued walking. Eventually they came across a massive figure leaning against a large boulder. Its size defied perspective. A giant, a bipedal creature often called the Bloody Beast. As Enkrid approached, the snoring giant twitched its nose and slowly opened its eyes. Its pupils were a striking blue. Its disheveled hair gleamed with grease, matted together as if it hadn't been near water in at least 2 weeks. The stench matched the sight. Around the giant lay scattered bones and scraps of leather. PT. The giant burped, releasing a nauseating stench that reached Enkrid. Even while seated, its stature dwarfed Enkrid's. His gaze naturally lifted. When their eyes met, the giant spoke in a flat tone, devoid of any humor. "Your eyes are blue." Its deep voice reverberated, spreading waves of sound around them. Fel wrinkled his brow, the stench akin to animal waste assaulting his senses as well. "And so are yours," Enkrid replied, his tone equally humorless. "Yeah, I know." The giant rose from the boulder with a sound like grinding stone, the massive rock shifting backward under its weight. Its sheer strength and mass were evident in the simple act of standing. Giant lore said that they would sink in water, unable to float due to their immense density. While they didn't fear water itself, they avoided large bodies like lakes, preferring to stay clear of anything beyond streams. But here, with no nearby water, the giant seemed completely at ease. Showing its blackened teeth, it asked, "What's your name?" "Why ask?" Fel interjected, drawing the giant's gaze. "Wait your turn. You're next." The giant pointed at Enkrid. "Next for what?" Fel pressed. "To die." "So you're after him?" the giant replied matter-of-factly. "Who are you planning to kill?" Luagarn asked, stepping in. The giant grinned before repeating his question. "You're Enkrid, right?" "Unfazed," Enkrid replied. "I didn't expect to be greeted roadside like this. Do we know each other? Or is this by someone's introduction? Perhaps someone with a black hood and a lamp?" The giant chuckled, ignoring the question. "You just can't help yourself, can you? Doesn't seem like you were introduced by anyone I know. So how did you know I'd be here?" "That's what I'm curious about," Enkrid countered, maintaining his calm. "Keep showing off and you end up meeting assassins. Or if your luck's really bad, you meet me." The conversation went nowhere. Both spoke their minds without truly engaging. Then Enkrid asked abruptly, "Are you old? Yeah? How old?" "Over 100? That's it? You damn human." "Some woman I know is over 400. What was even the point?" The dialogue felt aimless, a string of offhand remarks. Yet something about Enkrid's demeanor grated on the giant's nerves. Did this guy have no fear, or was he confident about something? Relying on a frog as an ally. The frog wasn't a threat to this giant. Why was the thought dragging on? Everything about this, Enkrid's tone, his demeanor, and his words, was irritating. The giant's patience had been stretched thin. "You won't die peacefully. I'll devour you alive. I'll make sure you die peacefully. Where should I send your head once I wrap it up?" "Krua!" The giant suddenly roared into the air, a feral cry that would paralyze most creatures to the core. It was a primal howl, akin to a beast instilling terror into its prey. Powered by will, it was a technique designed to unsettle foes. Enkrid activated his will of rejection effortlessly, neutralizing the effect. Fel let out a short sigh and stepped back, while Luagarn retreated 2 more steps before bounding further away to gain distance. The roar alone was enough to confirm the truth. This giant was night level. Enkrid had already realized this even before the roar. The giant's stance and sheer presence had activated his instincts. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he studied his adversary. "Say something again," the giant challenged. "Packaging." "Where?" "Neatly." "Kill," Enkrid retorted, mocking him as if he were teasing Rem. The giant bristled, infuriated by Enkrid's unflinching demeanor and mocking words. "I am Hatun, the giant apostle of the demon cult's sacred grounds," Hatun declared as he extended his hand, revealing a hidden weapon concealed behind a boulder. The weapon was a whip-like construct, though calling it a whip hardly did justice to the massive steel chain. Whoosh! The steel chain tore through the air with a ferocious swing, aimed directly at Enkrid's previous position. Boom! A deafening crash followed as earth and stones exploded into the air. The sheer force shattered rocks and uprooted embedded boulders, sending them hurtling away. To describe these flying fragments as pebbles would be as absurd as calling the sun a firefly. Bang! Fell intercepted one of the incoming boulders, deflecting it with his sword. The weight was immense. The chunk of rock landed with a resounding thud as it was redirected to the ground nearby. Chapter 627. Difference in skill. Whips by design are faster than swords. Utilizing wrist snaps and centrifugal force, they achieve remarkable velocity. When a whip gains sufficient momentum, it cracks the air with a distinctive sound. This principle doesn't change regardless of its size. Boom! Crush! The thunderous sound echoed as if a storm had erupted nearby. Luagarn, who had wielded whips in combat, could produce similar sounds, though hers were more like pang or snap. Monster Doi. Fell's assessment was succinct. Luagarn, meanwhile, concluded that her armor wouldn't withstand a direct hit from the giant steel whip. While they analyzed and processed their adversary's movements, Enkrid focused on the whip's trajectory, his accelerated perception capturing every motion. Misreading it even slightly would cost him a limb. Fast. Enkrid recalled moments when Rem's axe felt like a flash of light, surpassing even that in speed. The giant smiled as he swung the whip with mastery. Boom! Boom! Crash! Smash! The sound erupted 4 more times, leaving a trail of destruction. Anything caught within the whip's arc would have been obliterated. A human body, for instance, would be reduced to pieces, scattered in all directions. "Into the forest!" Luagarn shouted, urging them to use the environment to their advantage. She noticed blood dripping from her ears. Burst eardrums. Fell was no exception. The sonic force alone ruptured their eardrums. Novel Fire both retreated further, realizing the monster wouldn't even allow proximity. Yet, amidst the chaos, Enkrid stood firm, his sword in hand. His eardrums remained intact, protected by the techniques he had mastered. "Enkrid, how do you dull your senses?" Jackson had once asked. Through training, Enkrid had learned to shield himself using will, which naturally led to the knightly technique, Endure. Knights could fortify themselves against significant blows, and it was this skill that safeguarded him now. "The distance favors the opponent," Enkrid mused. At this range, the whip excelled. Closing in would only invite it to strike. Feinting might work, but his instincts disagreed. Every tactic he contemplated seemed inadequate. The whip functioned as both offense and defense, its speed enabling it to strike twice before a sword could move once. Sacrificing a limb to grab the whip? The consequences of losing an arm would disrupt his balance, leaving him vulnerable. Taking deep, steady breaths, Enkrid prepared for a different approach. If reasoning fails, use instinct. Jackson's advice during training surfaced in his mind. When there's no time for tactics, let your body react instinctively. Sharpen your senses. Relying not on logic but on intuition and bodily awareness, Enkrid recalled how Rem's teachings aligned with this philosophy, though Jackson never openly acknowledged it. Training secretly at night, the rivalry between Rem and Jackson often led to heated clashes. Don't overthink. Act unpredictably. react instinctively. Enkrid inhaled deeply, exhaling long and slow, his senses homing in on the whip's rhythm. His experience with Luagarn's techniques proved invaluable. The whip's high-speed motion followed a discernible rhythm, governed by wrist movements and centrifugal force. The giant swung again, transmitting his raw strength through the steel whip. Boom! Rip! Smash! The weapon shredded through the air, aimed straight at Enkrid. It was nearly impossible to evade, so instead, he intercepted it. Clang! His sword met the whip. While it couldn't fully block the strike, it was enough to deflect its trajectory. Clang! Clang! Boom! 3 more times, Enkrid deflected the whip. His hands tingled from the impact, but his sword, resilient as ever, withstood the assault. Novel fire, how long can you keep blocking? The giant's voice boomed as Enkrid's eyes narrowed. The whip lashed out once more, accompanied by a deafening roar. At that moment, Enkrid did the unexpected. He charged forward. To anyone watching, it looked like a suicidal move. The whip could tear through him, even if his enduro technique held. Sensing victory, the giant's confidence soared, only to be betrayed by reality. The whip missed Enkrid by mere inches, sailing overhead. Luck? The giant dismissed it as a fortunate misstep. Yet Enkrid closed the distance, entering striking range. Without hesitation, he swung his sword. The giant raised a gauntlet-covered hand to block. Clang! Sparks flew as the blade left a gash on the gauntlet, severing small fragments of metal. Blocked. D. Einwon. Ben. Ananzerstow. To the giant, it seemed like a lucky strike gone awry. But Enkrid wasn't finished. The giant, with a body twice the size of an average adult man, naturally had a much greater stride. Using this advantage, he retreated to gain some distance and immediately swung his whip again, denying his opponent even a moment's respite. Will luck save you a second time? He knew that continuously blocking with a sword would eventually break the blade, and after that he would crush his arms and legs one by one. I'll break you piece by piece until you wet yourself. That was the giant's plan. Enkrid once again closed the distance, diving toward the giant with a low stance to avoid the whip's striking range. Boom! The whip stirred the air violently, creating a gust strong enough to blow Enkrid's hair back. It felt as though the wind might rip his hair from his scalp. His hair, swept by the force, revealed his forehead and his piercing blue eyes. The giant saw those glowing blue eyes beneath a clear, unmarred forehead. That's no coincidence. Of course it wasn't. Enkrid had been reading the rhythm of the whip. There was a clear disparity in skill between them. If not for the whip being such a specialized weapon, the fight wouldn't even appear balanced. You're not what I expected, the giant shouted. From a distance, he looked like an overwhelming force twice the size of a man. Up close, his size was outright oppressive. Enkrid aimed for the neck once again, swinging his sword in a light, swift motion like a swallow darting toward its prey. The giant attempted to block with the steel gauntlet on his left hand, but Enkrid's sword curved mid-swing, slicing through the upper arm of the giant's right limb. Squelch! The sound of flesh being cut and torn. Compared to the crack of the whip, it was almost a lover's whisper. Yet, the volume of the sound wasn't indicative of the weapon's lethality. A sharpened blade was more than enough to wound ordinary men, and even against a giant, a slash imbued with will proved sufficient. The giant's thick skin split open, and blood spurted out, an unfortunate result of a severed blood vessel. Or rather, it wasn't unfortunate. Enkrid had targeted it precisely. He had aimed for the tendons and blood vessels on purpose. The more you know about the human body, the easier it is to fight. This was Auden's teaching. Enkrid had practiced it relentlessly, absorbing the knowledge through experience, enlightenment, and a listening attitude. All these factors culminated in the warrior he was now. His blue eyes foresaw the future, his senses deciphering the rhythm of the whip and the trajectory of weapons. "You're not just a knight, are you?" The giant spoke with a grim tone. After all, no one relished the idea of dying. The giant Hatun was no exception. From what he had heard, Enkrid was a man who had become a knight by sheer luck, made difficult to approach due to those around him. That was why Hatun had waited for an opportunity when the man would be alone. Assassins sent to the border guard had been killed one after another, leaving no trace. When news arrived that Enkrid was venturing out alone, Hatun had seized the chance. "He's beyond a combat apostle," the giant murmured. Between those two statements, Enkrid had already severed the tendons behind the giant's knees and sliced his wrist. Blood gushed from the half-severed wrist, now dangling uselessly. A wrist in that state was no longer capable of wielding a whip. Though the sacred church of the demonic land boasted combat apostles skilled in battle, Hatun realized that Enkrid surpassed even them. They should have sent an evil spirit rank apostle instead. Hatun muttered again. Was he trying to convey information to someone? Enkrid ignored the words. There was no way to glean anything useful at the moment. "It's hard to deliver a message to the sacred church when we don't know its location," Enkrid quipped. With those words, Enkrid kicked the giant's thigh, leapt upward, and swung his sword in an arc. The sword's path formed a clean semicircle, slashing across the giant's throat. The giant attempted to block with his left hand, but it was too late. His hand clutched the wound on his neck instead, blood pouring out in streams. "How did you dodge the whip?" the giant asked. What an inquisitive creature. It wasn't surprising, though. At the moment of death, curiosity tends to arise. His eyes brimmed with lingering regrets. "The rhythm is too simple," Enkrid replied. "Ridiculous. Too simple?" Was this madman saying that just because he could read the rhythm, he could dodge it? It was no different from when he faced the holy knights who had joined the Grey Sacred Army. This time, the difference in skill and experience, refined beyond will, had made all the difference. Enkrid stepped past the giant's fallen corpse. The giant's massive body crashed to the ground with a loud thud, sending up a cloud of dust and pooling blood that seemed to form a small lake on the ground. Of course, the giant wouldn't drown in that lake. Already dead, he couldn't die twice. Enkrid stepped back to avoid the blood. "It seems the sacred church of the demonic land sent assassins," he remarked. "They certainly didn't come to make friends," Fel replied. Enkrid was Enkrid. Even after slaying the giant, he resumed walking. "Let's go. Won't they attack us again?" Fel asked, worried about the gravity of the situation. "Even the sacred church doesn't have an endless supply of assassins like that," Luagarn said, observing the giant's corpse and inspecting the whip. Indeed, no matter how vast the influence of the sacred church across the continent, and no matter how peerless their strength, sending assassins like Hatun in droves was implausible. Luagarn's assessment was correct. The failure of the giant Hatun would force the sacred church's central diocese to withdraw from the central continent for now. Hatun failed? The archbishop lamented upon hearing the news. He sighed, displeased with the existence of the man before him, a madman who proudly embraced the name. He cannot be allowed to live. From Hatun's death, they had gauged his strength. If they could pinpoint his movements once more. It's rare for him to be completely alone. The archbishop, also known as the First Apostle, declared with resolve, "Gather all the remaining forces in the diocese. I will go as well." He believed there was still one more opportunity. If he's left, he will return, won't he? Though the exact purpose wasn't clear, The enemy was expected to return to border guard. It made sense to simply watch over the route and wait. However, the first apostle had overlooked one critical detail. He assumed that Hetunen had perished after a hard-fought battle. No matter how much intelligence one gathers, it's impossible to know everything. In truth, another cultist had observed the fight from a distance. They overheard Hetunen's remarks, and initially believed Hetunen had the upper hand. This misconception stemmed from their poor judgment. With so many capable individuals having died trying to capture Enkrid, the cult suffered a tragic lack of skilled manpower. Far away from those scheming against him, Enkrid continued his journey. On the fourth day, he began engaging more with Luagan, teaching and learning in equal measure as they walked. They crossed a river and passed through various regions. There was even a noble's estate along the way, one familiar to Enkrid, but he chose not to visit. Though he wasn't too concerned about the ferryman's dream, he assumed Shinar would likely reveal the truth. Doesn't seem like she's having a good time if what the boatman revealed was true, he thought. Enkrid continued southward, following the route Esther had implanted in his mind. Crossing the southern river and moving eastward, he traversed several mountain ranges. Along the way, he encountered monsters and bandits multiple times, though none required his intervention. Banditry? Are you out of your minds? Fel handled the situation while Luagan assisted in resolving the encounters. Their journey eventually brought them to a place Esther had referred to as the Ghost Forest. A green mist shrouded the forest, giving it an eerie atmosphere. It truly seemed like ghosts might emerge at any moment. This forest lay beyond an abandoned mountain trail, with no traces of human activity nearby. Just before reaching the forest, Enkrid had split the skull of a wild boar beast. Standing before the mist-covered woods, he took 2 cautious steps forward. In that instant, his mind accelerated. Sounds, scents, even the subtle shifts in the air brushing against his skin. Everything entered the domain of his heightened sensory technique. Within this realm of perception, Enkrid spotted a projectile hurtling toward him. A sharp swish tore through the air as an arrow streaked in his direction. Chapter 628. The city of fairy splitting time and expanding the realm of perception, beyond sight to hearing, smelling, and feeling through the skin. Thanks to this, when the projectile came hurtling toward him, Enkrid could easily calculate its trajectory and the exact moment of impact. He raised his arm, adjusted it into the path of the incoming arrow, and clenched his fist. Tak Gotti. Brrr. The flying arrow was caught mid-flight. Its target was clear, just below his shoulder. Not intended to be fatal. It all happened right after the sound of wind passed his ears. Enkrid paused, holding the arrow in his raised hand as its shaft and feathers quivered. He could vaguely sense the intent behind the arrow, but couldn't pinpoint its source. While his logical mind identified the trajectory as coming straight ahead, his senses conveyed a conflicting impression. The dissonance between what he understood mentally and what he felt was strangely fascinating. I can't detect any presence, Fel commented. Enkrid, still gripping the arrow, scanned the surroundings but saw nothing. As he observed further, firing, 3 more arrows came flying toward him. The synchronized breathing of the shooters was so precise that the sound of the arrows cutting through the air blended into one. But only the sound did. Enkrid's expanded perception clearly discerned there were 3 projectiles. He had caught one before, so why not 3 now? Releasing the arrow in his hand, he caught 2 others mid-flight with both hands and deflected the last with his foot. Tack! The arrow he kicked veered off to the side. Catching arrows was impressive enough, but deflecting one with a kick was nothing short of a spectacle. It was a skill only a knight could hope to master. Likely magic at play, Fel remarked from behind, placing his hand on the grip of his sword. He referred to their inability to detect the assailants. Enkrid nodded in agreement, waiting for the next move. It seemed their arrival was not warmly welcomed. Should he act more forcefully? The intentions of the assailants were hard to gauge. Would they rain down arrows in response to a threat? If so, would deflecting them all open the door for conversation? Isn't this a bit too lively for a welcome, my dear fairies? Lagarn spat venomous words at their unseen adversaries. Outsiders are not allowed here, a voice replied from beyond the green mist. Enkrid, despite hearing it clearly, could not pinpoint its source. The sensory dissonance persisted. There were options available despite the lack of precise location. Cutting down the prominently visible trees within the mist was one. They'd hate that, wouldn't they? Undoubtedly. Even without Shannara's influence, Enkrid knew from past encounters that fairies detested such actions. Yet, fairies didn't always lay down their lives to protect the trees. They valued their homeland more than the forest itself. Like any species, survival and prosperity were their priority, and forests were simply their optimal habitat. Their diet of leaves, fruits, and dew depended on the vitality of the forest. The essence of the forest itself was integral to their being. Thus, they revered the massive tree at the center of their cities, calling it the World Tree. Sometimes the World Tree held mystical powers. Other times, it was just an extraordinarily large tree. Regardless, after Luagarn's sharp comment, the fairies could have responded with their own cutting words, but they stuck to their point instead. This is not a place for outsiders, understood, Enkrid replied casually. Would calling for Shannara prompt her to appear? Probably not. Would barging in and causing chaos work? That option was under consideration as well. Holding arrows in both hands might be intimidating enough to convey intent. Even if you kill us, the barrier won't fall, the fairies added, demonstrating a rational and logical response, despite the threat to their lives. Their calm demeanor reminded Enkrid of Shannara's introduction. Though a conversation was ongoing, it felt as if he were speaking into empty air. Despite their clear voices, their positions remained elusive. Since mastering his sensory techniques, Enkrid could determine the wind's direction from the faintest flutter of a flag. He'd also imbued his body with will, yet he still couldn't determine the source of the voices. He wasn't here to intimidate or antagonize them, though if the situation soured, he might have to draw his sword. If these fairies oppressed Shannara, then perhaps they would need a conversation with blades. Enkrid had cleaved through paladins and blazing creatures with a few swings of his sword. Such a conversation would be far from pleasant. After several thoughts crossed his mind, Enkrid spoke. Shannara Kirahais. By mentioning the name he'd learned earlier, he made his purpose clear. Still, no presence emerged from the forest. I'm here to find her, he continued, giving them ample time to respond. Who are you? At last a semblance of a proper greeting arrived. Enkrid found himself at a loss for how to introduce himself. He doubted the fairies would recognize him. In truth, they already did. Despite their seclusion, the fairies weren't entirely cut off from the world. Fel, having experienced similarly insular communities in his shepherding days, understood this well. Famous figures like Enkrid couldn't go unnoticed. Before Enkrid could speak, Fel stepped forward and introduced him with a booming voice. The Lord of Border Guard, the Guardian of Border Guard, the Unyielding Knight, Demon Slayer. Ha! Let's skip that one. Enkrid of the Madman Knight. His words resonated clearly, carrying the meaning through the green mist shrouding the forest. On the way here, Fel had been pummeled during training matches, which left some annoying remarks in the introductions. But the results were undeniable. The Steel Wall Knight? A voice from another fairy, not the one who had stepped forward earlier, echoed. The Knight of Demonic Charm? Yet another fairy spoke. Great, now the nicknames are getting mixed up. Enkrid considered saying something but decided against it. After all, changing one's titles wasn't done through words, it was through actions. The fairies spoke in their usual calm, quiet tones, though faint traces of emotions, small admiration or surprise, could be detected. It was subtle, barely perceptible unless one was particularly sensitive. The heartbreaker? Then does that mean Lady Shinar returned alone? Some unnecessary remarks cropped up in the middle, but Enkrid chose not to address them now. There would likely be an opportunity to discuss Shinar later. From the way they spoke, it didn't seem like she was locked or restrained somewhere. Despite a few misunderstandings, the fairies seemed to have a good grasp of who he was. "May I visit?" Enkrid's question was direct. Fairies only allowed invited guests into their domain. Such was the rule of their city. "If you truly are the unyielding knight." The response came again. The fairies didn't take his words at face value. A few more questions and answers followed, but Enkrid's display of strength, catching arrows and deflecting one with his foot, served as proof enough of his identity. After all, if a fight broke out, being hidden beyond the mist wasn't necessarily safe. The fairies knew this as well. In conclusion, someone of his caliber had no reason to impersonate another. "It is an honor, Demon Slayer." This was their response after deliberating. The clear voice of a male fairy replied, followed by another. "I've never seen anyone catch an arrow like that." "Human knight, you are truly remarkable, to even deflect arrows with your foot." This time, it was a female fairy whose tone made it difficult to gauge her age. As their voices became clearer, the mist thinned and spread wide. That was when Enkrid realized the mist hadn't been moving all this time. A perception-disrupting spell, he noted. He only figured it out after the mist shifted. Enkrid filed the strange sensation he had felt away in his library of experience. It wasn't a conscious decision. It was simply a habit born from training his sensory techniques. As the mist dispersed, faint silhouettes emerged. The mist didn't vanish entirely, but as shadows stretched with the setting sun, 5 fairies appeared, their forms taking shape. One might imagine fairies as uniformly slender and delicate, but the reality was slightly different. 3 of the 5 were short. They were taller than dwarves, but shorter than adult human males, appearing like children yet to fully grow. Their builds were slight, and they carried longbows larger than their bodies. Despite their frail appearance, their arms bore defined muscles, making them anything but childlike. These 3 fairies were women, the ones who had shot arrows at Enkrid. The other 2 were male. One was relatively large, and the other had white hair. As Enkrid's gaze swept over the group, it lingered momentarily on the white-haired fairy. The fairy noticed immediately, speaking up as Enkrid's eyes remained fixed on his hair. "Curious?" "When fairies age, their hair loses its color," he said. "It's the first time I've seen it," Enkrid replied. "When it's time for us to die, we return to our homeland to pass on. It's rare to see this, I suppose. I apologize for shooting arrows at you earlier. They were meant as a warning. I didn't expect you to catch them." Enkrid nodded to show it was fine. As the fairy said, the arrows hadn't been aimed at any vital spots. They had been intended as a warning, not for killing. The last 3 arrows seemed more like a test of his skills. In short, there was no harm done. Enkrid's goal was Shinar, and he was satisfied to have met someone who could provide answers. He stared at the white-haired fairy. This fairy seemed to be the one in charge. Shinar had once mentioned that fairies respected age. She'd emphasized repeatedly that with age came wisdom, and their words should be heeded. "Come inside, then." The white-haired fairy extended the invitation, and Enkrid nodded. Fel and Luagarn followed him. "Demon Slayer." The large male fairy addressed Enkrid. His strong jawline and fierce eyes suggested he might be picking a fight, but there was a faint glimmer of respect in his gaze, so faint it required careful observation to notice. These fairies had trained to suppress and control their emotions since childhood. In human terms, this subtle show of respect could equate to running over in excitement with sparkling eyes. It wasn't just this fairy. The other three had similar looks in their eyes, though one could also detect a hint of desperation in theirs. It was so faint that only someone like Enkrid, who had spent much time with Shinar and trained his senses, could notice it. Still, it was remarkable that they knew his name, and even looked at him with admiration. The large fairy spoke again, in a deliberate, measured tone, his words carefully chosen. "It is an honor to meet you." The content wasn't particularly remarkable, but the sincerity was clear. Enkrid nodded, reading the emotions behind the words. This fairy had been the one who first expressed honor at meeting him beyond the mist. "If the chance arises, may I spar with you?" the fairy asked, his tone still controlled. Enkrid had already grown used to it. "A duel? Yes, anytime." As the two exchanged words, the white-haired fairy admonished him. "Do you think this is the time for that, Zero?" Despite the admonishment, his tone remained calm. "Apologies, Elder." Zero, the large fairy, lowered his head slightly. If they were humans, this dry response might have seemed insincere. The other three fairies remained silent, saying nothing after revealing their faces. They appeared to be taciturn by nature. Enkrid remained silent, having nothing particular to say. "Quite the aggressive fairy," Fel remarked, his tone dry and seemingly laced with irony. The phrasing left it unclear whether he meant it sincerely or not. The fairy who heard Fel's comment turned to look at him, and Fel met his gaze. For a moment it felt as if a faint spark flickered between them, but the fairy quickly averted his eyes, extinguishing any tension before it could escalate. "So anticlimactic," Fel muttered. It was true. Fel wasn't one to shy away from fights or provocations. Had it not been for Ram to overshadow him, his reputation for stirring trouble might have been more pronounced. "I need to stay grounded," Enkrid thought to himself, resolving to use Fel as an example of what not to do. "This way," said the white-haired fairy as he began to walk ahead. His steps were so light and quiet that they were barely audible, a trait unique to fairies, who were naturally gifted with agility and stealth. It was no wonder they were often referred to as born assassins. As they continued deeper into the mist, visibility worsened. The green fog surrounding them seemed to function as an impenetrable barrier, likely some sort of magical ward. Thanks to Esther, Enkrid had picked up a bit of knowledge about magic and could recognize such phenomena. Gradually, the terrain began to slope downward, and before long a peculiar passage came into view. It resembled a long tunnel, entirely enveloped by leaves. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all made of overlapping foliage. The sight left Enkrid in awe. Novel fire? How do they even create something like this? He wondered. Following the fairy inside, Enkrid walked through the leafy tunnel. As time went on, he realized he had lost track of it entirely. The endless pattern of leaves and the pervasive scents of grass and flowers made the experience feel surreal, almost dreamlike. He was so engrossed that he didn't even consider it might be the result of some enchantment or mysticism. Then suddenly, the tunnel vanished, and before him lay the fairy city. "Welcome to our city," the white-haired fairy said. There were no massive walls or grand castles. However, one thing immediately caught Enkrid's attention. It was utterly striking at first glance. Whoosh! A massive, tree-like creature with arms made of branches was nonchalantly raising one of its appendages to smoke a cigar. "What are you staring at? Never seen someone smoking before?" the tree giant grumbled. Enkrid instinctively wanted to pinch his cheek to ensure he wasn't dreaming. Chapter 629. Striking with Vigor, a tree giant smoking tobacco? Naturally, this was a first. Before Enkrid could utter a word, The tree giant spoke again. "Oh, you're human, huh? Then it's only natural you haven't seen this before." The deep brown eyes, seemingly carved from tree bark, were oddly fascinating. Those eyes blinked as they focused on Enkrid. He had heard of fairies made of wood before. "Trained? Ah?" Behind Enkrid, Luagarn tilted her head and asked curiously. "That's correct." The white-haired fairy nodded. Treants were one of the fairy clans created long ago by a god of the forest, tasked with protecting and preserving the trees. Not all fairies were like Shinar. The term fairy encompassed a variety of beings, including the dryads, treants, and winged fairies. Dryads were said to resemble green leaves, and winged fairies were small, palm-sized beings with wings, also known as pixies. Yes, Enkrid knew of them, but he never imagined one puffing on tobacco so delightfully. Between lips formed of bark and dried leaves, the rolled brown leaf cigar glowed red at the tip before fading again. Puff! Smoke billowed out, swirling like clouds and floating away. How was this even possible? During his mercenary days, he'd known men who were chain smokers, but the most they could manage was blowing smoke rings. If that one mercenary obsessed with smoking tricks were here, he'd likely cry master and cling to the tree giant. "Want one?" the tree giant asked. "You're being rude to our guest, Bran," someone admonished. "Rude? It's not like human tobacco." "This stuff's good for you," Bran replied casually, walking to the side. The creaking sound of bark rubbing against itself accompanied his movements. "I don't smoke, so I'll pass," Enkrid finally answered. He was human, after all. If something was shocking, he reacted. And this was one of those moments. What on earth was that tree giant? Why was it smoking tobacco? Shouldn't it be more cautious with fire, being made of wood? Yet there it was, puffing on its cigar with utter satisfaction as it walked away. What if it caught fire? Maybe Shinar had been overly cautious about fire for good reason. Such thoughts raced through his mind. As Bran, the wood guard, moved aside, the surroundings came into view. Oddly, no one seemed to pay attention to the smoking tree giant. Instead, everyone was busy staring at Enkrid and his companions. Enkrid instinctively scanned the area with his eyes. Whether fighting or not, observation is fundamental, Luagarn had taught him. Enkrid adhered to that lesson. At the city's entrance lay a clearing, surrounded by towering trees. The open sky above bathed the area in warm sunlight. The atmosphere was serene and quiet. The city exuded an overall calmness. Birds singing and the chirping of insects could be heard, but they seemed like background music symbolizing peace. Enkrid sharpened his awareness, noting many details around him. Within the hollowed-out trunks of massive, ancient trees, fairies poked their heads out like squirrels. Underneath the towering trees were more tree giants, resembling Bran, each with a colossal presence that skewed one's perception of size. Some were even larger than Odin, and there were those twice the size of an average human, resembling actual giants. One was likely 3 times as large. The largest of them sat with closed eyes and a shut mouth, looking just like an enormous tree. Taking in these sights, Enkrid broadened his perspective further. The area featured a large clearing at the center, surrounded by wooden structures. These structures seemed to form the city's core, though it was unlikely to be the entirety of it. Is the forest serving as both boundary and structure for the city? The fairy settlement was home to hundreds, if not thousands. It wasn't a place that could be fully grasped at a glance. Even walking through it would likely take days. The city was vast, larger than Bordergar. Though it wasn't paved with broad avenues, paths winding between the trees offered access to various areas. Enkrid switched from broad observations to focused scrutiny, catching sight of something that stood out: the bases of the wooden structures, which he assumed to be homes. These homes resembled natural tree houses crafted by squirrels in an architectural guild. Their roots pierced through the ground, anchoring them firmly. Overall, they retained a tree-like appearance. What was bothering him about these structures? Why? Enkrid asked himself twice, seeking an answer. His instincts told him these weren't ordinary homes. The roots looked like part of the tree, but that wasn't all. Could those things move if necessary? His intuition insisted they could. Their perfectly symmetrical arrangement around the clearing felt far too deliberate to be natural. Even the soil around their roots was slightly different in color. Enkrid's observational skills were exceptional. His training with Jackson hadn't just enhanced his combat abilities, but also his awareness. And Luagan had drilled into him the importance of studying the environment before engaging in battle. Following these lessons, Enkrid carefully processed his observations. While his learning pace might have been slow once he mastered something, he never forgot it. Do these houses move? That was his conclusion. Beyond that, his sharp senses noted the curious, emotionless gazes fixed on him. Though they appeared dispassionate, they carried a faint trace of wonder and intrigue. Why do they look like that? Fell remarked. He wasn't wrong. Their gazes were unsettling, cold, emotionless, almost enough to stir primal fear. View the correct content at novel fire, not that they were outright frightening. Fell himself was unfazed, having faced far greater challenges. After all, surviving alongside Enkrid had hardened him to such peculiarities. Human guests? How fascinating, one of the fairies remarked as they approached. This was a dryad, one of the forest clans known for their healing abilities, and a predominantly female population. The approaching dryad was indeed a woman. Her dark green hair and pale green skin exuded a refreshing aura of the forest rather than human beauty. The mysterious green fabric, embroidered with golden threads, made her appear even more enigmatic. The dryad, with eyes resembling intricately carved green leaves, scanned the group before speaking again. "Are you different from those potato sprouts?" Calm and composed, yet strikingly abrasive, that was the impression. Enkrid, sensing this, began to empty his mind. After all, they say that only an empty vessel can be filled. Abandoning preconceptions and biases allowed him to accept whatever lay ahead. In mere moments, his demeanor shifted. The white-haired fairy noticed this transformation with their innate sharpness, and was quietly impressed. His spirit is upright and unyielding. Though surprised, the fairy didn't overreact. Accepting things as they were was a hallmark of boldness, reflecting a subtle depth in the interaction. "It's not the usual time for visitors, so everyone must be startled," the white-haired fairy remarked. "It's also been ages since we've had a human guest," added another Trent. His voice sounded like the crunch of dry leaves underfoot, clear yet crackling, conveying his message with peculiar resonance. The Trent's voices, like Bran's, were uniquely captivating. Enkrid observed the towering Trents before him, noting that distinguishing one from another based on appearance seemed nearly impossible. Compared to them, identifying individual frogs was a much simpler task, though not an easy one by any means. "It's been a long time since humans came here." "Truly a long time," the Trent said again, his voice rasping with a distinctive tone. The oddity of their pronunciation, dictated by their distinct vocal mechanisms, was striking but comprehensible. Having witnessed so many oddities, Enkrid merely accepted it without much fuss. Acceptance, some say, is both a skill and a talent. If so, Enkrid was unmatched on the continent. After all, he had managed to coexist with the troublemaking Madmen unit, leading them as their commander. Compared to them, the peculiar appearance of the Trents didn't seem all that extraordinary. Enkrid stood resolutely before the Trent, blocking the clearing. It was time for introductions. Even in the fairy city, communication between sentient beings followed familiar patterns. "Enkrid of the Border Guard," he said in his usual succinct manner. A brief silence followed. "He's the demon slayer," added a burly fairy who had accompanied the white-haired one. At this, murmurs spread among the nearby fairies. "Demon slayer? The unyielding knight? The enchanter knight? The heartbreaker?" Their words were calm and detached, as though reciting from a book, but the slight widening of their crystalline eyes hinted at their astonishment. Among the titles murmured, "The last one, Heartbreaker." Momentarily unsettled Enkrid, he found himself genuinely puzzled. He hadn't encountered such a nickname elsewhere, so why had it emerged here? After a moment of subdued warmth, the white-haired fairy spoke again. "We'll guide you inside." With that, they led the group deeper into the forest. The stares of the fairies lingered, their gazes intense yet silent. Despite their outward calm, there was a palpable sense of awe and reverence as they scrutinized Enkrid. Even the dryads and treants shared this behavior. It felt as though their eyes were instruments performing a quiet symphony of observation and curiosity, blended with faint traces of goodwill. "This way," the white-haired fairy said, leading them into a dwelling carved into a large tree on the left side of the clearing. The entrance, taller than expected, opened into a cozy interior. Though the space wasn't large, it felt welcoming, with the temperature and humidity just right. The group passed through a short corridor with walls seemingly formed from intertwined tree roots. A table covered with a green cloth awaited them in a room filled with the fresh scent of grass and aged wood. The aroma was as natural and invigorating as summer, despite the chill of the season outside. "It smells like summer," Fel murmured. His words captured the essence perfectly, the harmonious blend of grass, old wood, and earth. The house's interior reflected the individuality of the fairies, from the furniture to the overall design. Even the chairs, while resembling chunks of unevenly grown wood, had a peculiar charm. "You've come seeking Shinar of the Kirahai's family?" asked the white-haired fairy, seated on one of the chairs. "That's correct," Enkrid replied, stating their purpose without hesitation. He had anticipated meeting her as a matter of course upon their arrival. "She's not here, is she?" he asked, even though he already knew the answer. "No, she isn't," the white-haired fairy confirmed with a nod. As they spoke, another silver-haired fairy entered from a passageway, serving tea in cups that resembled hollowed-out wooden fragments. Despite their crude appearance, the tea inside was excellent, exceptional even. If this had been a leisurely visit to savor tea, Enkrid would have offered his highest praise. "She's not here," the white-haired fairy reiterated. Though the situation aligned with Enkrid's intuition, he had hoped otherwise. "Is she dead?" It likely wasn't the case. As mentioned, he asked despite knowing the answer. Some things must be spoken aloud, even if they are already known. This question was one of them. The white-haired fairy shook his head. "She won't be able to die, no matter how much she wants to, for a few years at least." From the fairy's words emanated a deep scent of emotion. Regret, remorse. It was the first time Enkrid felt such a distinct emotion from him. Though, for a human, it might have been no more than the faintest slip of feeling while speaking. Several thoughts crossed his mind. Though he wasn't entirely sure, it seemed the fairy's body was bound and restrained in some way. "Can you tell me the full story?" Since his counterpart approached with goodwill, Enkrid had no reason to show hostility. Not only the fairy before him, but even the one who served the tea seemed to be acting with kindness. "I also have something I want to ask." A question returned for a question, and this time the emotion was palpable. Though wrapped in composure, the desperate core beneath was unmistakable. Enkrid waited for the fairy's question. It was an act of patience. After all, they had assured him Shinar wasn't dead, so all he needed was a path to reach him. But was this a lie? Fairies find it hard to lie, Shinar had once told him. It probably wasn't. Perhaps fairies exposed to the world's trials on the continent might resort to lies. But for a fairy raised in a society where sensitivity allowed everyone to discern truth from falsehood, lies were unnecessary. They said there wasn't even a word for lie in their language. The white-haired fairy took his time before speaking. His voice was deliberate, calm yet imbued with desperation. "Do you really know how to kill a demon?" Enkrid didn't answer immediately. The earnestness in the fairy's gaze demanded a cautious response. After careful deliberation, Enkrid parted his lips, paused again to organize his thoughts, and finally nodded before speaking. He responded sincerely, intending to reciprocate the goodwill shown. "You strike it vigorously." Silence fell. No one seemed inclined to speak. From the adjacent room came the faint sound of movement. The quiet was so deep it allowed even the rustling from next door to be heard. "Embarrassing," Fel muttered, breaking the silence. Luagarn, after a moment of gauging the fairy's reaction, added, "It wasn't meant as mockery." Enkrid, upon reflecting on his words, realized his mistake. This was entirely Rem's fault. Ragnar, Jackson, and Auden were also partly to blame. Spending time with them, sharing discussions about swordsmanship and martial arts, had instilled in him a habit of giving concise and straightforward answers. There were too many aspects that couldn't be explained anyway. That habit had slipped out now. Realizing his blunder, Enkrid tried to recover by adding, "You strike it vigorously until it's dead. Should we sew his mouth shut?" Fel muttered again. "This wasn't always the case," Luagarn murmured before turning back to the fairy. "It truly wasn't meant as mockery." Chapter 630. The demon's Respite. The white-haired fairy had a face that made it difficult to read his intentions. He silently observed Enkrid for a moment. If frogs possessed eyes that could discern talent, then fairies had a sensitivity for detecting lies. Enkrid spoke with sincerity, and the white-haired fairy recognized it as such, though the method behind it was incomprehensible to him. Sitting by the wall, the fairy leaned back, straightened his posture, and continued to watch Enkrid with a steady gaze. Beyond the circular window behind him, Enkrid noticed a few young fairies peeking in with curious eyes. Some stood a short distance away from the window, staring intently. These young fairies, still untrained in emotional restraint, had their curiosity clearly etched on their faces. Soon a few adult fairies, similar in stature but presumably older, approached the children and said something in a language Enkrid couldn't understand. Words like Puluas and Dekido reached his ears. Come to think of it, it's strange how easily we're communicating. Fairies had their own language, yet here they were, speaking fluently. The adult fairies said something further, prompting the children to shrink back and retreat. Perhaps they were told not to spy. Enkrid watched as the adult fairies who had sent the children away, then perked up their ears and took the children's place by the window. They chased the children off and took their spots. That's how it appeared to Enkrid, and it was indeed the case. Their excessive interest was undeniable. On the surface they appeared indifferent, but their actions betrayed their intrigue. An apology might be wise, Fel said quietly from behind. This was the same man who had previously suggested stitching Enkrid's mouth shut, not someone he felt compelled to listen to. It was sincere, Enkrid muttered. For now, just drink tea. Hold it in your mouth without swallowing if you must. Please. Fel, a shepherd of the wilderness, considered himself a fool when it came to social interactions, a misconception. The true fool was there, sitting before the white-haired fairy. Enkrid's approach to slaying demons was straightforward. Strike hard and keep striking until it's dead. This made Fel wonder, is this due to his talent? Perhaps his aptitude for swordsmanship had come at the cost of other skills, much like Ragnar, who could see the sunrise but failed to walk eastward. A gross misunderstanding, of course, but there was no one there to correct it. Enkrid had spoken sincerely, intending to reciprocate the genuineness he sensed from the white-haired fairy. Any necessary clarifications could be made later. This trivial farce concluded as the fairy gathered his thoughts and began to speak. Fairy society is governed by an assembly composed of multiple clans, he began. While the abruptness of the statement caught Enkrid off guard, he listened, sensing its relevance. The clan leaders served as council members, and from among them, a chairperson was elected to make decisions after hearing everyone's opinions. Within this structure, a particular clan served as the kingdom's guardians, less akin to monarchs in human terms and more like protectors. "And I am the head of the Ermine clan," he said. Though Enkrid didn't know, the Ermine clan was one of the city's foundational pillars. While their strength wasn't proven through force, their contributions over the years had solidified their prominence. Currently, I am the only remaining council member, meaning my decisions represent everyone, the fairy added, leaning forward. His silver-grey eyes locked onto Enkrid with a sharp focus. "We will fight together." His tone was resolute and solemn. Suddenly, Enkrid realized he was struggling to keep up with the conversation's pace. "For what?" he asked bluntly. "Didn't you already know?" The fairy replied, tilting his head. "I know nothing," Enkrid said. "Then why have you come here? To ask why Shinar left? You came just to ask that?" "Shinar didn't say anything about duty or the danger to our people." "She said nothing," Enkrid replied. The white-haired fairy, Ermine, briefly recalled past events and muttered, "Shinar, you tried to shoulder it all yourself." "You've always been like that." His words were directed at the absent Shinar, spoken with the same calmness as before, accepting the inevitability of events. "Such foolishness," he murmured, his voice tinged with regret. Enkrid lightly tapped the table with his fist, a gesture to draw attention. It worked, and Ermine's gaze shifted back to him. "Could you explain the situation?" Enkrid asked. "It's a grim tale, worse than sprouting potatoes. But if you truly wish to hear it, I will tell you." He began his explanation. "In our city there's a cave that spawns monsters, and in that cave lives a demon. The fairy society was in decline, like leaves withering and falling to the ground. Their end felt inevitable. Nowadays, even children help craft arrows, and some fairies have left to roam the continent as mercenaries. In any society, children represent the future. Yet here, even they were burdened with tasks to sustain their crumbling world. This decline stemmed from the demon in the cave, though it wasn't the only source of their misfortune. They faced oppression from the Empire's fairy kingdom and a schism with the Druids. But the demon's presence was the root of it all. The demon made its demands clear. "Bring me my bride." Shinar wasn't the first to be chosen. Many fairy knights had ventured into the cave, only to fail and die. Their deaths unleashed waves of monsters upon the city, forcing the fairies to endure great losses. Each attempt to slay the demon ended in failure. Only when a fairy was sacrificed as the demon's bride did peace return, a cursed reprieve. For years the demon continued to spawn monsters, slowly eroding the fairy's strength. Becoming the demon's bride means becoming its plaything until it tires of you. And so, our cursed peace settled over us, Herman said, his voice heavy with bitterness and grief. Enkrid listened intently, ignoring the passage of time and his growing hunger. Once Herman finished, he summarized and asked for confirmation. To summarize, she became the demon's bride inside that cave. She went to beg for a reprieve from the demon. Yes? In the end, she couldn't break the curse? The white-haired fairy nodded as he spoke. A demonic mark had been etched into Shinar's spirit. She likely suffered from nightmares and at times heard the demon's whispers. It was a scar carved during her childhood. If Shinar were to find a mate and consummate their bond, the demon's curse would weaken. However, her partner would inherit the curse instead. Was that how it worked? Was this why, despite teasing him endlessly about being her fiancé, she didn't dare to get closer? When she was young, the demon whispered to her, saying she was cursed. Some ignorant fools pushed her into that belief as well. In the end, those very people left this place. Even if it meant losing their vitality, they left to survive. Enkrid caught the faint metallic scent of blood amidst the forest's fragrance, a smell one wouldn't easily find in the fairy city. "Apologies, but I must leave now. Your timing isn't ideal." The white-haired fairy rose at a measured pace, neither hurried nor sluggish. In the 3 deliberate steps he took, Enkrid sifted through the information the fairy had shared, sorting, interpreting, and grasping the essential points. A demon appeared and burned the city. Later, the demon created a cave in the forest, the fairy's sanctuary, as its lair. The demon demanded a bride every few decades. To defeat the demon, the fairies exhausted their combat-ready forces. Those known as fairy knights perished in the fight. Misfortune snowballed, and all of it seemed to stem from the demon's greed for the fairies. Even without seeing the demon, Enkrid felt he understood its lust, obsession, malice, and insidious greed. The cave was a minor labyrinth, from which monsters continually emerged. When the bride entered, the monsters ceased to appear. The demon living within was truly vile and cruel, reveling in the slow death of an entire city. A hazy image formed in Enkrid's mind, a demon with Shinar at its side, cackling. Perhaps its long crimson tongue licked her expressionless cheek. Beyond organizing information, Enkrid's mind painted a vivid picture. All this while, the white-haired fairy took just 3 steps. His ability to grasp the essence of a story and process it was extraordinary. Even Craze had acknowledged it multiple times. And it wasn't just Craze. Anyone who knew Enkrid recognized this trait. He discerned the core issue and understood the dire situation, the threats and dangers. Yet if he believed his course of action was right, he didn't hesitate. That was the nature of Enkrid, the so-called madman. At the root of every danger lay the demon, or more precisely, the Labyrinth. The Labyrinth has always been the problem. Should he blame that cursed place? In the Grey Forest he had lost Oara. Would it be Shinar's turn this time? His emotions stirred, a mixture of urgency, irritation, anger, and defiance. Yet his expression remained unperturbed, perhaps even more composed than the fairies. He simply reviewed and reaffirmed what needed to be done. "What do you mean by fighting together?" Enkrid directed his question at the retreating white-haired fairy's back. His voice carried the weight of will, like a stone tossed into a lake, rippling outward. "I mean to enter the cave, to kill the demon," Ehrman replied. Whether fairies had a sense of duty or not was unclear. Yet they did not weigh Shinar's life against their entire race. They simply pursued the path they believed to be right. "We should have done this long ago," Ehrman added. Enkrid, now walking beside him, asked, "Is your name Ehrman?" "When one becomes the head of a house, they forgo their name. Then why is the city named Kirahais?" Enkrid's curiosity was piqued by the city's name being mentioned. Ehrman answered with a calmness that hinted at a desire for aid, a plea Shinar had never voiced, depriving Enkrid of the chance to respond. "Didn't you know? Kirahais is the name of the family that has guarded this city for generations. In your terms, they're the Queen's family." The fairy added that among fairies they were called the Guardian family. Despite repeating the explanation, his tone remained patient, devoid of irritation. A new ripple disturbed Enkrid's calm. A queen? That was truly surprising. Perhaps he should call her old queen later. But no, she'd likely blast a hole through him with her nadir after hearing such a joke. That wouldn't be so bad. After all, it means she'd returned and was spirited enough to respond to his jokes. "Where's the cave?" Enkrid asked Ermin. "If you didn't come to fight alongside us, I'd advise against going," Ermin replied. His silvery eyes wavered, betraying unease. As much as he tried to mask his emotions, how could anyone remain composed in the face of such turmoil? Fairies, too, were creatures of feeling. They restrained their emotions, but they didn't lack them. Shienar had entered the Labyrinth, the cave where the demon dwelled, to protect her people. Krang had urged her to abandon her duty, telling her not to sacrifice herself for the fairies. "Don't lay down your life for your kin," he had said. But Shienar hadn't heeded his advice. Respecting her meant respecting her will. Enkrid understood this. He now sought to see Kirahai's labyrinth for himself. If he was already here, why not shout into the cave, calling Shienar to come out and play? As Enkrid followed Ermin through the forest trail, Fel whispered to Luagon, "I'm kind of scared." It wasn't something his pride would normally let him admit, but the words slipped out naturally. "You're not afraid of the demon, are you?" Luagon asked, though she already knew the answer. She, too, had felt a few shivers of unease. "No, it's the captain that scares me." Fel's words rang true. Enkrid exuded a quiet fury, like a cold flame, calm yet blazing, and amidst it all, his determination bristled like thorns. Ermin led them along a path that wound through the forest. Roots jutted out from the ground, and the scenery seemed to sweep past, as if they were riding in a carriage. Trees ahead blurred and shifted behind them. "We're here," Ermin announced. The path ended abruptly, revealing their destination. A clearing. A foul stench assaulted their senses, far worse than the reek of animal waste. It was the kind of odor that emanated from corpses left to rot and fester with maggots. Perhaps the demon in the cave was one of those foul-smelling types. In front of the cave stood a large gathering of fairies. Their numbers easily exceeded 100. Ermin stepped forward and addressed them. "The demon's reprieve has ended. Now, we'll put an end to it ourselves." Ermin's words carried weight. Shienar had sought to protect them, but her people thought differently. Rather than lose Shienar, they chose to fight the demon. That was their resolve, and Enkrid found their determination genuine. Chapter 631. Fantastic fairies are trained from a young age to control their emotions, making it difficult to detect any intensity in them. Enkrid recalled that even when Shienar lost an arm during the moment he became a knight, her expression remained calm. It wasn't just her age making her composed. It was extreme. It was the characteristic restraint of fairies. And her parting words from that moment had never left his memory. "Go on ahead." Similarly, the fairies he observed now were no different. Rather than proving themselves with passion, they relied on action. For a fairy knight to enter a place of certain death spoke volumes. Mass suicide? A term that didn't align with the rational and logical nature of fairies. They weren't always devoid of emotion, or unable to address problems otherwise. But they aspired to be as practical as possible. Yet the situation had pushed them to the brink. Despite knowing they would die, they chose to fight. All of them. They must have been cornered that badly. Enkrid saw it clearly. Even if he hadn't come, they would have entered the cave, intending to fight until none were left alive. Shienar had chosen to become the demon's bride to prevent this tragedy. It was a misfortune brought on by the cursed lands, and their suffering was ongoing. A battle to honor the dead and a requiem for those they would lose. Knowing they would die, they marched forward. But if no one lived to remember their noble resolve, would their sacrifice hold meaning? It wouldn't. Without power, their voice wouldn't be heard. Protests from the powerless seldom brought about change, and even when they tried, transforming reality required immense effort. It was an age dominated by swords, blood, steel, and war. Memories whispered to him, like malevolent spirits from the past, "Will you protect them?" It was the voice of a grieving wife who had lost her husband, a face Enkrid no longer remembered. Inside, he bore many wounds. They weren't scars, for they still bled, refusing to heal. "What have you protected?" the spirit whispered again. Protests from the powerless didn't change outcomes. Without talent, he lacked the strength to wield power, leaving him unable to protect much. He had lost too much. Regret and remorse lingered. Yet he had no intention of giving up. Bleeding didn't mean he couldn't walk. And if he couldn't walk, he would crawl. He would become a knight. That was his dream. To protect those behind him. This resolve reminded him of his past. "Not bad," Enkrid murmured. He wouldn't water the tree of peace with the sacrifice of Shinar alone. That kind of expression might be how the fairies saw it, though it seemed to be Shinar's unique trait to joke in that way. Or perhaps the situation left no room for such levity. "If you plan on joining us, I thank you in advance," came a voice. It was Bran, the tree giant. His root-like feet scraped against the ground, stirring up dust as he approached. A cigar still hung from his lips. "Doesn't the smell bother you?" Bran asked amicably, a rare attitude from the stoic Trent. "It's tolerable." "Were you planning to enter today?" Enkrid replied, checking his sword belt, adjusting his weaponry, and ensuring his equipment was in proper order, a basic habit for both soldiers and knights. "No, not necessarily. But at most we would have gone in by the end of the month." "Then why now?" "A signal, perhaps. Seeing you arrive might be the gods' way of saying the time is now." The fairy knights seemed to have taken Enkrid's arrival as a sign to act. But it wasn't just the fairies. As Ermin declared the end of the demon's truce and Bran exchanged a few words, a pungent stench wafted from the cave, followed by a low growl. From within the shadows, a monstrous head emerged, its dark silhouette accentuated by even deeper shadows. Its body remained hidden, with only its lion-like mane visible, seemingly floating in mid-air. "Everyone prepare for battle," Ermin ordered as Bran and several Trents moved to the front. The Trent, with its massive frame and sturdy body, served as a shield. From a human perspective, it was a role fit for such a giant. The sight of the hovering head was brief. A moment later, a beast crawled out on all fours. Its lion-like head was accompanied by a snake-headed tail, which swayed through the air before striking the ground with force. Thud! The impact stirred up clouds of dust. A manticore, and not an ordinary one. A unique variant. Enkrid's intuition observed the creature, analyzing its traits before his eyes confirmed the details. Poison at its claws. The blackened tips of its claws left traces of a viscous substance on the ground. Scorch marks near its mouth. Its whiskers were gone, its lips cracked and leathery. "It can breathe fire." No, it would breathe fire. Luagarn had taught him that every battle began with observation. His past masters had echoed similar wisdom. Jackson had often emphasized the importance of seeing clearly before fighting. As Enkrid assessed the manticore, the fairy warriors began their assault. The Trent, initially thought to be a shield, bent its legs slightly as several fairies leaped onto its shoulders and head. The fairies moved with remarkable agility, taking positions with practiced ease. 8 archers knocked their arrows, their muscles flexing as they drew back the strings. Snap! 8 arrows flew as one, their aim precise. 2 targeted the manticore's eyes, 2 aimed for its shoulder joints, and 4 sought its tail. The coordination and marksmanship were extraordinary. The manticore's response was simple. Thunk, thunk. It closed its eyes, swayed its tail, and twisted its body. That alone was enough. Its hide was too tough for arrows to penetrate. Wind spirits, lend me your aid, one of the fairies called out, invoking a spirit. Esther had once explained that this was a type of spell, drawing upon the power of otherworldly entities. Fairies were particularly adept at such techniques. One archer's body seemed to ripple as a breeze surrounded her, lifting her green attire in a fluttering dance. Ops Vigor inhabitotai. Beneath him, Druius extended a finger and murmured something. While the meaning of his words was unclear, their intent was evident. From her hand a green light emanated, reaching the arrowhead, which began to glow with a verdant hue. The archer, blessed with the power of the wind, drew the bowstring again, though it seemed unnecessary to exert the same force as before. It was effortless this time. Without giving anyone a moment to breathe, the string was released. Whiff! The sound of the wind breaking echoed as an arrow, surpassing the usual speed, aimed straight at the manticore's forehead. To Enkrid's discerning eye, it was clear that the speed made it unavoidable. The arrow would pierce the manticore's forehead. It was a predetermined outcome. That arrow possessed enough power to penetrate the creature's hide, its force amplified by the wind spirit's aid. Moreover, its tip was imbued with life's essence. Surely the fairy's eyes must have harbored hope. Not that there was time to confirm it. Perhaps the restraint of their emotions kept such things concealed. Even so, there must have been an expectation deep down. But their hope was in vain. The arrow halted just a fingertip's distance from the manticore's forehead. Telekinesis, is it? Ehrman muttered, his voice calm despite the situation. While a hint of surprise lingered within, the fairy's innate discipline masked it completely. The manticore snorted, releasing a fiery breath that incinerated the arrow shaft. With a burst of flame, the charred arrow fell to the ground, crackling as embers scattered amidst the pungent stench of burning wood. Then, 8 fairies wielding swords stepped forward. "I wish I could have seen it before I die," agreed. 2 of them remarked. What they wished to see remained unclear. Among the 8 was the fairy who had previously spoken of glory while looking at Enkrid, a fairy taller by a head than the others. His blade was broader than most, resembling a naiad, a spring blade whose form varied slightly among fairies. Some weapons weren't naiadades at all, but instead resembled long, single-edged swords. Growl. The manticore didn't seem to pay them any mind. Its demeanor radiated arrogance, a confidence befitting a superior predator. It wielded telekinesis, breathed fire, and had venomous claws. As a guardian of demons, it was impeccable. This single manticore alone could potentially annihilate all the fairies gathered here. Of course, the fairies weren't fools. They had prepared in their own way. Their measures included arrows empowered by the wind spirit and spells imbued with life's essence. 3 will die, at least. This was the prediction of a frog, gifted with the ability to assess talents and evaluate situations based on environmental factors. "Shall I go?" To this, Fell inquired. "No." Enkrid responded as he took a step forward. The truth was, the manticore had been aware of him from the beginning. When it blocked the arrow and even when the 8 fairy swordsmen advanced, part of its attention was directed at him. Instinctively, it recognized him as a threat. Enkrid walked forward slowly. His steps, now reminiscent of the fairies, were quiet and devoid of emotion. Shing. As he walked, he unsheathed his sword. Amidst the foul air, the unsheathed sword reflected sunlight, its blade radiating a subtle golden glow. "Step aside, beast." Enkrid spoke as he approached, walking between the 8 fairies. None tried to stop him. To them, any opportunity, be it a straw or a dried twig, was worth seizing. Why hadn't Shinar spoken to him? The reason was clear. She didn't intend to transfer the demon's curse. The conclusion was simple. She judged that what lay inside the cave was beyond his ability to handle. Or, perhaps, it might also have been genuine concern. While Enkrid was capable of slaying demons, failure was also possible. The outcome was uncertain. Should the situation spiral out of control, the demon would kill them all, or at the very least, inflict grievous harm upon Enkrid. Such an injury could obstruct their aspirations entirely. If I must bear it alone, then so be it. Shinar's imagined voice spoke, though it was nothing more than an illusion. How she would actually respond remained unknown. So, I have someone to meet inside. Step aside. The details could be asked about later. Though the manticore couldn't understand Enkrid's words, his aura alone forced it to take a step back. Realizing its mistake, the beast opened its maw wide in defiance, as if to say, "I'm not afraid." Roar, dot. The manticore's bellow echoed, a roar meant to inspire fear. Yet, now it sounded more like a scream born from desperation. The roar wasn't all that emerged from its maw. A fireball blazed forth, though it was little more than a flicker compared to a walking flame. The golden light of his silver blade cleaved the fireball in two. Bang! The divided fireball fizzled out without leaving a mark. Flames, overcome by will, consumed nothing. Telekinesis bound his limbs, but the will of refusal activated automatically. The remnants of power were cast aside effortlessly. Next, venom-coated claws came slashing toward him. While ferocious, the manticore's claw strikes were nothing compared to the four-seasoned swordsmanship Shinar had demonstrated during their sparring. With a single motion, the faster and stronger human's blade cleaved the beast from head to tail. Even the snake-like tail coiled to strike was cut as the blade's trajectory swept through its head. If the fairies had displayed finesse in targeting small marks with their arrows, Enkrid had achieved the same precision with a sword. It wasn't something he could have done before, but now he could, so he simply did. Squelch. The manticore's black blood pooled on the ground as its entrails scattered carelessly across the floor. Magnificent. Ehrman spoke, his words still dry, yet a glimmer of admiration could be discerned in the fairy's tone. Chapter 632. Cave, labyrinth, abyss, damn it, Bran muttered in a voice that sounded like the rustling of dry leaves. Impressive, he repeated, with a rough tone tinged with a fragment of emotion. As Enkrid withdrew his sword, Luagan handed him a square cloth. He wiped the blade of his blackened silver sword, stained with manticore blood, and sheathed it. The sharp sound of the blade sliding into the scabbard broke the stillness that had settled over the area. Everyone was left speechless after witnessing the manticore being cleaved in one strike. The eyes that had once regarded Enkrid with respect now brimmed with admiration and astonishment. With a single slash, truly remarkable. I can't think of him as a competitor anymore. A few fairies murmured under their breath. Enkrid didn't see the fairies as fools. If he hadn't intervened, as Luagan suggested, they likely wouldn't have lost 3 lives in killing the manticore. With 4 archers supporting 8 fairy swordsmen and the added strength of spirit magic and essence, perhaps just one. With a bit of luck, it might have been possible to win without any sacrifices. If there were factors he hadn't accounted for, luck might not even be necessary. They could have done it without losing a single life purely through their skill. Though it would have been impossible to slay it in a single strike as he had done. On the surface, Luagan's assessment of losing at least 3 lives seemed accurate. But if someone was determined to sacrifice themselves, these fairies were resolute, their eyes carrying a grim determination. It was clear from the gaze of one who had fought and killed. Some were merely filled with a sense of duty, while others had resigned themselves to death. The difference lay in their resolve. Soldiers. It was the difference between soldiers and civilians. Enkrid's ability to assess situations and his keen insight had always been exceptional. Coupled with his skill in combat, including techniques that considered environmental factors and sensory prowess akin to foresight, he could quickly grasp the crux of any situation. Even among fairies, there are soldiers. The core of this fairy group consisted of such individuals mixed in with ordinary fairies. The 8 fairies wielding swords showed signs of definite training. By the standards of the border guard, at least 4 of them have completed basic training. If subjected to actual training, fairies, known for their calm demeanor, might grit their teeth in frustration. Still, their current state reflected their dedication. Among the archers, the difference between those who pursued it as a profession and those who treated it as a hobby was evident. Some fairies wielding bows could manipulate spirits and essence, but most could not. Thus, only a few should enter the cave, Enkrid stated calmly. Ignoring reality would only increase casualties. I was about to suggest the same, Ermin said, watching the demon-faced hounds barking across the river. Fairies are stubborn, Bran added. He implied that despite knowing their limitations, they would insist on going inside. Even knowing they'd die, Enkrid questioned, to which Bran replied, some lack a sense of reality. Others refuse to leave everything to Shinar. And then, the tree giant subtly smiled. His bark-like lips twisted upward in a semblance of a grin. 4 male warriors are infatuated with Shinar. They'd rather die than let her remain the bride of a demon. As Bran spoke, 3 fairies approached from beside the large fairy. They were men, their training and discipline evident in their physiques. These were soldiers, trained fairies. Their expressions were calm but serious, as if lost in thought. The smallest of the group took a deep breath, almost imperceptibly, before speaking. I'd be fine with being her second husband. What do you think? No matter how absurd the statement, Enkrid processed its meaning with composure. Second husband? Then, who would be the first? Me? Oh! For a moment, Enkrid felt disoriented. Is that how it works in fairy society? He managed to hold on to his composure and asked. Among nobles, some kept concubines or multiple wives, but that wasn't the norm. Perhaps, inversely, having multiple husbands wasn't unusual. An empty space could be filled, he thought, choosing to respect their culture rather than express shock. At this, the other 2 fairies spoke simultaneously. Stop joking around. I'm fine being the third. No. The third fairy, trying to add humor, closed his mouth when Ermin gave him a stern look, akin to a human reprimanding another. Behind them, Luagan nodded in agreement. So, it was a joke. Should he feel relieved, or admire their audacity to joke even in such a situation? Afterward, Ermin began assigning those who would enter, and those who would remain behind. Some explained their reasons for wanting to enter, sharing heartfelt stories of their care for Shinar. One mentioned how much they cherished her, despite previously calling her a cursed child. It was hard to distinguish whether this was fairy humor or sincerity. So, Enkrid left it alone. As the others debated, Enkrid observed the cave. This isn't an ordinary place, he remarked. Luagan spoke beside him. It's a demonic domain. Enkrid nodded, and Fel added, Whatever it is, we'll cut through it all, won't we? Fel's confidence was commendable. When he became timid, his skills dropped to less than half. During sparring, Enkrid often encouraged him to maintain his resolve. "Are you a shepherd of the wilderness, or just someone beaten by sheep? You're worse than Robert. With those skills, you dare speak of talent. What are you doing? Dancing?" These words, often sparked, fell to display his full abilities. Using appropriate remarks to motivate others was one of Enkrid's talents, and he did so now. "Good. I'm counting on you." Fel shrugged his shoulders in response, brimming with confidence. If a few words could boost morale, what better strategy was there? Still, as Enkrid stared at the cave entrance, he couldn't shake the ominous feeling that loomed over him. The ominous air tried to unsettle his heart, whispering like a malicious spirit in his ear, but he dismissed it with ease. They said that the demonic domains could plant the seeds of crimson dread in those who merely laid eyes upon it. Yet, it had no effect on Enkrid. The same went for Loagarn. However, for her, such dread symbolized another kind of transformation, and to a curious frog like her, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. While watching the cavern, Loagarn noticed a faint blush spreading across Enkrid's face, and asked him, "How do you feel right now?" At times, Loagarn would ask about Enkrid's feelings, and this was one of those times. She wanted to understand his perspective, how he thought, and how he accepted the present. It was curiosity fitting for a frog. After briefly reflecting, Enkrid gave an honest answer. A little excited. He meant it. Wasn't this what people called a demon? He found himself eager to see what it had in store. When honing his swordsmanship, he would often thirst for real combat. This felt the same. Enkrid acknowledged that he harbored a certain instinct to seek out strong opponents. "I thought you'd say that," Loagarn nodded. Her prediction fell within expectations, something born from her observations and explorations of him. Her curiosity as a frog was partially satisfied, but was also piqued further, making her eager for what might come next. While Enkrid harbored some excitement, his foremost goal remained to find and question Shinnah. He hadn't forgotten. As the three stood side by side, staring into the cavern, Bran approached from behind, holding his usual cigar. Ehrman still seemed busy, convincing some members of his kin, snippets of fairy language occasionally drifting over. "What's the name of that demonic domain?" Enkrid asked the tree giant Bran, with whom he shared a rapport. Bran formed a circular puff of smoke from his lips, then extinguished the cigar by clasping it in his hand. Ordinary flames couldn't so much as singe Bran's skin, so the ember from the cigar didn't faze him. Although being a tree giant, his smoking habit was peculiar. Trees naturally despised fire. "No name. No. We just call it the Labyrinth. To be precise, we deliberately avoided naming it. Sometimes we refer to the demon inside as the courtship demon, but even then, we don't give it a true name." The term courtship demon carried a strange, almost romantic ring to it. Bran explained further, and the reason behind it became clear. To name, worship, or fear a demon gave it strength. Rem had once said something similar from the lens of his sorcery. Refusing to name it is one way to deal with it, but that's more of a last resort. If you're that terrified, it probably means you've already been stripped of everything and wouldn't dare call it by name anyway. Though their approaches differed, the meaning aligned. "It's about time," Bran said. Turning around, Enkrid saw that was indeed the case. 3 more fairies had joined, standing beside Ehrman. "With Bran, that makes 4. We've reduced the numbers significantly," Ehrman said. 4? You might eat? Loagarn asked, curious as ever. Being a frog, she couldn't simply let unanswered questions slide, even if most of her attention was on Enkrid. "Taking more would only be a hindrance," Ehrman replied. Initially, Ehrman had intended to enter with them, prepared to die alongside the group if need be. But with a glimmer of hope now visible, He opted for a smaller, elite team instead. Still, Luagon found it odd that so many capable individuals had been left behind. All the ones who handle spirits or energies seemed to have been excluded. "That's just how it has to be," Ermin replied. Enkrid watched the unfolding situation and glanced at the so-called Labyrinth. His mind recalled the techniques of spirit and energy manipulation the fairies had shown him earlier. If they could take down a manticore, that kind of ability was formidable. They've managed to handle the hordes of monsters so far. Yet the fairy knights who ventured into the labyrinth had perished. What did that imply? As thoughts raced through his mind, Enkrid arrived at an answer. Inside that labyrinth, they can't use their spirits or energies, can they? Ermin's eyes widened slightly, betraying his surprise. He quickly returned to his composed demeanor, nodding. His tone remained matter-of-fact. That's why only those who have trained their bodies are going in. At this point, Enkrid's perceptiveness transcended intuition, bordering on foresight. His thoughts organized themselves, and another conclusion emerged. Fairies whose power relies entirely on spirit energy never intended to enter in the first place. If they entered, they'd merely add to the body count. From the beginning, Ermin had planned to convince his kin at the cavern's entrance and send in only a select few. Enkrid's arrival had simply expedited their decision. A trigger. His presence had likely made it easier to persuade the fairies who wished to follow. Spirit energy was the very foundation of a fairy's power. Without it, entering the labyrinth meant forfeiting most of their strength. "We can't leave Lady Shinar to be the demon's bride," said one of the fairies, his tone calm yet resolute. He was among those venturing inside. His name was Arcoiris. Indeed, as he said, they couldn't allow that. Questions would come first once they found her. But Enkrid no longer needed to press them further. With his gear ready, he saw no reason to delay. "May the spirits of wood and flowers guide you, and may the goddess of fortune watch over you," Ermin said. With that, Enkrid gave a curt nod and stepped forward. The blackened soot marking the cavern's entrance was the threshold of the labyrinth, the demonic domain. Just as any uninvited guest might be met with hostility, so too did the labyrinth greet its intruders. Rumble! Darkness swallowed them as they entered. Yet, though their sight was obscured, their other senses remained sharp. The smell, sounds, and tactile sensations were unchanged, as were the instincts that flared within. Hearing the guttural rumble, Enkrid drew his swords without hesitation, gripping one in each hand. Chapter 633. No longer wishing for talent in his right hand, Enkrid wielded the silver sword. In his left, spark. Clang! The silver sword was drawn from his left hip, emitting a soft glow as it sliced horizontally through the air. At the same time, spark from his right hip thrust forward to stab what lay in front of him. Slashing and stabbing, simple motions, but when executed with speed, they became the scythe of a reaper. Enkrid repeated the same sequence, slashing and stabbing once more. His precise hands pierced and severed necks with not a millimeter of error. In the darkness, the insolent servants who had stepped forward to greet their guest were either beheaded or left with gaping wounds. Meanwhile, the will brushed past his eyes, assisting his adaptation to the dark. The most significant difference between a squire and a knight lay in their usage of will. The former used it unconsciously, while the latter wielded it with intent. At this moment, Enkrid employed will, allowing it to aid him in perceiving the environment. Though he didn't have perfect visibility akin to the heat detection sight some fairies possessed, he could roughly discern the enemy's figures. 4 drowned corpses fell to the ground, their bloated bodies collapsing sideways. Flash! The sound of the fall, the damp sensation felt through his boots, the smell mingling with the moist air. These sensations stirred his senses awake. Water? The labyrinth was damp, But that wasn't all. A pressing, unpleasant sensation weighed on his entire body. Suppressing? Aye. It seemed as if something in the air was trying to suppress the will he instinctively activated. The air itself felt toxic, and the oppressive aura pressing on his shoulders seemed to demand that he leave immediately. In short, it was a place of overlapping unpleasantness and ominousness, with something actively working to suppress will. However, this had little effect on Enkrid. He was a knight, and his will of refusal automatically countered such influences. Though not an absolute countermeasure, it was sufficient to negate the effects. What remained were the damp air, the unpleasant odor, and the sinister atmosphere. Not long after Enkrid granted peace to the 4 drowned servants, Fel Lua and their group of fairies entered the sea. "What a stench," Fel commented, frowning. As a shepherd of the wilderness, he was accustomed to the foul smell of livestock waste, yet the stench here surpassed even that. The ominous air that Enkrid had sensed also reached Fel, making his hand instinctively touch the grip of his idol slayer. "It's foul and foreboding," Lua added, glancing around. Despite the pitch-black darkness, darker than a moonless night, the group could still roughly discern their surroundings. Even without sight, their other senses remained sharp. One of the fairies produced a small stone which began to emit a soft light. Though not excessively bright, it sufficed. Fairies by nature had eyes capable of piercing through the dark, with some even born with heat detection abilities. A few among the group had this gift. Nonetheless, the presence of a light source greatly enhanced their field of vision. The luminous stone wasn't prepared specifically for Enkrid or his companions, but had been readied beforehand. "Already started, have we?" It was Bran who spoke, pulling out a cigarette in the darkness. Striking his flint, he lit it, and a faint glow emerged as the leaf burned. The reddish glow of the cigarette stood out amidst the light of the luminous stone, its acrid scent slightly displacing the labyrinth's foul air. "Been here before?" Enkrid asked. "Once. Oh, I came as a guide back then. The labyrinth wasn't as narrow as it appeared. It could even accommodate Bran's large frame. Though they hadn't planned to navigate such a cave, knowing beforehand wouldn't have changed much. The dampness, the viscous moisture on the ground, and the uneven limestone walls defined the entrance to this labyrinth. Commander Shinar would likely wish for you to turn back even now." The voice belonged to a female fairy. A swordswoman carrying a blade reminiscent of Spark spoke, her tone steady. It was unclear if she intended to echo Shinar's thoughts, gauge Enkrid's resolve, or express her concerns. Her emotional restraint was exceptional. "That man is stubborn and doesn't listen to others," Fel replied on Enkrid's behalf. "An accurate assessment." "Let's go," Enkrid said, pressing forward. The oppressive air, the foul odor, and the sinister atmosphere barred their way, but these were trivial obstructions. The fairy holding the luminous stone raised it higher. The drowned corpses they'd encountered earlier and the manticore that had appeared were unlikely to be the only threats. This proved true. As they walked through the wide tunnel, monsters emerged relentlessly. Grrr! A monstrous roar, accompanied by the stench of decaying flesh, echoed as a creature leaped from the darkness beyond the light of the luminous stone. They hadn't walked far, merely rounded a corner when it appeared. "It's a mix of drowned corpses and face hounds," Lua observed with the insight of a frog. Though unnecessary to say, the creature's appearance made it evident. Bloated from the water, with peeling flesh that fell to the ground with a squelch, the face hounds, 4-legged monsters, charged at them in a row, their black eyes gleaming as they blocked the group's path. Was it a threat? Not in the least. "We'll handle this," Bran announced. Naturally, the group wasn't unprepared. A fairy swordsman who had honed his body in place of relying on spiritual energy was testament to their readiness. Enkrid crossed his arms, taking a moment to observe their combat prowess. This was an opportunity to assess the strength of his allies. The fairy's combat style was the epitome of practicality. Bran the Woodguard, alongside Breeza, Arcoris and Zero. These were the names of the other fairies. Zero, the towering fairy who had challenged Enkrid to a duel upon entering the city, stood out prominently, second only to Bran in skill. "Not bad," Lua remarked. Enkrid nodded in agreement. Zero lunged forward, drawing his sword, a nadir, a blade unique to the fairies. As he dashed forward and unsheathed his weapon, his muscles coiled, transferring power from his ankles to his wrists as he brought the sword down. The blade seemed to warp in the dim light as it cleaved through the facehound vertically. Splatter! Despite the luminous stone's light, the creature's dark blood stained the ground, adding to the already wet surface. "It seems aware of you," Lua commented. The strike resembled Enkrid's blow against the manticore earlier. Similar, though not identical. Perhaps a prodigy, Enkrid thought. Fairies derived their strength from spiritual energy, yet Zero's blade struck true without it. The other two fairies were no less skilled, demonstrating sharp precision and teamwork. Even Enkrid, protected by the will of refusal from the labyrinth's oppressive air, felt as though his legs were weighted by iron shackles. The environment affected them all similarly. They're swift, their movements were light, and their strikes were fierce. While Zero relied on raw power to cut and slash, the other two focused on creating and exploiting vulnerabilities. Without exchanging glances or words, the pair fought in seamless tandem. When one exposed their back, a facehound lunged, only for the other to swiftly decapitate it. They deliberately expose weaknesses to bait the monsters, exploiting their instincts and striking at the resulting openings, Enkrid observed. The fairies' tactics forced the creatures to act predictably, attacking as if compelled. Though simple in theory, executing such strategies required immense skill. Among them, Bran stood out for his straightforward approach. Unlike the others, his combat style was refreshingly uncomplicated. Grrr! A man-faced hound lunged at Bran, sinking its teeth into his arm. However, its fangs couldn't pierce his armor. While it held on, Bran's massive wooden fist slammed into the creature's head. Bang! The punch wasn't fast or slow, but the sheer force behind it rivaled that of a giant. The hound's head burst in a single blow. Bran's combat strategy was simple. Take a hit, then land a hit. Woodguards were beings with bodies of bark, like impenetrable plate armor. Their natural forms extended protection even to their eyes and internal organs. After all, woodguards were fairies born with wooden bodies. Do woodguards even have internal organs? If the exterior couldn't be penetrated, the inside could be destroyed. An instinctive thought, even when not in battle. Eventually, Zero joined forces with the two fairies. Though over 20 man-faced hounds emerged from the water, there was no need for Enkrid to intervene. He merely observed the battle, which unexpectedly led to a small realization. Zero? That fairy didn't swing their blade with thought, but with instinct. They shut off their mind and concealed their emotions, leaving only combat reflexes to guide them. Watching Zero fight, it was clear there was thought behind their actions. It seemed impossible to harmonize instinctual combat reflexes with rational judgment, and yet they managed to do so. How is that even possible? In terms of experience, there was no one on the continent who could rival Enkrid. His accelerated thoughts delve into the techniques of the fairies. More than observation, it was a near-obsessive analysis, driven by curiosity. This habit mirrored Ragnar's tendencies, except that while Ragnar would understand techniques the moment he saw them, Enkrid had to dissect the reasons and processes behind it. It didn't take long. Though his thoughts raced, the actual time spent was brief. Enkrid came to understand the tactical reasoning behind the fairies' movements. My method is accelerated thinking. To an observer, it might seem as though he processed dozens of thoughts simultaneously, but in reality, he thought sequentially, just at an abnormally fast pace. However, the fairies' approach was entirely different. In the right hand, the blade. In the left, spark. It was like wielding two swords, simultaneously but different in a sense. The fairies' actions split their thought processes between their hands, effectively partitioning their mind. Having observed it, Enkrid thought he could replicate it with some practice, not immediately, of course. Unlike Ragnar, he lacked the innate talent to master something instantly. But he no longer wished for such talent. Within him now was a seed of understanding, planted and ready to grow. Mastering something through years of effort makes it unforgettable. It also allows you to revisit and refine every part of the process. In simpler terms, it meant that a skill honed instinctively could also be understood theoretically. Enkrid didn't mind this approach. It was why he no longer envied raw talent. "We need to find the stairs leading downward," Bran said after the fight. The monsters kept coming. Drowned corpses, manticores, and the like. Though they had little time to rest, there were no significant threats. The creatures weren't as powerful as the manticores that had emerged earlier at the Labyrinth's entrance, nor were they colony-level threats. The fairies could handle them, though it was taxing. Of course, stamina is still an issue. It was the sheer number of monsters that made things tedious. Even simple, repetitive tasks become exhausting when unending. Fel and Luagarn took turns fighting, and even Enkrid didn't pause. As they trudged through the labyrinth, the ground became increasingly uneven and slick with the remains of monsters. Annoying creatures like blood-sucking flies and large leeches that tried to bite their shins also appeared. The blood-sucking flies were particularly troublesome, causing relentless bleeding once they bit. Avoiding bites was critical. The fairies swung their blades with precision to eliminate the insects, but they seemed endless. "These things caused trouble last time too," Bran muttered. Though unaffected by bites himself, he didn't bother exterminating them aggressively. He simply swatted a few away. Whack. Bran caught one fly and flung it against the wall, where it splattered into a mess of black blood and crushed flesh. Not a pleasant sight. Enkrid, too, swatted at the pests with his bare fists, refusing to draw his sword. "How bothersome," Luagarn said, igniting her whip with flames. The surroundings brightened as she swung it wide, creating a fiery gust that incinerated the flies mid-air. The rotating whip generated heat, akin to a fire spell. Enkrid, intrigued by the display, couldn't help but watch. Sensing his gaze, Luagarn explained, "The utility of a magical weapon depends on how it's used." Even after clearing the flies, they walked for quite some time. "It's too vast," Fel remarked. Bran nodded. "Finding the way will take 2 to 3 days, at least." It was no wonder this place was called a labyrinth. Navigating it was a task in itself. Without Bran, they might have wandered even longer. Eventually, after what felt like half a day, Bran spoke up. "I've found it." He hadn't discovered the path by memory or studying the terrain, but by observing the monster's behavior. "Those creatures are guarding the stairs." Ahead of them were several drowned corpses, unusual ones. They didn't seem like ordinary creatures, and their numbers were substantial. "They don't stay dead when you kill them," Bran added. The fairies visibly tensed. Even Enkrid recognized these foes would be formidable. Over the shoulders of the drowned corpses, faint, flickering forms were visible, shapeless beings of malign energy. They were drowned corpses inhabited by malevolent spirits. Chapter 634. The last dance, you're saying they don't die? Enkrid asked. That's right, they don't. Evil spirits themselves can't be cut by mere swords. If you could use spiritual energy, it'd be easier. But in here, that's impossible. That's why those things are as dangerous as death itself. As he spoke, several drowned corpses stretched their heads forward unnaturally. Their necks elongated as though their spinal bones had gained elasticity. It was a grotesque feat only possible because they were inhabited by evil spirits. Frost marks were visible on their bodies, hinting that the spirits possessed an innate ability to emit cold energy. It's not something that can be solved by cutting them with will. You don't even need to ask about that. Bran clearly stood out as the sharpest among the treants. He answered even before Enkrid had the chance to ask if slashing with will would work. Zero. At Bran's call, Zero stepped forward and severed the arm of a drowned corpse approaching them. As Zero slashed, the translucent arm of the evil spirit within reached out over the corpse's shoulder. The movements weren't fast, making it relatively easy to dodge its grasp if seen. The pale arm shimmered faintly, enough for Zero to evade it and retreat safely. The severed arm of the drowned corpse twitched a few times before planting its fingers into the ground and crawling forward. See? I cut off an arm, and it moves on its own. Same with a leg. Burning them isn't easy either. This was something you wouldn't know without first-hand experience. Clearly, the fairy group had previously explored this labyrinthine terrain in earnest. Their knowledge reflected prior attempts at conquering the maze. Enkrid had already deduced this based on their earlier comments about these creatures being undying. Bran's lack of panic only confirmed they also knew how to deal with them. Enkrid glanced at Bran, who continued without pause. Go behind them and find the orb nearby. Destroying it will end them. While the rest of us hold them off, one of us has to go. After listening, Enkrid nodded. It sounded like an awfully bothersome method. Until the orb was found and destroyed, they would be locked in a battle of unknown duration. It seemed designed to drain their stamina and wear them down with fatigue. If there's a demon here, it would surely be a cunning and manipulative one. Without a weapon capable of slashing souls, they're invincible. But if we buy enough time, Briza will find the orb. The fairy group discussed the strategy of breaking through while one of them, the female fairy Briza, gripped a short dagger. Her sharp eyes scanned the drowned corpses, likely plotting the most optimal path in her mind. Just as they were concluding their plan, Fel spoke up. That won't be necessary. He stepped forward, gripping his sword. Fel's weapon, called Idol Slayer, was a blade that could cut both evil spirits and souls. In essence, it was the nemesis of the undead and incorporeal entities. Against spiritual and amorphous foes, it was a weapon akin to divine providence. Clear the path, Enkrid commanded, and Fel began to move, tapping the ground lightly with his feet. Careful, Briza warned as she noticed all the nearby drowned corpses, along with others loitering in the vicinity, reacting to Fel's movements. Her caution was valid. The situation could indeed turn dangerous. If Fel's weapon had been an ordinary blade, the danger would have been immense. Without responding, Fel shifted his left foot and swung his sword. In that swing, Enkrid saw traces of the swordsmanship Ragnar had once demonstrated, cuts that formed an almost impenetrable wall. Fel's blade slashed through the necks of the drowned corpses, the strike continuing onward in one seamless motion. Enkrid recalled sparring with Fel and observing his exceptional talent firsthand. An extraordinary gift. If not for Ragnar, Fel's skills would undoubtedly have stood out. Even with Ragnar present, Fel's talent was impossible to overlook. His strikes were not just learned but interpreted and adapted into his own unique style. Moreover, Fel possessed a natural ability to spot the flaws in an enemy's defenses. This allowed him to swing not with deliberation, but with instinct, his blade tracing ideal trajectories. His innate skill was undeniable. The shepherd's sword moved gracefully, cutting through dozens of drowned corpses as idol slayer danced like it was performing. The ice-covered drowned corpses were formidable, clinging to life even as they died. Severed arms moved independently, trying to latch onto the living. Burning them was impractical. The evil spirits repelled flames, and the damp surroundings made igniting a fire difficult. Fighting them without spiritual energy to purify them was indeed a grueling task. 2 fairies reached for oil flasks hanging from their waists. The plan was to douse the creatures and set them ablaze if necessary. However, they never got the chance to throw the flasks. The oil was a high-grade alchemical concoction made from Trent sap, flaxseed oil, and rare herbs. If Kreese had known about its existence, he would have protested vehemently. "You're using something that expensive just to kill monsters? Please don't. Give it to me instead." That's undoubtedly what he would have said. Regardless, the oil wasn't needed. Fel was enjoying the thrill of wielding Idol Slayer after so long. Heads were severed, chests pierced, and even among semi-knights, his skill surpassed many. This was natural given his remarkable talent and relentless training. Fel's daily sparring partners included Enkrid, Ragna, and Rem, warriors who far exceeded his level. Add to that the rivalry with Ropard, and it was clear everything in Fel's life served as a catalyst for his growth. Even when faced with 100 drowned corpses blocking his path, Fel didn't falter. The creatures charged relentlessly, their cursed wounds capable of leaving lingering marks. Yet Fel remained unfazed. Moving like the lead in a grand ballroom dance, his swordplay became a mesmerizing performance. Whack! The sticky ectoplasm flowing from a split head belonged to a dead spirit. Slash! The shrill wail from beneath a severed skull was the scream of an evil spirit. For Fel, cutting through the incorporeal beings was simpler than swatting individual flies. As he cleared the creatures, a staircase leading downward emerged. Among the corpses, a faded orb rolled out. Bran had suggested bypassing the creatures to find the orb, but in reality, one of the drowned corpses had held it. Bran's strategy would have required much more time and effort. Still, there was no point in criticizing him for it. "Let's spar later," Zero suggested to Fel, his words revealing an unusual eagerness for battle, even among fairies. Though Enkrid found it admirable, the other 2 fairies showed no reaction. "You and that frog over there, you're both incredible fighters." Bran's calm voice carried a hint of hope. It was a quiet, resolute kind of hope. "We can't leave Lady Shannara to be the bride of a demon." The male fairy spoke firmly. Without replying, Enkrid began descending the staircase. Unlike before, these stairs were well maintained, evidence of deliberate construction, whether by humans, monsters, or demons. "Do you know how many floors there are? Even if it's a labyrinth, it's not vast enough to be called a grand maze. The demon is likely hiding on the next floor." Bran's words were uncertain, but it was natural he didn't have all the answers. Upon reaching the next level, the group found themselves in an intricately carved corridor, its rectangular path extending into impenetrable darkness. The gloom was so thick that even the fairies' heat-sensing abilities couldn't pierce it. "Magic," Enkrid's instincts whispered the truth. "This is our only chance to rest." Bran advised them to take a break. Though the dampness from earlier was gone, the oppressive atmosphere had grown heavier, thick with suffocating and ominous pressure. "This is probably better than not letting us sleep for a week in the mountains for training." That was Fel's statement. What he referred to was the training that Enkrid had also undergone. It was training where one had to respond in an extremely fatigued state, alongside endurance. The training plan had been devised by Auden and Rem. Of course, The two had endured it as well. As for Ragnar, he hadn't participated at all. "Why would I do something like that?" That was all he said. The infamous hellish training course at Border Guard was known for such challenges. Fel had successfully passed through all of it. Frogs, like Luagarn, had a different physical foundation altogether. Enkrid, on the other hand, was someone who relished that kind of training. So he wasn't particularly tired. His body had only loosened up, but they still rested. When one's stamina dropped, the mind would begin to falter as well. The body and mind could not be separated. Even if the mental strength of the fairy folk was robust, fatigue would soon reveal weaknesses. After a brief rest, the group continued forward. The path was a straight line, so they wouldn't get lost. As they moved, the darkness began to dissipate, and monsters emerged. "It's a troll," Fel spoke. As soon as his words ended, Enkrid grabbed the troll's neckbone and yanked it out, swiftly decapitating another one who had been wielding a mace. It happened in an instant. The passage was wide, so using swords wasn't a problem. The glowing stone barely lit the front and back, but the sides were filled with pitch-black darkness that seemed to move, almost as if something was slithering. In reality, dark soot-like particles did emerge from the darkness. However, Zero recognized it first. "Evil spirits," he said, and Fel's sword cut through the evil spirits. After that, they encountered creatures like a cockatrice or basilisk, who could cast the curse of petrification. They were weak monsters, though. It felt as if they had fought for an entire day. "Is someone making monsters out of thin air or something?" Fel muttered. Fatigue was secondary, but he was starting to get bored. However, that boredom didn't last long. The next monster blocking their way was alone. The creature, standing motionless like armor on a stand, had black armor, a hollowed-out face, and was crawling with maggots. Its gaze was dull and lifeless. It was hard to say that it was still alive. In fact, it was clearly dead. The black eyes and decayed skin confirmed it. Its lean body caught the eye, as did the thick sword it held. The sword's tip was on the ground, and its blade was a dull brownish color, seemingly absorbing the light emitted by the glowing stone rather than reflecting it. The sword prevented any light from spreading beyond a certain radius. Because of this, twisted shadows were cast on the floor. Arzila. Zero recognized the figure. It was an unfortunate and cursed soul, one bound to the demon realm even after death. Enkrid didn't have time to listen to Zero or Bran. Creak. "Oh, buddy." The dead creature's head tilted to the side. There was no malice in it, but the movement and presence were unmistakable. Enkrid crossed his feet and stepped forward. His drawn sword gleamed as it reflected light, contrasting with the blackened sword held by the creature. Why was he stepping forward? He had a feeling that this opponent was too tough to leave to anyone else. It was a gut feeling. The black soot-like substance moved behind the dead creature, and it charged forward. Clash! Next, Enkrid saw the sword that scraped the ground and shot up from below. Bran, confirming the opponent, quickly shouted, "Avoid it." What he actually meant was to not collide with it. Bran had been observing Enkrid as they advanced, and naturally thoughts of hope had come to his mind. That man had to be a knight. The rumors of him slaying a demon weren't baseless. But at the same time, Bran thought, they couldn't just rely on him and abandon the preparations they had made. Not being able to release magical energy doesn't mean it's impossible to use it entirely. The emission of magical energy might be suppressed, but the energy that had already been refined could still be used. The fairy clan wasn't foolish. They had brought along means to fight. The refined magical energy had been crystallized into fruits. They were called kiaos. In the continental language, It meant final dance. If consumed, one would certainly die. But just before death, one could unleash tremendous magical energy in combat. That was the fairy's trump card. Bran judged that now was the time to use chaos. The opponent was Arzila, a fairy knight who had entered the labyrinth in the past and wielded a cursed sword. The cursed sword was the engraved weapon of Arzila. If it collided 7 times, the weight of the sword in the opponent's hands would double. It was a technique crafted by a genius fairy knight, a combination of magical energy and will. Bran didn't know how the demon realm had changed Arzila, but one thing was certain. If they collide, he'll lose. Bang! Before Bran's warning had ended, the swords clashed. At the sound of it, Bran shouted again, "Don't let your weapons clash." Enkrid was currently blocking Arzila's swift strikes. Bran could barely register it, but one thing was clear. If they stood still, they would be wiped out. Chapter 635. Pushing through the darkness, a person sees, thinks, and judges within the limits of their knowledge. This applied to the wood fairy named Bran as well. Bran felt threatened. He believed that this was the greatest crisis they had encountered in the labyrinth. In contrast, Enkrid was calm. There was no reason to be terrified or flustered, so he wasn't. Instead, he simply did what needed to be done, thinking and swinging his sword. Death Knight. A knight reborn through the power of the cursed magic. Was this power different from what it had been in life? In fairy terms, it might have become even more intense. Had this form come about because the knight had longed for life at the edge of death? Or had she become this way due to being controlled by the cursed magic, forced to act against her will? It didn't matter. What mattered was that the figure blocking their path was a threat. But was it truly a threat? Enkrid had observed the soot forming on the fairy's back, the position of her feet, the angle at which she twisted her wrists. With his sharp intuition, his mind began to race, and insight came flooding in. By the time the fairy swung his sword, Enkrid had already raised his own in defense. Thud! Felil and Luagarn barely managed to catch the exchange between their strikes. To them, it appeared that the fairy was swinging his sword in a fixed manner. This was because Enkrid's sword had already blocked it ahead of time. It was a moment created by his heightened thoughts and insight. After one exchange of sword blows, there was more to be seen. A sword that maximizes efficiency with restraint, rather than extravagance. Enkrid had discerned the nature of the fairy's sword. Is she aiming to lock swords? A bind, perhaps? It was said that if someone swung their sword thoughtlessly, it meant they had no practical combat experience. No matter how riddled the brain with holes or infested with maggots, a knight of that caliber would not lack intent in their strikes. The intention here was to lock swords, to bind them, but that was not the case either. After one clash, the fairy retreated. Enkrid felt that soot-like marks had transferred onto his own sword. This wasn't something visible to the eyes. It was something he felt instinctively. The dead fairy, Arzila, could not use her original magical energy. Instead, she used the magic power passed down through the curse. The origin was the same. Hadn't Esther mentioned something about this? It was possible to replace spiritual energy with something else. Of course, the reasons for this change or how it came to be were unknown. Enkrid accelerated his thinking and immersed himself in the battle. After the clash, the sword bounced off and flew back at him. A slender body wielded a heavy greatsword, its blade descending from above, striking downward. This was a sword wielded with minimal movement, making it difficult to avoid or block due to its angle and speed. Once again, it was the same. Instead of aiming to cut, the intention was to induce a clash between weapons. However, the bind bringing the swords together for close combat was not the goal. The intent was clear, but the meaning within it was unclear. Then the missing piece of information came from behind. "Don't clash weapons!" Bren shouted. The fairy's voice was precious. His meaning was that the fairy Death Knight was transferring the soot through the clash of weapons. This would bring about a change that favored the dead fairy, but would be disadvantageous for Enkrid. No one could see Enkrid's eyes from behind. In the darkness, his blue eyes shone brightly. The will that surged from his subconscious raced through his body. His thinking speed increased, and he opened a vision of the future. His senses sharpened to match the thought of seeing just one step ahead. From there, he let instinct take over. Recognizing the opponent's weaknesses instinctively was a skill for Fel, but for Enkrid, it was also a technique. Thus he analyzed, investigated, and reflected upon it. It was a process of indulgence. He tasted, ripped apart, and enjoyed it. Having sparred with Fel, he had honed and solidified this skill, so now he could steal and apply the fragments of it. The key was to see through with insight and allow the training to flow naturally into action. The will that surged from the subconscious, the strength of his will, helped him do that. Cheering. Enkrid had made the dead fairy's wish come true. As his sword met the fairy's, it bounced off 6 more times in rapid succession. The curse imbued in the magic sword transferred to the silver sword. The weight of the sword shifted, but Enkrid's movements in the sword never faltered. The silver sword was light enough that even doubling its weight was no problem. After 6 bounces, the silver sword parted ways with the greatsword. It then kissed the neck of the knight who had risen from death with a strong straight line. That kiss was a shining line that rendered the dead fairy unable to move once again, a gift from the Reaper. From behind Enkrid, the fairy's hand, which had been reaching for the blade, froze. Drip, tut. Black blood flowed from the dead fairy's neck, though there had been hardly any blood in her body. The black blood oozed out in small spurts before stopping. The headless fairy knight collapsed to her knees with a thud, and then fell forward. The soot on the back of the fallen knight's body slowly faded and disappeared. There was no sign that the fallen knight would move again. They watched in silence for a moment, but it did not stir. "Let's go." Enkrid, having confirmed that the knight would not move, spoke calmly. His tone had naturally become more subdued after being around the restrained fairy. In other words, he did not consider what he had done to be that remarkable. But for Enkrid, that was the truth. The being that had attacked them wasn't truly a knight. It was only a half-baked version. Hadn't Shinar said it several times? There is no such thing as a fairy knight who cannot use spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is the foundation and origin of fairies. It's like trying to write a letter without hands. If one has no hands, they will write with their toes, but it's as if trying to write a letter without hands or feet. It was a cryptic remark buried within light-hearted humor. Enkrid had responded back then by saying that he could just write with his mouth. Shinar had replied that even if Enkrid had no mouth, he'd still find a way to write with his eyelids. It had been a very serious and far from joking conversation. "How did you do it?" Zero approached and asked. Despite being taught to suppress emotions from a young age, the fairy still had emotions. His question was one of genuine surprise. "I found an opening." Enkrid answered in the same way he always did. It was the clearest response possible. "I." Fel clicked his tongue. He had been somewhat watching the exchange of blows. Seeing the outcome of what Enkrid had done, it seemed similar to his own swordsmanship. What had Enkrid done? He had recognized and moved on the opponent's opening without hesitation. Had he been robbed of his specialty? Not exactly. In the Madmen Knights, technical exchanges were natural. If one simply stops when they feel they've been robbed, it only proves their limit. Limits exist to be broken. Fel had learned that by watching Enkrid. Still, he wasn't without some dissatisfaction. hence the click of his tongue. Talent. It was something he would never speak out loud, but felt that his own talent was lacking. Had he known what Enkrid had gone through to reach today, he could never have thought what he was thinking now. Enkrid answered, but his mind was turning over other thoughts. The meaning and implementation method, followed by the training process. Countless sparring sessions had allowed him to detect openings that went beyond the five senses. This could be called a swordsmanship based on the sixth sense. Anything used to reach the opponent's body was acceptable in his method. In this, the meaning was seeing the openings with the sword. The implementation method was insight and experience. The training method that stood out was the repeated sparring. Fell, without rich experience, had simply used his talent to implement all of this. I'm able to do this because I've fought so many battles today. Turning the instinctual movements into theory didn't take long. What the hell? Bren, still in shock, asked. The two remaining fairies blinked their eyes several times. Seeing this, Enkrid spoke. I don't know what's in your sleeves, but I hope you don't plan on using it against Shinar. His calm tone hit the core of the matter and cut through. The fairy named Arkoiris seemed flustered. Did Enkrid know everything? Enkrid's blue eyes locked on him. This naive fairy, who did not understand lies, was met with the sharp intuition and judgment of Enkrid. We can't leave Shinar Sama as the devil's bride. This was something the fairy had repeated several times before, both before entering and upon entering. This statement carried two meanings. One was to save Shinar, and whatever it is, it must be something that can kill Shinar, right? Enkrid repeated his words. The second meaning was that it referred to killing Shinar. Rather than suffering as a bride of the demon, it was a wish to send her to the side of the gods. Enkrid had figured it out. It was clear without needing to think too deeply. He didn't want to argue about it just because he knew. Unless they were fairies who had been battered by the world's hardships, they didn't lie. Even now, Arkoiris, the fairy, was silent. Choosing silence was a wise move since she couldn't speak a lie. But his gaze, gestures, and posture spoke louder than words, pinpointing the core of the matter. It was obvious. Knowing doesn't change anything. Luagarn spoke. Whether it was meant to comfort, it seemed that the fairy's perplexed emotions had lightened a bit. Let's rest for a while, Bran said. The straight corridor could be stopped any time if they wish. They could have entered and left before, too. Enkrid also sat down with his butt on the floor, sitting and staring at the pitch-black darkness that blocked their path. A thought occurred to him. It's dangerous, so go back. Wait for the next opportunity. It felt as though that darkness was saying that. The malice was so clear and tangible. It didn't matter whether they were fighting the magic labyrinth or trying to save someone. Whatever the purpose was, this passage would eventually shake the hearts of those who entered it. By giving them the option to return at any time, it made it possible to flee. For those with broken will, it would be an element that made them run away. Those who came in sacrificing for something, sensing failure, would leave. If this were a war and the magic labyrinth and fairy city were assumed to be nations, one side devours the other. The fairy city had lost its knights, and many had died here. The magic labyrinth had grown stronger by feeding on their blood and flesh. If they had put everything into eliminating the labyrinth from the start, it could have been wiped out, even with sacrifices. Then the demon wouldn't exist either. But the fairies had pondered ways to face it without harm. As time passed, and after several failures, the magic labyrinth had become a troublesome existence that was not easily dealt with. By the time they set out to handle it, it would have been too late. Relentless malice. The presence of the demon seemed vaguely clear. Betrothal? Taking a fairy as a bride was likely a similar task. The demon wanted to devour the fairy city. He sought to escape the labyrinth and step into the world, the beginning of a large demonic domain. If the city were devoured, it would turn out that way. Elvenheim was the term humans used for fairy cities. If such a fairy city became a magic labyrinth, what should it be called? Fairy's tomb? Elven grave? Enkrid closed his eyes briefly. He wasn't sleepy, but he had fallen asleep before he knew it. Whether it was the ferryman's trick or his body naturally resting in preparation for upcoming dangers, he wasn't sure, but the boatman appeared in his dream. "There's no need for words, but I'll offer advice." The words came from a being holding a purple lamp on a rocking boat. "Advice?" Enkrid tilted his head. "Throw away the remaining frog, human, and fairies around you, and run away." The ferryman chuckled. His laughter carried a distinct malice that felt strange. Enkrid didn't respond, and opened his eyes. He thought he had dozed off for a moment, but only a few blinks of his eyes had passed. He had filled his stomach with jerky. Of course, the fairies ate vegetables and fruits. The group moved forward again. What had Bran and the others felt during that brief rest? A strange heat emanated from the fairy group. Demon Slayer. Respect. Honored one. It wasn't just their eyes. Their praise for Enkrid came in words. Even Zero spoke in a tone full of emotion. "Slay the demon. Save our queen." He almost forgot, but Enkrid now knew Shinar's identity. Her name was Shinar Kirahais. The term Elvenheim, which meant the fairy homeland, was used by humans, and the fairy cities actually had their own names. Fairies usually named their cities after the family that ruled them. The city Enkrid had visited was named Kirahais. In the fairy cities governed by councils, there were families that were more than just symbolic. They had clear roles. It was the family of the kings who had ruled the city for generations. Now only Shinar remained, and she was the queen of this city. "It's more surprising that this isn't just a fairy joke," Enkrid said. "What?" Brisa, the fairy, asked again. "No, nothing. The fact that she was a queen was enough to be surprising." There were no more monsters. The passage gradually widened and transformed into a large space. There was no longer a path ahead. Well, there were some openings resembling corridors, but it was more accurate to say there was no need to go further. They had arrived at their destination, and the target was right in front of them. Shinar Kirahais, the former companion known as the Golden Flower, sat with her hands neatly folded on a chair made of bone. Chapter 636, A Blunt Edge That's Right. Enkrid had no intention of listening to the ferryman. The chair, made from bone, faintly glowed in the darkness. The light was distinctly different from sunlight or moonlight, an eerie glow. The blonde hair of Shinar, who sat upon it, blended poorly with the unsettling light, making it look dull. "Come in. Let me introduce you. These are my companions." As Shinar spoke, she extended her hand behind her. Before anything could be seen, the smell hit first. The stench of rotting meat, bodily fluids, excrement. The foul odors seemed to have gathered in one place. An ordinary person wouldn't have been able to endure the smell without pinching their nose. Still, Enkrid chose to block his sense of smell. The more one awns their senses, the better they also become at dulling them when necessary. After blocking his sense of smell, Enkrid stretched his neck and took in the sight that Shinar proudly displayed, with Brisa raising the glowing stone higher behind him. As the light source moved higher, the range of vision increased. It still didn't illuminate everything, but it was enough. There was a troll, an ogre, and a ghoul. The troll, riding a two-headed werewolf, didn't roar or drool. They just stood there, waiting. They seemed to be waiting for Shinar's command. "My companions, that was a joke," Shinar said. Her voice rang out like a tuned piano key. I've decided to become their queen. It was a lie. Fairies don't know what lies are. They learn deceit only after they've been battered by the world's harsh realities. Shinar had learned that lie, which meant it was an amateurish one. What would Craze, a born liar who enjoys trickery, think if he saw Shinar now? What did you think of me all this time? Enkrid mused. Could it be that she was about to laugh? It wasn't exactly a funny moment, yet the thought was strangely amusing. It was hard to suppress a laugh, but it wasn't something to laugh at either. Why was that? It must be because of the fairy whose specialty was emotional restraint. Their habit of absorbing everything around them naturally led them to adopt certain attitudes. This must have been a result of unconscious influence. It wasn't anger, though. Now, do you want to fight my children? The troll, ogre, and ghoul, unique creatures, stepped forward in front of the throne where she sat. Who is whose child? Arkoiris, who had been listening from behind, stepped forward. His face betrayed his emotions as the fairy in love with Shinar couldn't hide his feelings. His face showed discomfort, his eyes wrinkled, brows furrowed, and his lips trembling. Everything spoke of anguish. Though not as distorted as a human's expression, it was clear. There's no need for this, Arkoiris murmured. His voice was quiet, but in this room, no one could miss it. I can't leave you as the devil's bride. Arkoiris spoke again. The fairy's resolve was clear. What was different from before was the light in his eyes. A light of hope. Who gave him that light didn't need to be asked. In the darkness, the blue-eyed man drew his weapon. Chirring. The true silver sword absorbed the glowing stone's light and emitted a pale glow like moonlight. People sometimes referred to true silver as a metal that resembled the moon due to the mysterious light it radiated. If anyone saw the light from Enkrid's sword now, they would undoubtedly agree. You shouldn't have come here, Shinar said. Enkrid lifted his sword indifferently. He placed the blade between his eyes, focusing. He confirmed the approaching monsters. His thoughts accelerated and his insight was triggered. The future unfolded before him. Take care of the ghoul. Feline. From behind the monster's body, something resembling soot appeared. It was a sign of a cursed spirit that had enhanced the creature's natural abilities, though Enkrid's group didn't know that. Even if they did, it wasn't a matter of great concern. Enkrid, with his accelerated thoughts, drew a line toward Shinar, planning to approach directly. Grrr! The monsters' mouths emitted a sound like boiling water. Thud! The werewolf, with its back legs, stomped on the ground and lunged forward. The troll riding it also charged. The beast tried to swing its claws with extended nails. It was Faust. However, its straight-line approach made it easy to predict. The speed and strength weren't comparable to the fairy knight's sword, but still fierce. Enkrid opened his left foot outward and simultaneously channeled an extreme amount of will into his sword. The true silver blade screamed as if it was speaking through his palm. It almost felt like it was about to tear apart his body. Enkrid slashed diagonally, with all his will channeled into the strike. Technically, it was a simple diagonal cut. If viewed from a swordsmanship perspective, it could be described as a strong downward strike from the middle guard. But what mattered was that the entire will Enkrid possessed was put into that sword. To the eyes of everyone, including Shinar's, the blade vanished for a moment. The sword sliced through the air, creating a ripping sound. Bang! The sound exploded where the blade passed. Before it even reached the ears, Enkrid's sword had already sliced through the troll and werewolf, sending them flying apart. The air was filled with the sound of the monsters' bodies splitting open, and the black blood spilling out, soaking the ground. The floor wasn't damp before, but after Enkrid's strike, it was covered in monster blood. Enkrid exhaled sharply and swung his sword again. The blade, making a half-circle in the air, reached the ogre's position. The ogre raised its arms, attempting to shield itself with its forearms. Its eyes appeared from between the raised arms, glaring at Enkrid as it charged. It was a pathetic sight. Enkrid felt his will replenish, even as he felt the weight on his shoulders, the sensation of a heavy, suffocating swamp around him. Heavy. The weight pressed on his shoulders and limbs, as if the air itself was trying to crush his veins. But it was bearable. After all, hadn't he just endured something similar moments ago? The unbidden movements of his will naturally protected him, making it easier to endure. The ogre's arms had a gap. If necessary, he could pierce it. But there was no need to. A clean cut was all it would take. With the sensation of crushing stones beneath him, Enkrid felt the weight pressing harder. But still he pushed through, swinging his sword again, resulting in another thunderous sound. Bang! The second strike was complete. Whack! The sword cleaved through the ogre's head and torso, severing them. The ogre, whose brain and organs spilled out, struggled briefly before collapsing with a loud thud. In the meantime, Fel had also slain the ghoul. Judging by the ghoul's burnt arm, Luagarn hadn't just watched. After a brief silence, Shinar spoke with unexpected commentary. "You've become dull, Enki." Though she said dull, it wasn't a remark about his swordsmanship. The strike from earlier was the most powerful head shown so far. His swordsmanship and will usage had clearly advanced, thanks to Shinar's influence, who had taught him techniques that formed the basis of his current skill. "You've become dull." "Still?" Shinar concluded so. Without waiting for a response, she spoke again. "If you wanted to be a knight and move forward, you should have ignored it. You're dull. So dull that you won't be able to sever anything." Enkrid wiped the blood from his sword and ran his left hand through his hair. The blood from the two monsters he had slain stained his hand, thick and sticky. Do fairies have a bath culture? Or do they wash in clean lake waters? Monster blood, foul-smelling and unpleasant in texture, made Enkrid long to wash up as soon as possible. Shinar Kerahais, Enkrid called her name. Everyone's ears perked up, anticipating what he was about to say. Was it a reply to the comment about being dull? Or would he ask what she was doing? Enkrid was always the kind of person who overturned expectations, and this time was no different. It was a statement no one, including Bran and the group of fairies watching, could have predicted. Why did you leave? This was the very question they had come to ask in the first place. "Oh, I phone, train, set." Shinar's elegant voice, like an instrument, briefly ceased functioning. Darkness and silence seemed to merge as the quiet seeped into the dark cave. Fairy Brisa raised the glowing stone slightly higher, and as its light spread, the visibility expanded. Shinar's expression remained unchanged. But Enkrid sensed a hint of surprise, and she spoke again. "You didn't seem to hear anything I said a moment ago. I came to ask because you didn't write the reason for leaving in the letter. Do you think it's that easy to leave the Madmen Knights?" A smile, something close to it, appeared on Shinar's face, followed by a sharp remark. "You crazy bastard! You're smiling?" The one who was surprised by Shinar's smile was Arkoiris. It wasn't just them. Everyone, including Bran, was shocked. "So you can smile. You don't need to do this anymore. Shinar, let's go back," Bran said. Shinar wiped off the faint smile and shook her head. "I'm cursed." Anyone else would have scoffed if they had heard that, especially Esther, who had ridden of her own curse by standing by Enkrid's side. "So go back, Enki. This isn't a place for you." Enkrid looked into Shinar's eyes. They were dull. It was as though someone had spilled the paint of despair. "Please, go back. It seemed like the paint would drip down, but it stayed within her eyes. "Tell me why. That's why I came." Enkrid's words suddenly came out again. Fell, overhearing this, wondered who would win against such stubbornness. Lua, as usual, thought, "It's just Enkrid being himself." Shinar gazed at the man standing before her. Blue eyes, black hair, a man marked with scars from battles. Without paying attention to his scars, it would be hard to guess what kind of life he led. She had thought about this before when Enkrid had bathed and she had seen his body. The scars and the marks on his flesh told the story of his life. He wanted to become a knight. "You're dreaming in vain." He had probably been criticized for it. "I'll protect those standing behind me." Protect your own life first. Everyone must have laughed at him. Amidst the ridicule, a flower bloomed. Shinar didn't want that flower to wither because of her, so she wanted to tell him everything. She wanted to give reasons, to explain everything and make him understand. She wanted to tell him everything about how she got here, about her long and painful journey through life, without hiding anything. Normally, she wouldn't want to. Everyone has their secrets, after all. But right now, she also wanted to send him back. No, she had to send him back. "I must become the demon's bride. I have to." Shinar spoke again, but standing before her was a stubborn man who had climbed above knights with no talent and sheer determination. Yes, Enkrid wasn't going to listen. "Tell me the reason." He repeated the same words once more. "If you marry me, you'll be cursed, so you can't be here." The power drained from Shinar's words. On the surface, Enkrid appeared indifferent. "Is it your dream to become the demon's bride? Is this really what you want?" Shinar instinctively knew. This man would not retreat without seeing the end. Was her ending incomplete? Or did she secretly hope for this outcome? Although she had pretended that she wanted him to leave, was she actually waiting for him to come back for her? Had her weak soul pushed things this way? "Is this the moment to curse my soul?" Shinar's eyes closed. She felt an irresistible pressure pulling her, dragging her into the abyss deep within her soul. Unwanted memories surged from the depths of that abyss. But, like everyone, Shinar had had a childhood. Her first memory after becoming aware of her surroundings was the sound of a hammer. And then Shinar. Her parents, who appeared indifferent on the outside, but were extremely caring inside, here again. And a sister who cared for her. Yes, there have been times like that. Chapter 637. Winter and spring children are easily drawn to things they find interesting, especially when it's related to something they've preferred since childhood. Since her early years, Shinar had enjoyed watching refined more precisely. She loved seeing the process where iron changed as it was refined. The combination of fire and metal, the entire process, always sparked her curiosity. As a child, Shinar was so absorbed in the flames that it felt like she was intoxicated by them. "What's so great about this? We could go flower viewing or visit Bran instead," her sister remarked. On the other hand, her sister was the more ordinary one. Like other children, she enjoyed viewing flowers and lying in the grass until her body absorbed its scent. The concept of letting the scent of grass soak into the body was an important aspect of fairy life. Lying in the grass, enjoying the fragrance of flowers, and watching the delicate wings of bees and butterflies as they gathered nectar. That was the life of a fairy. During this time, fairies would play with friends and mentors, learning wisdom from them. This was the fairies' growth phase. Fairy society chose a method of slow learning over time, rather than rigid, apprenticeship-style teaching. It was about learning what to do and how to do it through play and enjoyment. Since fairies lived much longer than humans, this method developed naturally. Eventually, they learned emotional restraint, marking their transition to adulthood. "Is that fun?" her sister asked, pouting. She was still young, with emotions that hadn't been tempered yet, and there was an innocence in her voice. "If you just watch, it feels like anything could come out of it," Shinar replied. Just as she finished speaking, the hammer moved. "Dang it, Tual. The hammer struck the metal. In the fairy city, there was a family that specialized in working with metal. They were the family that made leaf swords. Before being acknowledged as a craftsman, one had to undergo training, making a few weapons or tools like single-edged swords. What Shinar was watching was a trainee going through this process. "Get too close, and sparks will fly," one of the trainees said. His name was Adon. He was Shinar's first love. Looking back, it was hard to tell whether she liked Aiden or the fire he worked with, but as a child, Shinar truly believed she was in love with him. It was a time when she didn't know how to hide her feelings. "You can just avoid the sparks," Shinar said. "Fire doesn't move the way I want it to." "Then I guess you're still a trainee. That's a rather challenging thing to say." Aiden was around the same age as Shinar, though it was clear she was born a little earlier. However, the fairy culture didn't involve categorizing people by their age like humans did with siblings. Aiden spoke in a manner far more mature than Shinar. Was that maturity a result of dealing with fire, or was it just his nature? Shinar wasn't particularly curious about it. She was born into a royal family, but in fairy society, being a king meant representing or protecting all the other fairies, not having free reign. It was a position of duty and responsibility with little personal gain. There were no hierarchical structures as humans had. However, all fairies knew she was of royal blood. "Lord Kirahes, why not go and ask the flowers for permission, then make a crown out of their bodies and enjoy the scent of the grass?" Adon made this teasing remark. Shinar snorted in response. For a young fairy, rolling around in the grass and flowers was similar to how humans splash around in warm water. The only difference was that fairies enjoyed it far more. In this regard, Shinar was a very unique fairy. Even Aiden, who worked with fire, would spend his breaks enjoying the sight of bees buzzing in the flowers and grass, while Shinar preferred watching the fire. "What's fun about that?" her sister muttered. It was a time of immaturity. Her sister went off to do her own thing, with no pressure to stay. Fairy society often believed that each individual would come to understand the meaning of their own life in time. Shinar waved her sister off, and then asked Aiden, "Do you know of Igniculus?" "Dang! Dang!" The loud clanging of metal continued, and after a few more strikes, Aiden, who had been sweating in front of the furnace, answered, "Do you think there's a fairy who doesn't know it? Fairies, after all, couldn't refine metal under moonlight. Naturally, they had furnaces and needed to handle fire, requiring fuel to keep it going. The fuel was provided by the treants, with their sap and firewood, which could keep flames burning for months, a mystery of alchemy. Then it was a term related to the furnace and the blacksmith family. In the common language of the continent, it means fire sparks or flashes. Fairies lived long lives, usually in quiet, steady rhythms without major fluctuations. But Igniculus referred to a time when a fairy blazed with passion, whether it was love or the pursuit of a goal. Fairies were known for their calm demeanor, but during Igniculus they burned brightly, growing and changing. Some fairies likened it to the iron changing in the furnace. Before learning emotional restraint, Shinar found the word beautiful. Igniculus, fire sparks. She later decided to name the sword she would eventually receive after it, calling it Ignis. It would be a sword of fire. Yes, that's how it happened. One day, as a child intoxicated by flames, a secret friend approached her, offering companionship. It all began with warmth. No one knew, and thus no one could prepare. because no one had prepared. No one could react. Flame dots. Will you play with me? The fire spoke. A blazing orange flame flared up in the air, resembling a fire spirit. Some fairies could communicate with spirits, and Shinar had been enchanted by flames since childhood. So, this wasn't so special. That's what everyone thought. It's amazing, she said. Her sister's voice had become much calmer after learning emotional restraint, and so had Shinar's. Yeah, I think so too. When they recognized the existence of the fire, her sister said that. The warmth had become their friend, and that friend eventually turned into a raging inferno. The friend who had come as warmth transformed into a disaster of fire. It burned everything. Her people, her friends, even the city where she had grown up. The stench of burning wood filled the air. It was a smell Shinar would never forget. To a fairy, it was as potent as the smell of burning meat. When a dryad burned, it smelled like the scent of burning grass. A hellish gate opened in the fairy city. Aiden, I'll stop it. Aiden, now a master of fire, wielded a sword and charged. A demon cloaked in flames overpowered and killed him. The flames were so intense they blackened his body before he could even react. The scent of burning grass, flowers, and trees mixed together as fairies died. Custos acitos responsum. A fairy adept at spirit magic stepped forward, attempting to stop the flames, but it was futile. Water was poured in an attempt to douse the flames, but the fire didn't subside. Tragedy and despair fell upon the fairy city. Shinar watched as the fire consumed the city. 5 of the treants burned alive. Bran, too, had half of his body burned but barely survived. A fire giant, at least 5 times the size of a fairy, rose and gazed around at those trying to stop it. I'll leave now after playing with you. From now on I'll build my home here. Let's live together, children of wood and flowers. I am the one you call a demon. The demon spoke, pretending to be friendly and caring. It was clear who the friend it referred to was. This is a curse. Just because they had learned emotional restraint and never told lies, didn't mean their hearts were pure and strong. Some fairies, broken and weak from losing their children, friends and lovers, blamed Shinar. Shinar couldn't blame them. In fact, she wasn't even capable of blaming anyone at the time. She couldn't understand most of what was happening. Why? Well, why was this happening? It's not your fault. Her father decisively said this. Yes, this is our responsibility, nothing more. Her mother had said it. No. It was the result of her own intoxication with the flames that had caused it. There was a time when she was consumed by self-blame, a time when her words were lost, and she went years without speaking. Kirahais. If that was interpreted, it would mean to protect, she had said. Shinar's parents were responsible for driving out the demon from their city. Her father wielded a bow, and her mother wielded a sword, becoming a fairy knight that year, mastering techniques that controlled spiritual energy. Daughter, try. It's not your fault. Her mother repeated this familiar phrase daily before drawing her sword. Where did the demon that burned everything come from? She didn't know, but it seemed that the demon came because of Shinar. Everyone said so, and Shinar herself felt that way, so it seemed like the truth. Cursed fairy. Leave. Once a fairy's heart is shattered, their accusations never cease. And the parents who set off to kill the demon never returned. Shinar, you don't have to live like this. Do you understand? None of what happened here is your fault. Her sister urged Shinar to cast off the burden of duty before picking up her sword and mastering techniques that controlled spiritual energy. In between calm and quiet life, sparks flew. In a flash, Igniculus. Her sister's name was Naira Kirahais, and she sparked with the flame of talent. Thus, she became a fairy knight and set off to kill the demon, but failed. Shinar had no sensitivity to spirits. All that remained for her was to train her body. At this point, her technique with spiritual energy was weak. It's all your fault. Everything is because of you. The broken fairy's curses pierced her skin, etching a mark upon her soul. Her father, mother, and sister died. The demon created a labyrinth, and her sister's sword was plunged into it. The sword Naira had carried was the sword of spring. She was a fairy like spring itself, an embodiment of the scent of flowers and grass. Shinar picked up Naira's sword. There is no duty. Go out and live your life. If you leave, it's over. Don't do something foolish, Shinar. Let's wear the shackles of duty. Blame won't change anything. The important thing is what we do next. The demon asked for a bride. Shinar? He wants another fairy. Impossible. Many words were exchanged, but Shinar had no answers for them. She simply recalled her duty. In that space, there was no room for personal dreams, hopes, or desires. To defeat the demon, the next fairy knight who challenged the labyrinth was Arzila. She led the remaining forces of the city into battle against the demon. Shinar was among them. They entered the labyrinth and saw him. It's you. Those were the words the demon spoke when it saw her. How terrifying was it to face a monster with reason. If you run, I'll catch and torture everyone, one by one. I'll pluck out their eyes, tear out nails, slice their skin apart, and send you their mangled corpses as a gift. So go ahead, little fairy. Run twice. The thought of finally finding you and handing you a gift fills me with a thrilling joy. Yes, if you don't want that, I'm sure you could find another way. But I don't know what that is. The demon's whispers were cruel, harsh, and savage. What I desire is for you to be my companion. Even if the whispers were full of lies, Shinar had no choice. Then the demon changed into flames and whispered like a friend. I've thought of a way to save you. Bring me a companion. A companion to replace you. A way to replace her duty. A means to buy time. Shinar had to find a new companion for the demon and offer them to the demon. Otherwise, she could only throw away her own stubborn life to give the remaining fairies a chance. Shinar wasn't a fool. Even if she went to the demon's side to be its bride, it wouldn't spare the other fairies. In other words, all she could offer was a temporary reprieve. And still, there was no choice. Despair descended, wrapping around her shoulders like a heavy cloak. Within the tangled threads of despair, Shinar tried to find a way. She left the city to search for a companion. To be honest, she wasn't truly seeking one. If she truly faced herself, she might admit she craved a momentary escape from her nightmare. Perhaps she intended to leave to the demon's side, dance her last dance, and leave behind some memories before the end. The demon would enjoy seeing her discouraged if she brought a companion, and it would relish her despair if she failed to find one. So perhaps it had given her this chance for a brief escape. In that time of reprieve, granted by the demon, she was fortunate enough to create a memory. Who is the squad leader of 444? She remembered the first time she saw him. His name was Enkrid. At first, he was just a somewhat peculiar human. He was interesting to watch. He was someone whose desires seemed utterly absurd. It was enjoyable to watch him move forward. Be careful with fire. Fire burns everything, after all. Enkrid tilted his head at those words and appeared somewhat troubled at her joke. Time passed. The reprieve granted by the demon was drawing to an end. Shinar had no choice. Are you really not going to marry me? She already knew Enkrid's answer. It was rejection. In fact, even if he had wanted to, she would have refused. I can't kill this man. In other words, she had nothing to offer to avoid the demon's gaze. The only thing left was to accept its proposal. At most 20 years, at least 5 and 8, she would become the demon's bride. Then, when it grew bored, it would devour her down to the bone. Wait for that moment. With a firm and resolute mindset like will, the blade of will does not break. It was just a fight to endure until the day it was needed. When any semblance of regret appeared, the whispers of the evil spirit would bring forth feelings of remorse. It was right for her to not be easily shaken, given her emotional restraint, but when she faced the man before her, her heart swayed like a small boat caught in a storm. The boat could flip at any moment. Then, Enkrid's voice pierced through her thoughts. Just because you've lived long doesn't mean today is different from any other day. Yes, you're right, Shinar agreed. The life the fairies sought wasn't wrong. However, when a crisis approaches, should they adapt and act accordingly? Was it right to simply wait when an arrow is already in flight? Even though they had been leisurely, should they remain calm and let it happen? That was wrong. If they knew, they should have immediately avoided or blocked it. When they realized the demon's presence, they should have fought with everything they had at that moment. I've become complacent. The fairy city had lived a life unrelated to the labyrinth. They had lived calmly with minimal restraints, and such a life had dulled their sense of crisis. I shouldn't have done that. They should have lived like fire, like flames. Igniculous, they should have fought like sparks. It was only after meeting Enkrid that she was able to see clearly. In the lake of flames, where life felt like drowning and burning, she found clarity, and her sense of perception expanded. That's how I've come this far. She would fight like a spark. She raised the blade of will. However, to make a spark burn, something was needed. It could be called fate, but it could also be described as the will to create that moment. If one believed it was fate, they would wait for that moment. If one believed it was will, they would bring it about themselves. Shinar, with her will solidified, met Enkrid like fate and sparked a fire. During the time spent together, she kindled the spiritual energy. Now she was prepared to wait, holding her breath with the spark inside her. Everything could have been delayed. She had convinced herself that she didn't want anything. But now there was a person before her, someone with whom no lie or deception could work. Did you not find being with me fun? Enkrid asked again. Persistent fool. Shinar couldn't help but smile. Memories flooded her mind. Her friends who burned to death, the city, her father, mother, and sister who died for her. When at her lowest, Enkrid intervened. Ram babbled nonsense, Ragnar lost his way, and Odin prayed. Kreis grumbled, and Teresa sang. On one side, Ropert and Fell argued, while Luagarn stood by Enkrid, rolling her frog-like protruding eyes. They were memories like a roof that shields one from the dreary rain. Yes, it was enjoyable to see you become a knight. The silly jokes, drinking tea, eating, sparring, and training, all were enjoyable. Shinar thought to herself, you were spring. The only spring in my life which had been nothing but winter. The spring she felt in her soul spoke to her. I want to do something, it said. It wasn't a suggestion, it was a demand, an oppression. It insisted she speak out. Shinar had seen what the devil had prepared when she arrived. The creature had no vocal cords left. All that remained was a sword to slash enemies, and a body to shape monsters. And so, she knew, it was impossible to win. It would be right to say, go back. I want to spar. But sometimes, the body doesn't obey. When one desires something desperately, words come out without thinking. And so, Shinar's mouth opened. I want to sit by a bonfire and throw out silly jokes. The wish she held in her heart came out through her words. Chapter 638. No Simple Dreams. Enkrid nodded calmly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The fairy group, including Bran, who had become mere spectators, blinked in surprise. What did she just say? I want to eat an apple while looking at the blue sky and clouds. I want to steal coins from our friend Crace's pocket and tease him. And I also want to share more things with that kid, Seiki. Yes. Enkrid responded without interrupting, his reply fitting perfectly as a suitable interjection. After that, Shinar added a few more words. Her wishes were as simple as they could be. Anyone would call them modest dreams. And all of those were contained within the time spent with Enkrid. The demon had taken away things like stability, peace, joy, and hope, and those things were refilled in Shinar as she learned how to control her energy. So, her wishes would surely belong to the life she had lived like Igniculus, a life like a spark. The fairy's spark is an experience of concentrated life. She had lived all of that by the side of the man before her. You shouldn't have come back, Bran spoke. From the voice of the ancient tree, giant burning at the beginning of the year, there was an intense, restrained sense of regret. Something too deep for a fairy to express. You should have stayed there, Bran repeated. You could have. Arcoiris also spoke. Riza's face darkened. The luminous stone she was holding dropped a little lower. She was so focused on the conversation that she almost forgot she was holding it up. Is it necessary to sacrifice yourself for a delay? Is that what happens to everyone? Zero spoke from a unique perspective. He knew the people who had died for the city. So, it was a natural thing for him to say. Behind his words, there was also a sense of not wanting others to sacrifice. Strong, Enkrid thought to himself. He felt he had an inkling of what Zero wanted. He did not want Shinar's protection. If there was a demon, he would face it. If this was the end, then so be it. But until then, he would struggle. It was a way of thinking unlike that of a fairy. After all, he was born during the time when the demon ravaged the fairies, not as a child of trees and flowers, but as a fighter. Perhaps this was inevitable. Shinar did not only live as a cursed child either. She had risked everything to save the city of Kerahais. The fairies who had come here knew that. Only those who knew that stayed in the city. And they also knew they were hostages. If they fled, the demon would place all the blame on Shinar. Yes, they knew. Shinar knew that too. If she left, the demon would slowly kill each fairy remaining in the city one by one. That would never change. It would never change as long as he existed. The demon would use the fairies as he had used Shinar before, wooing them, taking them, draining their energy, and devouring them. In the end, he would show Shinar the sin of ignoring him. All of this was the demon's plan. Each plan represented one chain. A chain that would not loosen, no matter how the skin tore or how the blood ran from her ankle. Enkrid relaxed his arms and corrected his posture. Then he listened carefully, not missing a single word or phrase that came from Shinar's mouth. You could tell just by looking at his attitude how serious he was. As he listened quietly, he could hear the meaning hidden within her words. I want to stand by your side. I want to stay with the Madmen Knights for the remainder of my life, just watching, listening, and enjoying. Her wish was mixed in with her words. Some might call it a modest dream, but there is no such thing as a modest dream. Each dream is the most precious thing to the person dreaming. To Enkrid, it was so. And so, Shinar's dream was precious too. If he couldn't even save a child who dreamed of baking bread, what was the point of being a knight? What use was the sword? If he couldn't protect those standing by his side, what would he protect? In the same sense, if the fairy wished and hoped, then he would make it so. That was why he had come. To be honest, asking about why she had left was an excuse. He had come to get involved in whatever that duty was, but he wouldn't say it aloud. And now Enkrid recalled the knight who had died protecting her city. Yes, in the grey forest, he had lost O'Hara. Was it now Shinar's turn to be lost here? It was a question he had asked before, and received an answer to. The answer to that question had not changed. He wouldn't leave it like that. Shinar spoke again. No one could know, but the demon had been whispering in Sinner's ear for a long time. You are a cursed fairy, and everything you have belongs to me, the demon. The demon also urged her. If you want to live, bring someone like yourself and offer them. For a long time, ever since Shinar had believed that the death of all the other fairies around her was her fault, the memories surged in her mind. Pain and joy conflicted, tormenting her. If it weren't for you, would everyone have lived happily? Naira, her sister, asked her in a nightmare. In truth, it was just an accident. The demon had planned it, and the young, intoxicated fairies were not to blame. She knew that well in her head, but her heart spoke differently. Run away. This is not your duty. Bran spoke. She had people who had supported her. There were things she had fought to protect against the demon's whispers. She wanted to protect them. Therefore, her own personal desires, her small dreams, were futile and meaningless. She felt she had no right to fulfill them. The blue-nosed deer should never live with the other deer. Shinar tried to forcefully hold onto the swaying fragment of a boat, attempting to stop it. Enkrid faced the situation head-on. There were things he did not know, but based on what he did know, he made deductions. The results of those inferences. He thought he understood Shinar's intention. Perhaps it would not be much different from the other fairies who had come along. She probably wanted to die with the demon. They had probably decided that it was better for Shinar to die than endure the torment. Shinar had likely intended to give them some leeway, but would die in the end. Rather than wearing a flower crown, she wanted to wear one made of thorns. Perhaps she was waiting for the moment when the demon weakened or had made some other preparation. After all, she wasn't foolish. She must have prepared for something. Enkrid understood the results of her reasoning but didn't acknowledge it, because knowing it wouldn't change anything. That was why he could say what he said. I don't care. The words were crafted with will. Luagarn slammed her palm down. Whatever. Fel added. I knew I couldn't talk him out of it. At those words, the fragment of the boat, which had been swaying in the storm, let out a piercing scream, as if it would shatter. Shinar knew she would regret it. But even knowing that, she couldn't help herself. In the end, the fragment of the boat broke and scattered into pieces of wood. But so what? If there's no boat, swim. If you have no legs, crawl with your arms. Enkrid spoke from his own life. He had dared to challenge that life because it had inspired him. She didn't dare say anything back. Sinar's mouth opened. In a calm and ordinary tone, she spoke plainly. You save me. You must take responsibility for all the fairies. That's my dowry. When she said that, Enkrid, who had maintained a respectful attitude up until then, suddenly became serious. His tone even seemed rude. I can't do that. Can't you? Shinar asked again. I can't take the dowry. The labyrinth itself was dark. Even the light from the glowing stone had faded. Enkrid seemed to carry light within himself. Whether that came from his attitude or the words he crafted, it was hard to say, but it simply felt that way. Then, Enki, will you save me? Shinar asked again. I will. Enkrid nodded. He had been listening intently, so no one noticed that he hadn't even sheathed his sword. His gaze, holding the sword, shifted behind Sinar. The figure that had been lurking behind the bone chair walked forward, trudging. The demon that had once tormented Sinar had discarded its vocal cords and hidden itself in the darkness. It sank into silence, but it wasn't because it wanted to hide. The demon one killer. What Sinar knew was just the name. The demon that once wielded fire no longer existed. The demon who had used its will as a hammer and time as an anvil had refined its form. The demon, shedding its flesh, had split itself into two entities, one for combat and one for production. The one for combat, whose sole purpose was to annihilate enemies, was the one killer. Enkrid sensed a clear will from the creature before him. It wasn't particularly violent or ferocious. Instead, it felt filled with purity. Why was that? Pure murderous intent. Could it be that the creature had turned all its will into pure murderous intent? It was a single-minded will to kill anyone who dared approach. Its eye sockets were hollow, its mouth and nose non-existent, with only a faint orange light flowing from the holes where the eyes should have been. The light didn't just emanate from the eyes. The creature's skin appeared metallic, with irregular lines running across it, etched like symbols, glowing with light. It stood on two legs like a human, but with long blades attached to its arms, perhaps like holding swords in both hands. The light emanating from it felt hot. As the creature moved forward, it illuminated the surroundings, but it wasn't blinding. Enkrid recognized who the opponent was. The enemy of all races, the opposite of intellect, the guardian of evil and injustice. A demon. Is its basic form similar to heartless? In the demon world, there exist beings that, after offering their own hearts to the devourer, transform into monsters. These beings are called heartless. They fight with blades instead of arms, and since they have no hearts, they cannot die unless their necks are severed. The neck. Could it be a weak point? Hard to say. There's not enough information to gather just from its appearance. The one killer moved. The orange light sliced through the darkness. The movement of the light seemed to confuse the vision. However, Enkrid was not distracted, as he didn't rely solely on his eyes. Its feet. Enkrid saw the demon firmly planting its feet on the ground. The force of its step traveled up from its ankles to its knees. It was a motion akin to that of a swordsman who had trained for many years. Thud. The creature slammed its foot into the ground, then plunged its sword downward. Enkrid responded by raising his sword in a vertical strike to meet it. If he poured all his will into the attack, he couldn't block the second strike. He couldn't strike the demon's neck with the first attack either. Calculating quickly, he adjusted the force of his strike, pouring only half of his will into the sword. The two blades met in mid-air with a resounding clash. Bang! It felt as if a lightning bolt had struck right beside them. The one killer's frame was slender, but its strength was anything but. The force of the demon's strike was equal to that of Enkrid's own sword. It felt as though the demon wasn't even using its full strength. Enkrid, feeling the force of the blade, stepped back 3 paces to dissipate it. The demon did the same, retreating with a soft step, then raising the blade on its left arm vertically. Was it waiting for the next attack? If so, Enkrid felt a bit embarrassed. He had gotten a little too excited and was taking a moment to catch his breath. But it was a moment he couldn't afford to let pass. "Don't interfere," Enkrid shouted, addressing Fel and Luagan. "This one is mine," he added quickly. The one killer had no mouth, so it couldn't smile, but it almost seemed like it was smiling at that moment. Of course, there was no such expression on the creature's face. It was just an illusion, perhaps because Enkrid saw himself in the demon. A demon. A demon. This was the first time he had faced a demon in such a direct confrontation. The Balrog fragment was killed by O'Hara, and Count Mulsun was just a pawn of the real thing. He had never truly encountered a demon, not in the way he faced it now. So, if I defeat this one, would it be safe to call myself a true demon slayer? That would be the case if he surpassed this demon. The creature's light-filled eyes fixed on Enkrid, its murderous intent focused solely on him. It felt as if a phantom blade was coming to carve through his abdomen. Of course, that wouldn't happen. False strike. Just by looking at it, the false strike technique, a reinterpretation of the Valen-style mercenary swordplay, activated. In other words, it was a formidable foe, the strongest opponent he had faced so far. How could he not enjoy this? I'm going crazy. Ignoring the phantom blade with his will of rejection, Enkrid muttered. Everyone was watching closely, waiting for the next move. Naturally, Enkrid's words cut through the silence. It's too fun, he murmured further. Those who heard it doubted their ears. Was he really saying that while facing a demon? Those who knew him would nod, but for those who didn't, it was a shocking revelation. Is he insane? Bran murmured in response. Enkrid, however, believed that he was the only one sane among the madmen knights. Chapter 639. Two swords, the one-hit demon creates some distance. Just 2 steps, neither too long nor too short. It's like having half a breath to exhale, if one had to compare. In reality, once the clash starts, there will be no time to breathe. So the phrase half a breath might not be entirely fitting. Enkrid didn't attempt to close the distance the demon had created. In other words, he didn't chase after it. Instead, he made full use of the time given. He reflected on the question and answer, reinterpreting the situation through intuition, and pulling out the necessary tools from his library of experience. It was a task that took time, both in words and in practice, but rapid cognition was the means by which it all happened at once. So first, it was about the question. Is this a moment when I need rest? It was a question for self-reflection, a good method for looking objectively at oneself. I'd be better off with rest. He couldn't claim to be at his best due to lack of proper rest, but it wasn't necessarily required. This isn't bad. Self-check completed. What's next? Let's observe the situation before fighting. Don't just charge in like a madman. That was what Cray had said. Enkrid picked up only what he wanted and needed from Cray's words. Look at the surroundings before fighting. That wasn't exactly the intended meaning, but the point is, it worked. Going further, if it helps, all the better. Not disregarding the environment, something Luagarn had always emphasized. This had already been done before the one-hit demon had shown up. Hard stone floor, heavy air, pressure created by the demonic magic, the corpse of a monster I killed before, black blood pooled on one side, a wide open space with no other structures. It's a giant arena carved from stone, perfect for a battle. The only things that could be in the way are a group of fairies including Shannara, a frog, and maybe one human. I can't throw projectiles, and if the one-hit demon targets them, I'll have to keep them within the scope of protection. There's nothing in my favor. Right, everything is unfavorable. And maybe that's what makes it more enjoyable. Enkrid couldn't help but smile faintly. To anyone looking at him, it would seem the smile of a madman, but for Enkrid, observing himself, it felt perfectly natural. For someone obsessed with enjoying the fight and improving their skills, an opportunity like this was bound to be a delight. A fight you can't win should be fought only after securing favorable conditions. That was something Abnaya had said. Secure the advantage before fighting. He was advising to create a favorable situation, but right now that seemed difficult. So it would be better to reduce the disadvantage, Abnaya had repeated, "Yes, if not, then do whatever it takes. Bring in any advantage you can, no matter what, and fight." This was the answer Enkrid had arrived at, after thoroughly considering extreme scenarios. Thoughts continued to flow through his mind. There were bold moves and lukewarm ones. Enkrid pulled out what he needed from the library of experience. It would be great if I could shake the enemy's composure through provocation, but there were no emotional elements in the enemy to provoke. The demon seemed more emotionless than the scoundrel, so provocation would be useless. The demon began to move. Its body, glowing orange, slid across the ground, changing foot positions and lowering its blade arm. To someone who didn't know, it seemed like a meaningless motion, but Enkrid saw purpose in it. If life were to be symbolized as a candle's flame being snuffed out, this would be the motion. Let's look deeper into the enemy. Analyze and observe it more clearly, as if seeing the essence of the enemy in a shorter sentence. It's like a finely sharpened blade. It appeared that way because of what the demon possessed. What it possessed was blind, purposeless killing intent. Its only purpose was to kill, and nothing else. A collection of killing intent. A self-moving tool filled only with malice. Enkrid defined the enemy. By defining it, he predicted its response. It will slice, stab, and kill everything in its path. The enemy would do that, no matter who they were. By defining the enemy, Enkrid could read its intentions, and it was time to recall useful experiences. Thud. Enkrid did something that seemed meaningless. He lifted his foot and slammed it onto the ground. The forceful step caused cracks to form around the point of impact, and dust from shattered stone billowed up. "Look at me, you damn bastard," Enkrid spoke as he feigned a sword strike. Exuding will, he created a false aura of pressure. Even a demon couldn't help but react to the condensed energy. He lowered the tip of his real sword, pointing it at the enemy. It was a verbal and physical statement. "Send your killing intent my way. Focus on me." The demon did just that. It was caught by the intention. Its killing intent transformed into needle-like precision and focused entirely on Enkrid. This was visible in the sixth sense, beyond the five senses. The taut bowstring seemed to point directly at his forehead. Enkrid's lips quivered, curling into a smile. It wasn't the feeling of fear, but pure pleasure running through him. A favorable advantage. He had made the enemy focus solely on him. That alone was enough to offset the disadvantage. He could fight while protecting what needed to be protected. Not only was he pleased that his intent worked, but he was also happy the enemy recognized him as an equal. Such an enemy couldn't ignore him. All the time and effort spent had paid off. Endless euphoria surged within him. The rush was so intense that it almost felt like his brain was drowning in pleasure. Boom! The sound came as the demon kicked the ground and swung its blade. The heavy air, the blade, and the power of the strike fell toward Enkrid's head. He sensed it and blocked. Thud! Before the clash of blades, it was as though he had already heard the sound. Will surged throughout his body, giving him unprecedented insight into the future. The demon's sword came from the right. Immediately after, the left sword transformed into a sharp strike and rushed toward him. Enkrid twisted his left ankle outward, performing a feat beyond what a normal human could. His ankle joint stretched beyond its usual range, creating an awkward-looking movement, but Enkrid still kept his balance. The result was that his body twisted sideways, narrowly avoiding the sword. But Enkrid didn't just avoid. As he dodged, his left hand shot out, and sparks flew as he stabbed at the demon's neck. Thud! It was blocked. Swords, killing intent, and malice danced between them, flames of intent soaring with each attack and defense. Clash! 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 Blades met, sparks flying in the air. The true sword and the sparks of will met like long-separated lovers, parting and reuniting in a dangerous embrace. Accelerated cognition kept stimulating Enkrid's mind. No openings. The enemy's intentions weren't easy to read. It wasn't thinking and moving. It was reacting based on instantaneous judgment. A strategic advantage could be gained, but it would be hard to leave a scratch. And that was true for Enkrid as well. Neither of them had received a wound yet. From an outside perspective, the battle seemed close to impossible feats, but to them, everything was happening in an instant. Even the movement of joints beyond their normal range, or the ability to stab with just arm strength as they pulled back from a dodge. The enemy wasn't a knight, but it fought as well as won. No wonder this was thrilling. Clang! After 187 sword strikes, the exchange was over. The explanation might be long, but the actual battle didn't last long. Enkrid took his chance. As the one-hit demon crossed its legs, slashing with the left sword horizontally and thrusting the right sword in an angular motion, Enkrid knew this was a familiar strike, almost like the Valen-style duets. Enkrid pretended to parry, then crushed the rhythm the demon had created. He faked a block with his left hand, then discarded his sword, delaying the enemy's judgment speed. This was the beginning. It could be called madness. Reason had been thrown away like nothing. Why, instead of holding the sword in hand, try to block the blade with bare hands? The demon, whose murderous intent was focused, continued to make rational choices without fail. Its thought process was bound to be that way. Hence, such madness could still be effective. It was the result of accelerated thinking. Although it wasn't a perfect solution, it wasn't entirely wrong either. Since the enemy's thinking hadn't slowed down, it was still not the correct answer. Enkrid grabbed the blade with his hand and held firm. But the rough sound of his gauntlet grinding against the sword's edge meant that the demon's sword, extended by force, had indeed pierced his belly. However, at the last moment he twisted his waist just enough to avoid having his intestines pierced. Then the silver sword struck, intercepting the demon's horizontally swung sword and hitting its neck. Thud, flick, crack. It all happened in an instant. The skills are about the same. If they fought again, no one could claim with certainty who would win. Hence, he judged that taking the risk was in his favor. The advantageous position. He chose the advantageous position again. By deciding the moment of the confrontation, he could project his intention first. Enkrid, knowing that their skills were about the same, realized that if the demon split its strength between both arms, it wouldn't be able to block the silver sword that was fully charged. Out of nowhere, despite the hole in his abdomen and the demon's neck being cut off, Enkrid realized that fighting with swords in both hands against truly strong enemies was something he should never do. The demon in front of him was proof of that. What if only one arm held a sword? He would have lost. Looking at it this way, it wasn't a matter of equal skill, but rather that the demon was slightly superior. Anyway, he won. And that much should be acknowledged. It's not over, Shinar shouted. Her voice didn't get louder, but it was clearly urgent enough to pierce his ears. The demon swung his sword, pulling it back and striking again. Enkrid reflexively jumped back. The sword that had pierced his abdomen withdrew quickly, and blood surged from the wound. It's not fatal. There was bleeding, so he couldn't fight for long, but he could still engage in another confrontation if necessary. He could endure by tightening his muscles to reduce the bleeding. It was a technique Odin had taught him, muscle tightening. He could still fight, and he had to. But then an unexpected problem arose. What was this? Enkrid felt poison spreading from the wound in his abdomen. Honestly, he couldn't even tell if it was poison, but something was spreading throughout his body, consuming him rapidly. It felt like drinking cold water on an empty stomach, the sensation of the liquid reaching his stomach. Similarly, something was coursing through his body, killing him from within. Even from the outside, the change in Enkrid was obvious. His eyes bubbled, and their color turned red like blood. Enki! Luagarn's cry could be heard. Sounds of a sword being drawn and fairies charging could also be heard. But Enkrid's vision was darkening, and his sight was submerged in black water. Why? What? Ah, the bastard only needed to scratch you once. Shinar's words echoed. The actions taken by the one-hit demon so far flashed in his mind. Accelerated thinking quickly provided the answer. The one-hit demon had only needed to cause a scratch from the beginning. It didn't matter if its head was cut off. It wouldn't die from it. Enkrid now understood the nature of the demon's ability. Even a mere brush will kill the opponent. It felt like poison seeping into his body. But it wasn't truly poison. If it were, his body would have resisted, and he wouldn't be dying so helplessly. That's why it had two swords. It was never necessary to have just one sword. Instead, it seemed that the demon had hidden other weapons in its body. His thoughts were cut short as he felt something dripping from his eyes, and an intense pain shot from his head down to his toes, as if his skull was being crushed. The blackout began. Death was near. It felt like drowning in the black water, head first. The river of death welcomed him. Splash, the river's owner. The owner of the river didn't smile, but it seemed like he was smiling. To Enkrid, that was how it appeared. The river's owner spoke. "Welcome, prisoner. This prison will be quite enjoyable." And it was true. Enkrid reflexively nodded. Right now there was no answer in sight. The wall blocking his way was black, high, dark, and thick. But because of that, he agreed with the statement that it was enjoyable. The higher the wall, the greater the thrill of overcoming it. "What else is there to say?" Enkrid answered. The ferryman was not surprised. It had expected this from Enkrid. "Right, go ahead and do it again." Thus, there was no need for a long conversation. The ferryman waved his hand, signaling for him to leave. Enkrid returned to the world illuminated by violet lamps. Today would repeat. The demon, the warden, would soon lock him up again in the prison waiting for him. He opened his eyes in the dark corridor, the moment just before meeting Shinar, when he had briefly dozed off and met the ferryman. Now that he thought about it, the ferryman seemed to have planned it out. It seemed he intentionally set this time as the starting point of today. Whether he had done so intentionally or not, it didn't matter to Enkrid. If he were the kind of person to give up in the face of bleak situations, he wouldn't have made it this far. It didn't matter what traps the ferryman had laid. If he couldn't change it himself, it meant nothing to him. So things were just as usual. "Let's go." Enkrid greeted the new day with the same attitude as always. Chapter 640, only the first word, even though today was the same as always, his mindset was different. Cut the neck and get some distance. That was the first objective, to sever the neck and break free from the demon's grasp. Naturally, it was easier said than done. As always, Enkrid never wasted a single day. There was no such thing as dying to gather information or improve his judgment. He spent every repeated day tirelessly searching for a way to win, determined to end it. Was that why the ferryman found him impressive? Perhaps. "You can't even walk, yet you're trying to run." The ferryman clicked his tongue. If he were human, he might have bitten his tongue, but he wasn't. He conveyed his will through sheer intent, not vocal cords. Moreover, this place was either within an image world or a dream. Biting one's tongue while speaking here should have been impossible. And yet, in this second today, The ferryman spoke as if he had done just that. It was strange, but Enkrid didn't dwell on it. His mind was too occupied with the demon, one killer. He wields two swords with equal strength. He could even adjust the power behind them. When Enkrid shattered the sword in his left hand, the force had been lacking. Because of that, the sword in his right hand managed to graze his shoulder. That sly demon bastard slashed his shoulder, then retreated. If I had done it right, I could have blocked and gone straight for his neck. Damn bastard. Enkrid cursed the demon's trickery with a calm expression. To use deception so frequently, should he call it demonic? Or simply disgraceful? Not that he had room to talk as someone who wielded the mercenary swordplay of Valen. Techniques always seemed fair when used by oneself, but cheap and despicable when employed by the enemy. Well, it's a demon. Of course it fights dirty. But so what? Was it unbearable? Difficult? Exhausting? Should he collapse? Should he just lie down and breathe? A pitch-black night, darker than even moonless skies. A wall of shadow barred his way. But despair and resignation weren't necessary. If he couldn't see, he'd grope forward, climb his way up. And that was exactly what Enkrid did. When he feigned defeat using Balin-style mercenary swordplay, he managed to sever the demon's neck first, but his foot was crushed. When he tried trickery again, the demon reversed the deception, leaving him unable to claim its head and instead stabbing him in the thigh. His forearm, fingers, legs, shins, every part of him was cut at some point. He couldn't always seize the moment to end it first. They said skill was decided by a razor-thin margin, but frankly, he was slightly outmatched. And so victory and defeat repeated. Of course, as the days cycled, Enkrid began to read and memorize his opponent's patterns. The battle that once took 180 clashes, he later finished in just 3. Other times, after over 300 exchanges, their clashing swords sparked a battlefield dance. You're soft like silver, too soft. Between fights, the ferryman hurled scathing remarks. To ignite a fire, you need wood and straw. Sometimes, he spoke as if mimicking a sage. Your greed is excessive. Save everyone. Protect your comrades. Overwhelming, too overwhelming. Through those words, Enkrid repeated tens of thousands of todes. Then will you save me? The conversations with Shinar mirrored those moments. Of course, the words weren't always the same. The future was fluid. One today would never be exactly like another. Would you wield that sword for me? Can I stand behind you as well? You came fully prepared for marriage, right? If we survive, we're getting wed immediately. And so such words were exchanged. At times, Enkrid responded with firm resolve. Should I just go back like this? No, help me. Each time, Shinar's words struck straight to his core. As much as he relished fighting and competing against the demon one killer, her words remained crystal clear. Like rain he couldn't avoid, her voice carried a pain that seeped deep within him. A pain condensed over years of being close. Then the ferryman spoke again. You fool. You think you don't know how to give up? What nonsense. Change your way of thinking. Repeating the same today will drive you insane. That is the path you walk. But Enkrid was too focused on a singular direction. He didn't listen to the ferryman's words. This wasn't the first time. Still, he used them as a daily marker. By tracking what the ferryman said, he counted how many todes had passed. That was why he had memorized his words. On the second today, the ferryman had clicked his tongue and mocked his ability to walk. What came next? Enkrid sifted through his memory. He had used the ferryman's words as time markers before. Answer me. Don't you need advice? Even if you don't respond, I shall speak. That is my generosity. Now the way to escape today. And then it happened. As he repeated the cycle, fighting again and again, Enkrid had determined that one killer's pure bloodlust was yet another deceptive tactic. He even hides blades at his toes. Even its human-like form was a trick. Blades could emerge from any part of its body. Despite not wearing a helmet, it never aimed for his head, instead leaving shallow wounds elsewhere, only to suddenly reveal a strike that could split his skull. Strong. Not just strong. Among all the enemies he had faced, this one was among the toughest. Its strength, speed, judgment, and weapon control, everything about it was precise. It didn't adhere to any strict form or technique. It simply stabbed, slashed, and struck as needed, which makes it even more difficult. Lost in thought, he hadn't responded, but the ferryman revealed his true intent. If you ignore me, you'll remain trapped here. So listen, prisoner. Enkrid was engrossed in analyzing the present, searching for a way forward. But the ferryman's voice drilled into his entire body. He didn't know how, but it was impossible to ignore. If he had to describe it, it felt like someone grabbing his ears and whispering directly. Yet the content itself wasn't much different from a barking dog. Raise a shield. A shield? When he reacted, the ferryman's next words were outright absurd. Put the frog in front of you. Put a ferry in front, and block the strike. Then you can kill it. They say a devil's whispers are sweet. So, was the ferryman a devil? Probably not. Because to Enkrid, those words didn't sound sweet at all. Ah, sure. So, he ignored them. In a way, the words were logical and reasonable. If he used those around him as meat shields or fodder, he would win. That's why he took part of his advice and put it to use. He kicked the corpse of a monster rolling on the ground, lifted it with his sword, and used it as a shield. It made for a ridiculous sight. It was just another one of the countless days. While intentionally prolonging the fight, Luagarn's words reached his ears, and he couldn't deny them. Humans are irrational, but the devil acts rationally. The devil was cunning, but it was always logical in its responses. Enkrid, on the other hand, was not. He constantly did insane things to break through the walls of logic. Holding a dagger in his mouth while swinging his sword, using monster corpses, smashing stone floors for advantage, he did it all. Anyone watching would say the two were complete opposites. And so, Enkrid repeated another day. He walked an irrational path. With feints, he drew the enemy's attention, clashed again, and killed. When he mistook something for poison, he pushed it away with the will of rejection. It worked. It could be eliminated. The problem is, my body freezes in place. In a battle where even a blink wasn't allowed, there was no time to leisurely push something out of his body. Even a brief opening would be enough for one killer to slice him into neat pieces. So, resisting what had invaded him was difficult. It was dark. The way forward was unclear, yet he kept moving. With desperation came knowledge. His senses sharpened, his vision expanded, and he saw more. The source is the same. Esther's words surfaced in his mind. The devil also used a formless power. Its source was magic, something drawn from the atmosphere. It refines magic before using it. That seemed to be the method. It was an understanding he gained through instinct, piecing together sensations. And with it, he came to know something he wished he hadn't. She was planning to kill that demon by sacrificing herself. That was Shinara's resolve. Through countless repetitions of today, he had gathered enough information to reach that conclusion. If you all left and waited, I would have ended it. Whether it took 100 years or 1,000, she intended to remain by the devil's side and die together. The fairy clan was no different. They were willing to sacrifice themselves to kill the devil. It was said that fairies didn't act out of vengeance. Then why were they fighting so desperately? The choice was wrong. They shouldn't have ignored the monsters. They should have fought and found a way to kill them. Those were words he once heard from Bran. If he applied that logic, then the fairy clan had deliberately turned the ship's rudder toward war for the sake of peace. Not patience for peace, but the determination to fight for it. They must have been preparing step by step, sending some fairies outside, establishing trade. These were all part of that preparation. Enkrid processed the information, selecting what was useful and discarding what wasn't. Yet he still hadn't found a way to kill the devil. That didn't mean he had done nothing. Not a single day had been wasted idly. If he didn't know, he had to keep going until he did. At least, through fighting one killer, he learned that it refined magic and used it as a foundation. And that functions similarly to will. Monsters are born with the ability to refine magic. When that refined magic imbued a beast, it became a magical beast. Beyond combat thinking, other ideas seeped in through the gaps in his high-speed thought process. Enkrid didn't reject them. What is the boundary between will, divinity, sorcery, and magic? Where do we draw the line? It's not a boundary I need. I need a definition. That was his conclusion. Will was the accumulation of effort through a trained body. Magic aimed to transform everything. Esther's demonstrations made that clear. She could change her clothes, turn magic into fire or ice, even create icicle spears. Magic was fundamentally about change. Divinity? It was endurance. Like a stone, steadfast and unshaken, because faith itself is a shield. And when a true God's power was infused into it, it could alter another's body. Healing was part of that. Which is why those gray fools can't spread the light of healing. Understanding followed observation and experience. The so-called gray divine core couldn't use healing light but retained their offensive power. Their divinity had been corrupted, so it was no longer divinity at all. He also came to understand how sorcery differed. If will utilized what had been trained, then sorcery drew from more than just training. It pulled from the future, from potential yet unrealized. Heart of the beast, heart of might. It forcefully brought forth what was yet to be achieved. But there was a cost, be it severe muscle pain or even sacrificing lifespan. None of this was immediately necessary, but it helped organize his thoughts and served as a guide for what needed to be done. He repeated today once more. Hope lit the faces of the fairies. Then one killer appeared, and they fought. The hope in their faces turned to despair. Enkrid silently observed everything and endured. Condensed muscles. The demonic one killer possessed a different density of muscle, something beyond the normal range. It was closer to a chimera. Is this hellscape meant to create unique monsters? Had one killer been born at the peak of that purpose? Perhaps. With a mix of luck and skill, he had once managed to sever its head. And from that he learned, one killer didn't die even when beheaded. A heartless has no heart, so stabbing the heart wouldn't kill it. It was like the undead drowners, things that refused to die. How could he win? He sought an answer. Endlessly he searched, and then he craved it. And then he had a dream entirely unrelated to the ferryman, one that seemed utterly random. It was after another day like any other, after he endured and then died. Even after using the will of rejection and every skill he had, in the end, he perished because of a single wound. It was a brief dream. A man appeared, blonde hair, blue eyes, thick forearms, and a kite shield with a pointed bottom that covered half his body. Just the first words. What was that supposed to mean? When the dream ended, the same thing happened. The ferryman came to Enkrid again. So, you'll remain in this pain-filled today. He had gone through this more than 200 times. Just give up already. Something about his words felt off to Enkrid. He had noticed this dissonance before. There were certain words that always gave him that same feeling. The ferryman could not bite his tongue. He communicated by asserting his will to convey meaning. When he had once said, "Walk before running, you fool," he stumbled over the word walk. That was not like him at all. His accelerated thinking skipped steps, recognizing the situation and deducing an answer. He searched his memory. It was difficult to recall words spoken months ago, but not impossible. After all, he had used his words as a means of counting his days, even while letting them pass through one ear and out the other. Walk before running, you fool. Silver is too soft, far too weak. Fire starts by wood and straw. Excessive greed. Save everyone. Protect those behind you. Too much, far too much. Opposed. You say you don't know how to give up? What a joke. Change your thinking. Repeating the same today will drive you mad. That is the path you walk. Answer me. Don't you need advice? Even if you don't respond, I'll give it to you. That is my generosity. Now here is how you escape today. Just the first letters. Walking, silver, fire. Excessive, oppose. Answer. The opposite of walking, fire, and excessive. What did that mean? The same receptiveness now took in the ferryman's words. He didn't reject them outright just because they came from the ferryman. The opposite of walking, fire, and excessive. When today began anew, Enkrid saw a faint glimmer. Perhaps this was just another of the ferryman's tricks to deceive him. But his intuition told him otherwise. This was light. Crack formed between the dark, unyielding walls, and the light shone through, reaching his fingertips. The reason why facing an insurmountable wall was exhilarating was because overcoming it brought ecstasy. Once again, exhilaration surged through his body. Twice as much joy as when he faced the last wall. Hey, demon, shall we have ourselves a real intense round? That joy turned toward the demon. To those who hadn't repeated this today, Enkrid looked like his usual insane self. Chapter 641. Meaning, implementation, training the boatman, biting his tongue and stammering. At first, I thought it was some kind of new joke. Since fairies joke, maybe ferrymen do too. Of course, that wasn't the case. My thoughts accelerated toward a conclusion. Walking fire and the opposite. What was needed to cut through walking fire's spell was to put all my strength into a single strike. So that wasn't the answer. In fact, I had already attempted that method countless times throughout today. Striking with all my strength imbued with will didn't work. Then what about the opposite? Enkrid's intuition was sharper than ever before. On top of that, throughout today's endless repetition, he had absorbed, organized, and internalized a great deal of knowledge. As a result, he caught glimpses beyond the limits of what he had previously understood. Just as one can infer the meaning of a word from its context, the accumulated knowledge from repeated experiences allowed him to see causes and deduce results. Because he could infer and deduce, he caught a glimpse of an answer. Hence, he saw light. The words are incomplete. More so since it was just the first syllables strung together. So then, was he just teasing me? Maybe. A small part of me felt uneasy about that. But if there was a method worth trying, wouldn't it be foolish not to? That meant all I had to do was focus on the present. The boatman's advice was broad. Enkrid interpreted it in his own way. The answer is to oppose it, remembering the walking fire. From there he reconstructed the past, not the moment he mastered a technique, but the circumstances. He pulled out one by one the experiences of encountering walking fire. The repeated today, the mindset he had then, the thought process. A mere graze meant death. Even the slightest scratch meant death. Then just don't get hit. There had been a fight where he endured by peeling away layers of flame. Endurance. A memory suddenly resurfaced. Someone had specialized in such a fight before, Reavard. The Chimera Knight that Count Mulsan had put forward. He was a man who had made endurance his greatest strength. Even though he used the underhanded method of modifying his body, in the end, he never reached his goal. Fighting him had been helpful, and enduring against walking fire naturally came to mind as well. The library of experience opened. He recalled what he had learned. By revisiting it, he recreated it within his body, and he engraved the theory into it as well. The meaning was, a sword that even the waves cannot break. The implementation method was to block every incoming attack. The training method was comprised of dozens of variations. Once the meaning, implementation, and training method were established, it could become a swordsmanship style. Now that he had grasped it, it was time to put it into practice. Preparation was complete. One killer's attacks were all fatal. Every single swing of his blade was more than a threat. It sent chills down the spine. To block such an opponent's sword, Enkrid would have to counter with dozens, even hundreds, of extraordinary strikes. Pick the wrong answer, and you'd die. A thrilling sense of tension, excitement, and exhilaration raced down his spine. Anew today, as if waiting for this moment, one killer swung his swords. The blades on both arms moved independently, like separate entities. It was similar to the dual blade techniques used by mercenaries of the Valen style. Facing those discordant rhythms, Enkrid wielded only a single sword, silver. Calculation. He split the incoming attacks into distinct elements and arranged them in order of time. This was the realm of insight. His accelerated thought process aided him. His heart pounded as blood surged fiercely through his body. Along with that, the formless power of will coursed through him, adding strength to its master's intent. Bang! He raised silver and deflected the slanting blade. Without pausing, he swung again, continuing the trajectory. No, he had to continue it. With the next strike, he blocked another blade that had been waiting for an opening. There was no time to breathe, no time to blink. He immediately pulled his sword back to guard his face. The short sword-length blade that shot out from one killer's extended foot stopped right in front of his chin, blocked by Silver's blade. Clang! 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 Blades clashed and scraped against each other, each asserting dominance. I see the intent. A kick was followed by a chain of relentless, uninterrupted attacks. Enkrid determined that he needed to attack. So he plucked a spark from his will, stealing a portion of his enemy's composure. One killer's compressed muscles allowed for explosive bursts of speed. Moreover, he could move just as swiftly in reverse. It was possible because his legs transformed in battle. When sufficiently pressured, his legs changed to resemble those of a beast. Even now it had happened. By human standards, it looked as if his knees were bending the wrong way. But that wasn't actually the case. Anyone familiar with the structure of animal legs would know that this was merely an optical illusion. What humans perceive as an animal's knee is actually its heel. In other words, rather than being reversed, the posture was completely natural. It was an evolution for escaping a predator's grasp. For a human comparison, it was like standing on tiptoes, a stance that allowed for immediate acceleration. And when his legs transformed like this, his leg strength more than doubled. Boom! Boom! The rock floor burst apart, leaving craters. Amidst the chaos, countless orange streaks shot forward like lines drawn across the air. The retreating one killer now charged twice as fast. With both arms swinging, he created a breathtaking spectacle. From the perspective of his opponent, it looked like a meteor shower was falling from the sky. The orange streaks, resembling shooting stars, didn't just move downward. They moved in straight lines, curves, and even horizontally across the ground. Wasn't there a saying that when the autumn sword evolves, it becomes a meteor shower? It was similar to the rain sword technique Shinar had shown him, but this was faster, stronger. Blocking each and every strike was overwhelming. Enkrid had to break through his own limits, so he did. His body, tempered through rigorous training, pushed past its limits like a blade heated in fire. His mind, sharpened to the extreme, shattered its constraints and advanced. If he didn't, he would be stabbed, slashed, or struck dead. His eyes, breaking past their human constraints, captured the changes in speed. Beyond human limits, his dynamic vision reached a new level. Will surged. First, it strengthened his muscles. Then it shielded his organs, flowed through his entire body, and surged toward his brain. It augmented all his senses, elevating him beyond the ordinary. That was why feats bordering on miracles were possible. One killer's body kept transforming. First, his legs. Next, his arms. Like a mollusk, his arms elongated. Now devoid of bones, only firm muscles remained, coiling and accelerating his blades. Enkrid saw it, dodged it, blocked it, struck back. Blood trickled from his grip on silver. Even with cloth-wrapped gauntlets, the impact wasn't entirely absorbed. New wounds formed over the hardened calluses that had split and healed countless times before. It's overwhelming. Yet, the thought of giving up never crossed his mind. He blocked and blocked again. He had no way of knowing how many times. He had lost track of time. At some point, his eyes burned as if drops of candle wax had fallen into them. It was only natural. Countless decisions inevitably led to mistakes. Fatigue accumulated, and blind spots emerged from repeated calculations. The blade of the one killer brushed past his cheek with a sharp flick. His sinewy arm stretched, leaving behind an orange afterimage. Thud! In exchange for a scratch on his cheek, Enkrid severed both of the bastard's arms. If it grazes me, I die. That fact didn't change. It was a failure. A pain tore through his entire body, as if someone had thrust a blade directly into the blood flowing inside him. He recalled an old crone with a foul temper from his childhood, who had once frightened him by saying that if a needle pricked the wrong spot, it could travel through the bloodstream and kill. It truly felt that way now. Crack! While he hesitated, a blade shot up from the one killer's foot and stabbed into Enkrid's skull. Pain surged from his head like a lightning strike running through his entire body. It hurts. If darkness followed pain, it meant death. This was the end of today. Is that your answer? On the black rippling river, the ferryman holding a violet lamp asked indifferently. Enkrid did not reply. The answer is the opposite of the walking fire. He sensed a disparity between this ferryman and the one he had encountered before, as if they were entirely different people. I don't know either. Ridiculous. The ferryman spoke without a trace of amusement. And then today began again. The same beginning as yesterday, as all the days before. He wielded his sword, with fervor as his blade and determination as his shield. Today will be more interesting than yesterday. Enkrid murmured something no one could understand. What are you talking about? Shinar asked, but he had no time to answer. The one killer had already reacted to his killing intent and lunged straight at him. Clang! Blades clashed in harmony. The battle had begun again. He calculated the variables, drawing logical conclusions. Within a single day, Enkrid felt his growth. If the bastard didn't change his arms and legs, their fight was evenly matched, or perhaps Enkrid was slightly at a disadvantage. But if the bastard transformed, his strength and speed should have overwhelmed him. But I can keep up. And so he did. He clenched his teeth and endured. It was a battle of sheer persistence. The toll manifested on his body. First, his tears turned red. His overheated will burst the capillaries in his eyes. Next, his nose bled. The more variables he had to calculate, the harder his brain worked. His mind burned and blood gushed from his nostrils. Then his lungs shrank, his muscles flared red-hot. In an instant, his entire body was covered in deep bruises. Damn it. That was Luagarn's comment upon seeing him. Clang! Fell upon seeing Enkrid's state, drew his idol slayer, and prepared to fight. I think I've lasted long enough. The one killer didn't seem tired. No, he didn't even seem like he could tire. A knight could cut down 1,000 men in a day if he wielded his blade with controlled bursts of will. But Enkrid had been using will throughout his entire body, cutting down not 1,000, but far more enemies in a condensed span of time, throwing himself into an accelerated battle. So it was a surprise that his nosebleed turned into a flood, as if a dam had burst. This isn't good. Enkrid recognized a flaw in his training method. He relied on high-speed thinking to make hundreds of calculations at once. It was the only way to block the ever-changing swordplay before him. There's a clear limit to accelerated thought. Then, what was the solution? Had he hit another wall? No. Even as he thought about blood loss killing him, Enkrid planted his blade into the ground to steady himself. He saw the one killer withdraw. That bastard! He had assumed the bastard only targeted him because he was a threat. But no. His combat strategy is as sharp as mine. That was it. It was true that the one killer targeted him because he was a threat. But beyond that, the bastard fought with cold, tactical efficiency. The moment Enkrid's combat ability declined, he moved on to the next target. The one killer fought with optimal logical efficiency. If he kills me, he doesn't have to deal with the rest. If he had gone after Luagarn, Fell, or the others, they would have joined forces against him. But even then, the outcome wouldn't have changed. Yet the one killer hadn't chosen that route. He simply took the most advantageous course of action, just as Enkrid himself would have. Demons were rational. No doubt about it. It's not over yet. Enkrid spoke. The one killer did not respond. Instead, he turned his blade toward his next opponent. Not Luagarn, not Fell, but Bran, the wood guard. I knew this would happen. And Shinar rose to her feet. Drip, dock. As she stood from her stone chair, something like blood vessels peeled off and fell away. Blood trickled from her back. That wasn't just an ordinary chair. Enkrid saw his dying comrades. He saw the fairies band together in battle. He saw Shinar rise in defiance, but not fight as she had before. And she died. Clenching his molars tightly, he endured the searing pain of his torn muscles and charged forward, only for one killer to pierce his heart in an instant. And just like that, he died. After the darkness swallowed him, with even the boatman nowhere in sight, he awakened, his body trembling from the lingering memory of pain. If high-speed thinking doesn't work, his mind remained sharp despite the pain, making the words slip out unconsciously. Within his head, theory and imagination, training and experience all converged, once again opening a new path. Wavebreaker swordsmanship. Alone. A sword that even the waves cannot breach. Its execution lay in blocking attacks. Its training method, strengthening the mind. How does one train their thoughts? Until now, Enkrid knew only two ways. One was accelerating his thinking. The other, he had learned in the fairy city, divide it, a division of thought. The enemy fought with both hands independently. They split their thoughts in battle. Sometimes they used their entire body to fight, and their mind likely wasn't limited to just two separate thought streams. What they had absorbed was the combat style of the fairy knights. A natural-born combat instinct replaced with the battle cognition of the fairies. Their mere touch was deadly. Their form had been shaped accordingly, and so had their way of thinking. Wasn't it said that demons were the natural enemies of knights? It was a fitting description for them. If dividing it is all it takes. A gleam shone in Enkrid's eyes. Instead of succumbing to despair from failure, the seeker who always sought new paths took his first step forward. And so Enkrid repeated today again and again. He died and died once more. 556 todays passed. At some point, the boatman no longer appeared. Even when he did, his demeanor was like that of a third-rate actor, reciting the same predetermined lines. Give up. You are trapped in today. Do you need someone to hate? Then hate yourself. In that never-ending today, Enkrid spoke to Shinar once more, and she gave the same response. By sheer coincidence, it was identical to what she had said on the very first today. Such occurrences were rare in a world where the future was ever-changing. But perhaps, in a life that constantly shifts, coincidences could sometimes become miracles. Then, Enki, will you save me? Shinar asked. Yes, I will, Enkrid answered. Wasn't that the very reason he had come here? Even after more than 500 todays, his resolve remained unshaken. The blade of his will, though endlessly battered, still gleamed with its sharp, blue aura. His task was clear, and he had pursued it without faltering. From high-speed thinking to the division of thought, there were no guarantees. As always, Enkrid would simply challenge it head-on. One killer stepped forward. Watching the creature, Enkrid muttered to himself, I've seen you so much I'm starting to grow fond of you, you bastard. Chapter 642, Coexistence. How many times had he faced that wretched sight already? He had seen that thing's body so many times that he could practically memorize the patterns carved into its flesh. Not that he had the luxury to do so in the middle of battle. If one wasn't a genius, they had to struggle, clawing their way forward just to glimpse what those with talent could see naturally. Enkrid knew that better than anyone. And yet, just earlier today, despite not being a genius, he had managed to catch a glimpse of what they saw. From behind Shinar's chair, Enkrid fixed his gaze on the creature stepping forward, its feet and hands replaced by blades. He registered every small movement, and as he did, time seemed to slow. His thoughts accelerated. The damp air of the labyrinth grew heavier, pressing against his skin with an almost unbearable discomfort. He would have preferred to dull some of his senses, but that would make it impossible to face the one killer. He needed every ounce of his intuition. There was no other choice. That was why he simply endured the oppressive atmosphere. Without resistance, without complaint. After going through this so many times, it hardly even mattered anymore. Within this stretched-out moment, the creature's orange-hued body streaked toward him, carving long arcs through the air. It almost looked as if a bladed being with legs was glowing in orange as it approached. Considering the entire body of the Demon One killer was a weapon, that wasn't far from the truth. Its form blurred, splitting into multiple afterimages before coalescing back into one as it closed in. And at the precise moment when Enkrid saw the whole figure within his vision, his lips curled. A grin spread across his face. It's a greeting. His voice was crisp, almost light-hearted. The black-haired, blue-eyed madman moved. Luagarn and Fel missed his movements entirely, unable to even react. The fairies, naturally, were no different. Only Shinar was momentarily taken aback. Enkrid stepped forward and brought his sword down in a vertical slash toward the one killer. A simple arc, a seemingly direct and honest attack. But it's different. Shinar saw it. This wasn't just a normal sword swing. The blade of the silver blade curved unnaturally, refracting light as if it were bending space itself. At the same time, the blade split into dozens, like petals unfolding into full bloom. Of course, the sword itself hadn't actually divided. It wasn't just his mind that had been honed through countless days. He hadn't spent his time endlessly theorizing. He had been training. Every desperate struggle had refined his skills to a new level. This was the evolved form of his illusory blades. Not just a trick of the eye, but a refined technique. He wielded his killing intent, as if slicing it into separate pieces, directing it at multiple points simultaneously. If even a fraction of that could shake his opponent's composure, then it was worth it. Against an ordinary foe, it would have worked. But the one killer was different. A demon born of pure murderous intent, it moved and judged its actions with unparalleled decisiveness in combat. It didn't fall for tricks so easily. Even in its erratic nature, it followed the most efficient trajectory possible. Clang! Enkrid's silver blade struck the one killer's orange blade, hacking against it in a forceful clash. If the creature's body itself was metal, then it was as if two massive hunks of steel had collided, sending a deep, shuddering impact through the ground. Dust surged up around them as an invisible shockwave pushed back the oppressive air of the labyrinth for a fleeting moment. "Isn't this fun?" Enkrid stepped back, flicking his sword through the air. His entire body vibrated from the force of the last exchange. That single blow had been heavy enough to rattle his very insides. He had poured that much power into it. Spreading his will throughout his body was second nature now. He had done it over 500 times in his countless days. And while he hadn't meant to, elements of Heart of the Beast and Giant Slayer had naturally bled into his attack. Repeating today over and over had ingrained the habit of weaving techniques together. That was why Shinar had noticed something different. If the false blades were merely a minor trick to disrupt an opponent's mind, the true strike had been a perfectly weighted, forceful blow. Deception and reality were intertwined. From the outside, it looked as if the illusory blades were the main attack. But the true core of the strike was the descending sword. Shaking an opponent's composure was merely a secondary effect. It was an attack that combined illusion and substance seamlessly. And Shinar wasn't the only one surprised by the outcome. Crack. Dot-e. Snap. Dot-e. A grinding noise echoed as the one killer's bones twisted unnaturally, shifting its legs into a new form. Its arms stretched longer as well. Well, at least it acknowledged the greeting. If nothing else, its response made one thing clear. It was taking this fight seriously now. "I'm having fun. You're not?" Enkrid taunted. The one killer, of course, gave no answer. It had no mouth. "That thing lacks vocal cords," Shinar said flatly. "It has no will of its own. I know." Enkrid knew it better than anyone. But even without words, actions conveyed intent clearly enough. Just like now. Its shifting limbs signified its readiness to fight in earnest. Enkrid understood it as such. Watching its transformation, he adjusted his stance. His footwork shifted slightly, and he lowered the tip of his blade, not an act of submission but a calculated maneuver to gain an advantage in the battle of positioning. The one killer reacted instantly. Boom. It launched itself forward, propelling through the air. Even with time stretched in his mind, it reached him in a blink. Its legs bent at unnatural angles powered its charge. Faster than the rock fragments it had kicked up, Faster than Enkrid could draw breath, a curved streak of orange light came slashing down. A grim reaper's blade, splitting into dozens as it rained down toward his head. Enkrid spread his arms, gripping his sword in both hands. Clang, 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 clang. Here, thought had to be divided. A fragmented mind was necessary. At first he had tried to fight as the One Killer did, splitting his focus into dozens of calculations. He had fought while analyzing, analyzed while fighting, and for that, his nose bled faster than his thoughts could keep up. As if it knew, the creature became even more unpredictable, pushing him further. Trying to calculate everything at once, it made his head spin, but he endured, because giving up had never been an option, and in the end, failure led to realization. Of course, it hadn't been achieved in just one today. I don't need to split into dozens. It hadn't been immediate, but with each repetition, he became more proficient. Focus on the flow in the long term. On the moment in the short term. He had foolishly labeled it high-speed thought and thought division, but definitions weren't what mattered. Wavebreaker Sword is a technique for prolonged combat. Not about overwhelming force, but endurance. Not about finishing quickly, but outlasting. And when the One Killer pushed its speed to the absolute limit, he had died. I lacked the ability to see the whole flow. That was when his insight sharpened. Sustainability and explosiveness, neither is the answer alone. The key is coexistence, to balance both. And that was what he had been forging through these countless todays. He began three-dimensional maneuvers at terrifying speed, swinging his arms. What had previously been a concentrated barrage of meteors from the front now targeted every part of his body, his head, neck, arms, legs, back, and thighs. The attacks no longer came from a single direction but from all around, engulfing him in a sphere of danger. Footwork alone won't be enough to keep up. He only needed to move as much as necessary at the precise moment required. His accelerated thought process found the answer and relayed it to his combat instincts. Not that there was an actual process of transmission. Everything happened simultaneously. Then an odd thought seeped into the corner of his mind. The oppressive pressure of the demonic realm weighed down on his shoulders, and the dense air, the smells, everything about this place was unpleasant. Sunlight, blocking one attack after another. Enkrid found himself longing to see the sunlight. He wanted to feel the cool breeze against his skin. The fairy city always carried the scent of grass, and the air was thick with the fragrance of flowers. It's a good place. Just picturing the warmth of the sun, and the gentle wind momentarily lifted the weight pressing down on him. Thanks to his divided thought process, he had the leeway to do this. Will was the embodiment of intent, a force rising from within that influenced the body. His arms and legs felt lighter. One part of his mind recognized this. Another part immediately implemented it. Each division of his thought process carried out its role seamlessly. The One Killer's attacks were fierce and razor-sharp. To an outside observer, it might have looked as though Enkrid was barely managing to defend himself. But in truth, it was a spectacle. "You're doing something absurd," Shinar muttered, astonished. And she wasn't the only one surprised. Again and again, Enkrid deflected the demonic entity's deadly strikes. Each of the One Killer's fatal attacks was nullified, its lethal reach rendered meaningless. Time passed. Enkrid neither lost himself nor ignored reality. He remained firmly in the present. Wavebreaker, the sword that blocked the tides, repelled every single one of the One Killer's attacks. At one point, the demon attempted to target Fel, but it was futile. Enkrid had been waiting for that moment, striking the demon's blade-like arm away without hesitation. Defense wasn't merely about standing in place, raising a sword like a shield. Attack was also a form of defense. This was a basic principle, one he had learned even before becoming the troublesome squad's captain. Learning it meant applying it naturally. And so the day passed. Ta-dang. Ta-da-da-dan. He had spent an entire day blocking attacks. The balance between explosive offense and sustained defense, his sword endured, neither killing the one killer nor falling to it. Throughout the battle, Enkrid had found himself intoxicated with exhilaration multiple times. To create your own swordsmanship is to open an entire world. He had heard those words once. At the time they had seemed nothing more than passing remarks. Neither the speaker nor Enkrid himself had been in any position to grasp their true meaning. The one who said them had merely been a sword instructor from a small town, likely nothing more than a low-ranking mercenary at best. So surely when he spoke of swordsmanship, he wasn't referring to the refined techniques of knights. And yet now, Enkrid recalled those words, and they resonated deeply. After enduring for an entire day, Enkrid began incorporating meaningless movements into his wavebreaker technique. He suddenly lifted his left foot and wobbled, stuck out his tongue, or spun in place for no reason. Blocking alone wouldn't end the fight, so he had found another way. The one killer was a demon that had lost its reasoning, yet continued to operate through pure combat logic. Because of that, even senseless actions would be interpreted as meaningful. This would overload its computational processes. He had tested this multiple times before and knew it worked. An opening. He swung his sword at the gap that appeared. Frick! A piece of the demon's forearm was sliced off. It wasn't a deep wound, just a sliver of flesh, barely the size of a fingernail. Black blood spattered slightly, and in the next instant, an orange glow stretched over the wound, sealing it shut. But that was only the beginning. To sever its neck or limbs, he would have to abandon Wavebreaker momentarily, leaving himself vulnerable to the one killer's strikes. If Wavebreaker was a shield, then all he needed to do was expand its range. By splitting his thoughts further, he incorporated additional tricks. In a way, he was blending his own style into the structured form of Wavebreaker. From mastering the technique to applying it creatively, all of this had happened within a single day. A genius. Fell, who had glimpsed a fraction of this process through raw talent, murmured, "No, he's more than just a genius." He let out a sigh of admiration. But it was a misunderstanding. This wasn't a feat of mere talent. It was the result of countless yesterdays stacked upon one another, accumulated through relentless effort. The demon's limbs were being sliced away, its flesh exposed, and the patches of orange glow on its body increasing. The demon was dying, or rather it was being dismantled piece by piece. He had endured for an entire day. For an ordinary person, this was enough time to fall asleep on their feet. By the second day, he had continued fighting without rest, without sleep. Dividing his thought processes reduced the strain on his body. Alongside his accelerated cognition, he channeled will, pushing his body beyond its limits without overstraining himself. This was the result. The being that had neither a mouth nor vocal cords could not speak. Instead, it severed limbs, hands, arms, legs, ankles, toes, fingers, lay scattered, a silent admission of its defeat. This hadn't been a fight won with a dramatic single finishing blow. Enkrid knew that. But to the onlookers, it would appear as if he had simply endured, peeling away layer after layer of flesh until he had sliced the demon apart. That was all. The one killer lay on the ground. Enkrid had won. Now, all that's left is the marriage ceremony, Shinar remarked. "I told you that's not happening," Enkrid immediately retorted, his gaze fixed on the fairy. Chapter 643. The demon, the spark, and the duel stay still. After shattering the one killer, Enkrid lowered his sword, took a few breaths, and then spoke. At his words, everyone seemed to hold their breath in careful silence. In truth, even if he hadn't said anything, their words would have been stuck in their throats. After speaking, Enkrid briefly reflected inwardly. There was a tremor in his limbs from the strain. His muscles were fatigued, crying out for rest. No matter how much he had poured his strength into maintaining his form, it's tough. The fatigue pressing down on him was inevitable. The battle had been that intense. And now he finally understood the parts of the fight in Aura that had seemed trivial before. Those parts had entered the realm of understanding. There was nothing left that he had missed from Aura's dreams. A rush of joy and delight filled his heart. Waybreaker Sword. It wasn't just a technique, but a style that incorporated meaning, implementation methods, and training methods. It was like stepping into a new world, a feeling that couldn't be avoided. Some theories and things he knew mixed together, giving rise to something new. Not now. He instinctively knew. This was something that needed time to be sorted out. It wasn't about sudden flashes of inspiration. In other words, inspiration was sufficient. Therefore, this wasn't the time for it. He needed rest, not only for his body but also for his mind. Fighting, while accelerating and dividing thoughts, was mentally exhausting, no matter how much you dressed it up in words. Regardless of his physical state, it wasn't the time for rest just yet. The one killer is dead, but the devil still remains. Shinar seemed to be indifferent on the outside, but internally she was restless. She tried to stand up but paused. Enkrid had said stay still. So, she remained seated. The man with blue eyes and black hair, who had spoken those words, approached. He no longer looked like a madman, as those he had saved had experienced. Shinar also saw light in Enkrid. With the death of the orange glowing demon, the light source vanished. Yet, even amidst the dull darkness that descended, Enkrid was still a source of light. Crack. The sword that had endured for 2 days shattered, leaving only the hilt with the blade splintering and scattering. Enkrid placed the hilt on the scabbard and wrapped it with cloth. Meanwhile, the fairy Brisa, holding a new glowing stone, spoke. He won. It was a battle they had watched for 2 days. A battle that exhausted them just by watching. They had witnessed terrifying moments, sweat running down their backs like blood. Only now did they speak because it was natural. The man before them had seemed like he would drop dead any moment over the past 2 days. If he had died, hope would have been as impossible to find. Even with everything they got, killing the one killer would have been far from possible. Yes, we won. It was Bran's words, who had been more surprised than anyone. Enkrid didn't react to Woodguard's words. Having sorted his sword, he approached Shinar, who was sitting with her head raised. The fairy looked at her savior with green eyes that could only be described as mysteriously beautiful. He spoke, or rather asked, "Are you really 448 years old?" After a brief silence, Shinar laughed. For the first time since those days playing with her sisters and hanging out with Aiden, she smiled widely. Then she said, "You're a bastard." Though the words were an insult, there was affection in them. Enkrid, having had his fair share of teasing from the fairy, felt a sense of pride. Fel, who had been listening from behind, clicked his tongue. "That guy's really a madman, isn't he?" At that, Luagan puffed out her cheeks. It was like a human giggling, "Just like you." Instead of the broken silver sword, Enkrid took out Spark and slashed at the back of the chair. Spark was also cracked and seemed ready to break at any moment. Thud! Scrape! How many times had this day repeated? It was clear that the chair wasn't just an inanimate object. When Enkrid had said stay still, he meant he would take care of the chair. So everyone had to wait. While Shinar quietly waited, Enkrid's spark relentlessly scraped at the stone chair. Hidden vines inside the chair were severed, splattering bodily fluids. The blood was a dark, greenish black. It's a chair that drains energy. Shinar spoke. There were veins left on her back, but she had severed the connection with the one draining them. They said it was a suitor demon. I guess it doesn't take your purity, though. Looks like I lost my chance to escape the old maiden status. Thanks for saving me, but I must say again, mocking women by their age, whether they are human, fairy, dwarf, or dragonkin, is truly childish. I guess I'm a bit childish. Amidst the trivial banter, there was a strange undercurrent of emotion. After cutting through the veins in the chair, Enkrid reached out. Shinar took his hand. One pulled while the other rose. As Shinar rose, she seemed to get dizzy and collapsed into Enkrid's arms. The fairy's small body, when embraced, felt delicate. Enkrid held her with one arm. "What are you doing?" he asked as he held her. "You held Esther all day, but this is enough for me." Shinar said this, and then broke free from his arms. Even inside the labyrinth, her scent of grass and flowers lingered. Even though she had moved away, her scent still subtly filled the air. If Esther resembled the night sky, Shinar's scent made one feel like they had entered the heart of a forest. Enkrid casually brushed off his hands and spoke. "I don't think this is the end, is it? The devil of the magic realm had split its body into two. One remained here to guard the place. What had happened to the other?" Shinar knew the answer. "Is that intuition? Or do you know something?" It was, of course, information gathered from today. "I just guessed." "If it's just a guess, it seems the goddess of luck has marked you." "Yeah, it is not the end." Shinar spoke, saying it wasn't over. "What's left to do?" Bran asked, stepping forward. To him it seemed like they had transcended reality itself. He was so surprised that he couldn't even think. The other fairies shared the same sentiment. Meanwhile, a fairy named Arkoiris carefully removed something from Shinar's back. Though there was a slight pain, Shinar remained indifferent. The fairies, living long lives with restrained emotions, were still temporarily excited. The demon was dead. That fact was enough to make their blood boil, temporarily forgetting the exhaustion from watching the battle for 2 days. The demon of the labyrinth split into two. Shinar explained and pointed toward the back. At the end of the straight corridor, there were 3 other passages. This place was the center, and beyond it, there were tunnels leading in. One remains to guard here, and the other became a production-type demon that will eventually consume the city. Were there demons that spawn monsters? Yes. In a place called the demonic realm, such beings typically exist, and they are often guarded. The One Killer had been one such creature. This place, called a labyrinth, was similar to the demonic realm near the city of Aura. While the demonic realm in Aura contained a fragment of Beelrog, here it contained both the souls of fairies and demons that thirsted for flesh and blood. Shinar guided them to where the main body of the demon could be seen. It was a massive mass of flesh. There was no other word to describe it. The mass was so large that, if it had a mouth, it could swallow a person whole. The center of the mass split open, revealing a constantly shifting interior, with bits of flesh, black blood clots and bones tangled together in a disordered mass. A demon that spawns monsters. It's weak to fire. The fairy tribe wasn't stupid, and neither was Shinar. As long as it wasn't the One Killer, there was a way to kill it. Enkrid didn't need to act. Arkoiris took out a green stone from his chest. Giavos, a stone that gathers energy. This is a refined version. Bran spoke. It was an explanation for Enkrid. What's it used for? It contains the forest's essence we've gathered. If it bursts, it's over. Bran said as he struck flint together and lit a smoke. He exhaled thick smoke. Seeing this, Shinar spoke. You should stop smoking, Bran. Bran was not only Shinar's teacher, but also the teacher of her sister. The demon had approached with warmth, burning the city with flames, and the image of fire became a fear and torment planted in Shinar's mind. Since then, Bran had started smoking. It was one of his efforts to erase the fear given by the demon to Shinar. It's rare for a tree giant to handle fire. In fact, Bran was probably the only one. Trying to break free from the situation where fire turned into fear was an act of desperation. Even though his skin was strong against fire, Woodguard's natural enemy was fire. I can barely last a day without it now, Bran answered indifferently. Between his restrained expressions, emotional signals passed. The long years, the years held captive by the demon, were finally coming to an end. I'll stay, Arkoiris said with an expressionless face. This was a moment where a human might speak in a tragic tone and manner. To elaborate, the stone containing the forest's essence, or more briefly, the Kiavos that would explode, needed someone to trigger it. Luagarn puffed up her cheeks and stepped forward. Why not strike from a distance and run? Though each maze's structure is different, the master of this one is that demon. If it dies, the maze will collapse. Arkoiris spoke calmly, but with a firm determination not to back down. Rarely, when a fairy showed emotions, it meant a resolve to follow through. Inside there, the manticore and the drowned ones must have been created. While speaking, a mass of flesh began to squirm, trying to spit something out. Through a crack, a hand reached out to the ground. It was the hand of a monster, blue and black, with long, sharp nails. Disgusting. Fel quickly approached and cut off the monster's arm with a sword. There was no scream. It hadn't formed a vocal organ yet. That demon must have sensed its own crisis. Did it never expect to be defeated? It certainly seemed so. If not, another monster would have appeared to block them, but there was nothing in their way. Only the disgusting mass of flesh, trying to create something. Black blood oozed sluggishly over the protruding veins. The one sensing danger was trying to create something, but destruction was always easier than creation, wasn't it? Even though fatigue from 2 days of fighting dragged at their feet. I'm not too tired to run. The others hadn't even fought but were watching, so they all had enough energy to run. Lua? Enkrid called, glancing at the Kiavos. His voice was charged with meaning. The quick-witted frog immediately understood. If she threw it with his whip, the distance would increase. I think I can do it. It's meant to explode when struck. The shock from a spell could also be delivered. Luagarn took out her whip and wrapped it around her arm. It was a magical weapon. She could throw it from a distance to trigger the explosion. I still have one trick left hidden. Arkoiris. There's no need to sacrifice yourself. Bran tried to persuade him again. It must be destroyed for good. Arkoiris shook his head. His stubbornness was firm. His attitude made sense. The obsession was from years of suffering. If there was even a tiny chance the demon could survive, he couldn't let it go. If not, we can always come back and kill it. A one killer is hard to recreate. Enkrid intervened. Staying behind and sacrificing oneself was a sure way. But it wasn't the best. Then let's do that. Arkoiris quickly changed his stance. Enkrid was about to speak, but stopped. How could he be so obedient all at once? Even a 4-year-old wouldn't be this obedient. Then let's go. Bran turned around and Shinar followed. Luagarn measured the distance with her whip before trying to receive Kiavos. But Arkoiris hesitated. This was a chunk of energy that the fairy clan had concentrated for decades, hiding from the demon's eyes. If they failed, recreating something like this would be difficult. Enkrid was thinking of using his will to cut down the demon with his sword. From his experience with the One Killer, it seemed it would take months of swordplay to kill it. The One Killer had its body torn apart, but hadn't died and kept wriggling. Still, in the present state, it would be hard to do so because of the physical and mental exhaustion. "Give it to me," Enkrid said to the hesitant Arkoiris. Once again, he became an obedient child. Arkoiris manipulated the green crystal and handed it over. The necessary preparation to activate it was made. "Here." Well, Luagan received it, wrapped it around her whip, and swung it in the air. "You're just like Rem," Enkrid commented while watching. Luagan's whip twirling above her head resembled Rem's sling toss. "Are you asking for a duel?" Luagan asked with confusion. Was he one of those who was obsessed with duels even at a time like this? "No, it just looked that way." "Oh, it's not an insult," Luagan said as she activated the spell. A red light swirled around the whip's tip, and flames erupted. Whoosh! It was the flame aimed at the demon that had burned the fairies with fire. Poetically speaking, a demon risen by fire, killed by fire perhaps. The flames wrapped around Kiavos, and the surface of the stone cracked. Luagan quickly threw it. The whip snapped taut, and the green crystal, a chunk of stone, was hurled forward. The burst of energy flew and struck the fleshy demon. "Thud! Run!" Shinar called. Though she had seemed idle all day, she had actually been draining energy, and inside the maze, she couldn't use her essence. Her steps lagged behind. Enkrid naturally picked her up. Ran, despite his size, ran surprisingly fast. He thundered ahead, and surprisingly, he was faster than he looked. The others were no different. Enkrid glanced back. A green flash and light surged from behind them, pushing through like a wave. The gathered energy was erasing the demon. Rumble, died, and the maze began to collapse. Enkrid, who had spent hundreds of days like this, lost track of the way. Even with his good memory, he couldn't memorize the maze's paths. He moved ahead, but when he hesitated for a moment, fell past him and spoke. "This way," trying to imitate Ragna now. Enkrid involuntarily spoke his thoughts out loud. "Once we're out, we're having a duel." Stones broke apart above their heads. Fell chuckled and quickened his pace. By the time they reached the entrance, there was no light filtering from outside. The entrance itself was part of a spell, and so was the maze. But it didn't change anything. Running out was all they had to do. Fel and Zero went out first, and when Enkrid followed, "Leave my bride behind." The demon's lingering shadow, or what could be called embers, engulfed him. Just before the entrance, a small burning blade fell. There was no sign of life or movement, so the realization came late. Mental fatigue had taken its toll. The demon had prepared one last strike, aiming for Shinar's skull. Enkrid's sense of time slowed down. His high-speed thinking fragmented everything into scenes, as though seeing the future unfold. It's too late. He was holding Shinar, unable to prevent what was happening. But was that an excuse to give up? No, not at all. There was no hesitation. Enkrid threw the dagger strapped to his back upward without aiming. Throwing it was the limit. Aiming was too difficult. It was just a flick of the wrist to release the dagger. He had been wondering if Eitri would be disappointed since he hadn't used the dagger he gave him. This thought triggered his current action. The dagger, Fortune, blocked the incoming blade prepared by the demon. Cling! The blades clashed, causing the demon's weapon to veer off course. The blade barely grazed Enkrid's cheek instead of striking Shinar. A small cut appeared with a brief hiss of pain. Enkrid realized as soon as the blade grazed his skin, that it was similar to the one that had been wielded by the one killer. The pain radiated from his cheek and spread throughout his body, draining his strength. Then, everything went dark. How long had it been since then? The first thing he noticed was the sensation of swaying. The water flowed gently. Enkrid soon realized where he was. A dark river flowed beneath him, resembling a river leading to the underworld. A figure holding a violet lantern stood on the river. As expected, a ferryman came to greet him. The ferryman's face was clearer than it had ever been before. Chapter 644, Until the Day I Enter Eternal Slumber. The fatigue is too high. For 2 whole days, his body and mind had been pushed to their limits in battle. He couldn't be in a normal state, not like usual. It wasn't carelessness. Nor was he trying to rationalize his situation. It was just a habit to reflect. What should he do if this kind of situation comes up again? Or how can he avoid creating this situation? The latter was thinking based on the Luagarn-style training method. It was a combat philosophy created by an individual, not paper-based theory. The core of the thinking he had gained this time was vital, and one part of it was filled by the Luagarn-style combat philosophy. Enkrid continued to refine this thinking further. The battle starts with securing a position, a spot where the sunlight doesn't hit, a spot where the eyes aren't blinded, a position away from the wind. It's about claiming even a small advantage. It didn't take long to conclude this because it wasn't something to ponder over. While the latter was combat theory, the former aligned with Enkrid's innate tendencies, which explored methods using time and contemplation as weapons. After a brief reflection, he came to a conclusion. There's still room for improvement in both thought and body. When will flows through the body becomes stronger. The term endure described this in words. It's a name given to a technique. By using will to endure shock and pain, the skin becomes akin to that of a giant. It's like armor. Will strengthens the body. The person who first created endure or the iron skin likely aimed to replicate the skin of a giant. Once the skin is toughened, the goal would have been to strengthen the internal organs, muscles, and tendons. So does that mean will alone is enough? No. Before seeing the effect of strengthening, the body itself had to be sturdy. It's clear that one needs a strong body and mind from the start. This could be obtained through repeated training. At this point, Enkrid's abilities had surpassed the ordinary night level, but if desire were a flame, his desire was so fierce it could burn mountains. Thus, the conclusion was simple. More training. The 2 words remained in his mind. He felt an unprecedented desire to focus on training and conditioning. Having just slain a demon, he could have felt joy or satisfaction, but there wasn't even a trace of such feelings. This was the dream world. The ferryman read Enkrid's state of mind. The churning river water suddenly grew still. The ferryman stood at the edge of the boat, his face clearer than before. Still thinking about training? Enkrid raised his head, as if noticing the ferryman for the first time, though he didn't make a fuss. Don't pretend you just noticed. Mortal. Enkrid nodded slightly. I know you've already noticed, but we're pretending not to. Do you think I can't read your thoughts or intentions here? Unable to argue, Enkrid simply responded with an exclamation. The ferryman didn't get angry or agitated. Yeah, that's you. I need to tell you something important. The blade you were struck by carries the demon's will. Is that so? Enkrid nodded as if understanding, though he hadn't fully grasped the meaning. Typically, the ferryman would stop talking here, offering no further explanation. If you give in to that will, we'll be able to see a new demon. Enkrid felt strangely that the ferryman's words were unusually kind, so he asked, Is it a curse? A curse? Do you think something like that could influence me? The ferryman's eyes blazed with purple light. Truly, his eyes flashed with a violet flame. There's no such curse. From the ferryman's words, Enkrid realized several things. The demon's blade had carried a real curse, but it had been dealt with by the ferryman. Should I thank you? No need. Both of them, with their unorthodox thinking, exchanged their words in a clipped, almost impersonal manner. Enkrid met the ferryman's gaze. Despite the rough, grayish skin, his sharp eyes and high nose were striking. He resembled the warrior holding a shield that Enkrid had seen in his dreams. With blonde hair and blue eyes, yes, it was a face that could almost be called a twin. Did you look like that? So now you're noticing my face, because it's showing. Had Enkrid gotten closer to the ferryman, or had the ferryman allowed him to? He couldn't tell. But it felt like an accident. Or perhaps the ferryman had shown a little crack in his facade. He would never ask, for no answer would come. Why did you help? It seemed that the ferryman, who had guided him in the right direction, was the one speaking now. So Enkrid asked. Because if you stayed stuck in today, there would be no fun watching. The ferryman replied, a strange expression forming on his face. His lips twisted in what almost looked like a smile, though it was more disturbing than friendly. He briefly contorted his face into a grotesque smile before continuing. If you want to avoid death, struggle. You wouldn't want today to repeat itself, would you? I left it open, deliberately, because I wanted to enjoy it. Behind the ferryman, something was creeping closer. There were thorns in his words. Malevolence was evident. While Enkrid silently observed, the ferryman finished his speech. Once you give in, it's over. Enkrid couldn't understand the meaning of those words. It was like trying to understand something he hadn't yet experienced. He blinked for a moment, and when he opened his eyes, the river, the ferryman, and the lamps had all vanished. In their place stood a demon. No, it was the demon before it had ever been called one. Enkrid knew instinctively what it was, even though no one had told him. A demon that had once been a fairy, hungry for fairy blood and flesh. Originally, it had been a fairy that sought to rise higher, beyond simply draining vitality. A fairy intoxicated by desire, who became a demon to climb even further. The feeling was like a blade thrusting mercilessly, with desires and wants laid bare. Who could understand such desperate longing, if not Enkrid? Look at me. Memories surged in like a flood. The will of the fairy, like mist, seeped in. See my life. The reason why the fairy became a demon, what lay behind that transformation. The will began to corrupt. The colors changed, blurred. This was what the demon wanted. Yet Enkrid, undeterred, ignored what the demon showed him. It wasn't that hard. It was no different from dismissing the lessons of training, reflecting, or ignoring the fairy's past life and its transition into a demon. The demon struggled. It needed to tempt its opponent. No. Accept my will. I will give you strength you cannot even imagine. I will help you grow will. Enkrid never felt that his will was lacking. I'll make your body strong. I'll help you surpass the limits of the human form. Auden had once said that apart from eating, drinking, and exercise, everything else was the wrong way. You could use drugs to enhance the body, but such muscles would wither once the drug wore off. When it came to building muscle and physical training, Auden didn't budge an inch. Even the madmen respected this. Even Rem had entrusted everything to Auden when it came to building Enkrid's body through training. You are building today for tomorrow. That's what training is. Those were Auden's words. Enkrid accepted and agreed with that. So, had he not trained his body with that giant stone and endured countless punches to toughen his body with endure, wrapping himself in iron skin? Thus the demon's words held no sway. The demon's attitude shifted. In the dream, there was a faint smell of sweat, and the demon, in a frantic whisper, spoke through the darkened soot. "I will give you a charm that can seduce any rational mind." Enkrid had no use for that. Damn it. The demon had repeated its name countless times, but Enkrid let it go in one ear and out the other. Perhaps because he knew how to listen, he also knew how to ignore. With effortless composure, Enkrid erased the very existence of the fairy-turned-demon. Hadn't the fairy race refused even to name demons to deny them even the slightest power? That was their way of dealing with them. Enkrid took it a step further. Absolute disregard. The demon tried to carve its presence into reality through terror. But, yes, Enkrid was not the kind of man to be swayed by such things. Madman. That was the demon's dying cry. But since Enkrid paid no mind to it, he quickly forgot. He felt the opposite of darkness, light seeping in, and opened his eyes as he spoke. That was a good rest. He woke from his dream. His entire body still ached, though not as if he had wandered the desert. His throat was a little dry. As Enkrid sat up, a voice responded. "What do you mean?" "Good rest." It was Luagarn, though Enkrid's vision was still blurry. He blinked a few times until his sight returned. "I had a dream, but I don't remember it." Had the dead demon somehow overheard this, it would have cursed not only Enkrid, but his ancestors as well. Talking about dreams at a time like this. This time, it was Fel speaking. Enkrid looked up at an unfamiliar ceiling. It seemed to be a room where fairies lived. The scent of grass filled his nose, and the ceiling was woven from tree branches. A sharp, acrid scent pricked his senses. The hero has awakened. It was Brand. Only then did Enkrid fully take in his surroundings. Dozens of silent, watchful eyes greeted him, making the room feel even smaller. The fairies packed the space, all standing. "What exactly is going on here?" Enkrid, a little startled, asked. It felt like something straight out of a nightmare. "In case anything happened, we gathered fairies who could pool their energy to save you." "It's a bit much, isn't it?" The answer came from Shinar. The green-eyed fairy sat in a chair by his bedside. Her tone was as cool as always, restrained emotions, yet faint goodwill beneath them. For Enkrid, such things were commonplace. "You slept for 10 days. Fel added the explanation. "No wonder my body feels light. You were on the brink of death, you know that. No?" Enkrid had forgotten about the demon that had raged in his dream. Not just in words, he had utterly cast it from his memory. He listened to what had happened to him in the meantime. His eyes had turned red, he had wept blood, suffered nosebleeds, and his entire body had swollen from burst veins. They said he had burned with a fever so severe his lips cracked and bled. He could feel the scabs on them now. And yet, despite everything, he wasn't feeling particularly thirsty. "Shinar didn't leave your side for days, making sure you drank water." As Brand spoke, Shinar quietly poured water from a wooden flask and took a sip herself. She smiled faintly as she did, as if silently conveying how she had made him drink. Then she swallowed the water. In reality, she had used a specially crafted leaf funnel, but Enkrid had no way of knowing that. There were dozens of fairies gathered in the room. Among them, he recognized the fairy who had guided him before, though he couldn't recall the name. Today had already been too long, and he had exhausted everything to kill the demon. There was no room left in his mind for remembering names. Even the Labyrinth's path was fading from his memory. "You there, Jorman?" Enkrid called out to the fairy who was supposedly in charge of the council. "Who's Jorman?" "I'm Erman." To the fairies, it must have seemed absurd that Enkrid had forgotten a name after just a few days. But rather than taking offense, Ermin simply corrected him with boundless goodwill. Even without words, his demeanor made it clear. With that, Enkrid got a rough sense of the situation and judged that his condition wasn't all that bad. Shinar then rose from her seat. As she did, the fairies around her stepped aside in perfect order. Shinar Kirahais, the golden flower to the border guard, a fairy who, in this land, was compared to a queen. Taking his perspective into account, she knelt a few steps away and lowered her head. Then she spoke. On behalf of all fairies, I express my gratitude to you, Enkrid of the Border Guard. And before the representatives of every fairy clan present here, as well as your frog and squire, I make this vow. Who are you calling a squire? Fel muttered, but apart from that, not a single person made a sound. Whether this had been decided beforehand, or they had simply expected Shinar to do this, Enkrid couldn't tell. Everyone remained silent. Just waking up, Enkrid was unsure of what was happening. But the solemn atmosphere kept him from speaking. Shinar smiled. Not the smile of the golden flower, but a golden angel's smile, flawless in symmetry. Her lips, soft pink beneath her straight nose, parted as she spoke. Until the day I enter eternal slumber, whenever you wish, I shall spar with you at any time. Enkrid noticed how she had oddly paused mid-sentence, but he let it pass. What Shinar had just said was a variation of the fairy marriage vow. Normally, it would have been, until the day I enter eternal slumber, I shall be with you. She had altered the words. Chapter 645. How to fight monsters at those words. Bran wrinkled his bark-covered face. That was his way of smiling. Ermin and a few other fairies laughed as well. Some even shed tears. Enkrid was once again reminded that this was a city of fairies. Though he hadn't realized it at first, some fairies seemed to understand the joke Shinar had just made. It appeared to carry a rather sentimental touch. Fairy humor never makes sense to me, no matter how much I hear it. Enkrid said, meeting Shinar's gaze. You don't need to understand. I'll always be by your side to whisper it to you. Shinar stood up and approached, answering as he came closer. Close enough that Enkrid could feel her breath. You're too close, Shinar. As Enkrid responded, a few of the observing fairies whispered among themselves. Indeed, is that how it is? Heartbreaker. What were they even saying? Enkrid spent another 2 days recovering before finally rising from his bed. Rest was just as important as training. There was no need to state the obvious. Since rehabilitation was necessary, he started by working his finger muscles, gradually loosening up his body. For 3 days he trained with his bare body, moving from small to large muscle groups. On the 4th day he resumed his usual morning training, and Enkrid's training methods were enough to astonish both fairies and humans alike. Already? Shouldn't you still be resting? The demon slayer is back on his feet? Does he have troll blood in him or something? He heard all sorts of comments. One of them was borderline provocative, but the fairy who said it meant no malice, only concern. They spoke as though they were ready to lay down their life for him if necessary. It was simply the result of never having experienced any society outside of fairy society. Fairies were always lingering around Enkrid. Many even carried fruits or other gifts in their hands. More striking than your mother is a troll were the rumors spreading through the city. So the Heartbreaker title is true. It was mostly comments like this. He had no idea why such rumors were spreading in a fairy city. Huh? Ah. Why do we call you that? Well, probably because you charm many women, only to ignore them. When did I ever? In his search for answers, he eventually brought Zero along for questioning, only to hear something even more baffling. Lord Shinar said so every time she visits the city, constantly, without fail. A sigh nearly escaped him, but he decided not to press the matter. There were more pressing concerns. Right now, Zero was looking at him with eager anticipation. "We had a sparring match scheduled, didn't we? I thought you had forgotten. But are you sure you're in good condition?" Fel and Luagan were watching from behind. Enkrid wanted to properly assess Zero's skills, so he didn't want him to let his guard down. One couldn't truly gauge an opponent's ability without exchanging blows. Some things could only be understood in real combat. Enkrid took a moment to choose his words before speaking. His intent was to stoke Zero's fighting spirit. It was more encouragement than provocation. Even if I tied one arm and lost both legs, I could still handle you. Sparring with you is easier than breathing for me. Would this count as sincerity in fairy terms?" That fairy who had asked if his mother was a troll had been a useful reference. Enkrid mimicked their tone, and as expected, it worked. Zero, despite being a fairy, had an innate drive for competition. Not all fairies were the same. Just as there were frogs who crafted jewelry, there were fairies like her as well. Zero gave a slow nod. Slower than usual. "My sword is a bit large for my age." His tone was indifferent, but Enkrid's sharp senses caught a glimpse of her emotions. "He's mad." Zero stomped his foot a few times on the ground before assuming his stance. "I request a sparring match with the Demon Slayer." Enkrid figured a little more provocation would help with training his composure. He rather liked Zero. So, with only the kindest of intentions, Enkrid spoke. Should we go without swords and just use hands? Using only my fingers might make it tricky, though. Human, I'll kill you." Zero momentarily lost his composure. A fairy who couldn't control their emotions was easy to defeat. As Zero lay sprawled on the ground, Enkrid spoke. "Aren't fairies supposed to be good at maintaining their composure? I'm a little weak in that area. For now, instead of trying to erase your weaknesses, focus on honing your strengths." It was simple advice, but Zero's eyes gleamed as he nodded. Advice from a skilled warrior was always worth listening to. If one wanted to disregard it, they had to prove themselves through ability. The next day, things played out much the same. Zero challenged him again. "You can handle ghouls, right?" Once again, Enkrid aimed for his composure. Or maybe. "Is one of your parents a snail? Do snail fairies even exist? You're so slow. I'm about to start yawning. Crah! Human, I'll kill you." After a few more rounds of sparring, Shinar finally approached him and asked, "Are you trying to create a fairy berserker? It's composure training. You sure it's not just bullying?" "Not at all. By the way, what's this heartbreaker nonsense?" Shinar paused for a moment before answering. "I don't know what you're talking about." With those words, she lifted her chin, keeping a neutral expression. For a moment, Enkrid was speechless. And then, she repeated the same line she'd been throwing at him every time they met. "Stop spreading strange rumors." "All right, I won't." Shinar was honest. Since the rumors were already out, she simply meant she wouldn't spread anymore. Every time she visited the fairy city, Shinar spoke about him. That he was a divisional commander with a devilish charm that captivated women. That he constantly received letters from noble ladies, but never entertained any of them. That he only spent time with women when it benefited him. The third claim stemmed from how he only sought her out for sparring matches and left on long journeys without even saying goodbye. A benefit. Since he only sought her out when he needed a training partner, it was technically true. So what did one call a man who stirred the hearts of women but never returned their affections? They call you the Heartbreaker now. Bran was a good listener. Occasionally, he joined Shinar in criticizing Enkrid. Now, with Enkrid back in the fairy city, Bran approached him with a cigarette between his lips. Keeping yourself busy, I see. Heartbreaker. Fairies don't lie, but you sure have a knack for twisting the truth. That's right. We believe distortion is preferable to lies. And if we can avoid conflict, we do. So you're saying fairies love peace? Bran glanced at the water Enkrid was drinking. The bottle bore the emblem of a family that collected morning dew, an enchanted liquid. Drinking it purified the blood and strengthened the bones. It was one of the fairies' most treasured resources, and Enkrid had more than 5 bottles of it. I remember when I made all sorts of excuses just to get a single sip. Fairies didn't lie, but they distorted the truth. A conversation with the head of the dew-collecting family flashed through Bran's mind. That dew took 15 days to collect. I know. That's why I'm only asking for 1 sip. 15 days of effort. A rare treasure. That's exactly why I only need 1 sip. 15 days of dedication and closing off one's ears and distorting the truth were not so different. The head of the household, who seemed more obstinate than resolute, bordering on foolish, was the owner of the dew. And among the fairies, he was known to be the stingiest of them all. Does the water taste good? It's nice. This is a gift. But there was no reason to criticize that stingy fairy. If he could, Bran would have given up his very heart. Instead, he gathered and brought the sap of Woodguard. What is this, sapate? A material you could never obtain through alchemy. It holds a value incomparable to that kind of water. There was no lie in his words, but there was distortion. Both dew and sap were precious. However, while one was limited to alchemy, the other could be consumed by anyone, meaning their uses were entirely different. So, saying their values were incomparable was technically true. How could things with different purposes even be compared? I won't ask why everyone is so eager to shower me with gifts, but it's too much, Enkrid said, as he accepted the sap. That attitude was something Bran liked. He didn't just leave the gift lying around, but carefully set it aside. Setting aside such behavior, was there anything they wouldn't do for the man who had saved their kin by slaying the demon? Not just Bran, but all the fairies were favorable toward him. It's not too much. Bran shook his head at Enkrid's words. Fine, let's say it isn't. There were always some people who felt oddly comfortable to be around, and for Enkrid, Bran was one of them. Bran stood beside him like an unmoving tree, simply observing him. In truth, since he was a fairy made of wood, it wasn't that he was like a tree. He had actually become one. One of Woodguard's specialties was a technique called treeform. The knight's technique, assimilation, had originated from the fairies, so blending into their environment was second nature to them. Later, dryads also came by a few times and gifted him leaves. These were no ordinary leaves, but treasures among the fairies. Dryads' leaves. Enkrid carefully wrapped them in a cloth. This was already his 4th one. Watching this, Bran thought to himself, they'd probably dig up the whole field and give him all their seedlings, too. It was a thought of despair for their household economy. Then, Ermin approached. Like the others, he too brought a gift in both hands. No matter what I say, I don't think I can fully express my feelings. So, I can only hope you will accept this. Deep within the city of their kin stood the Millennium Tree. It was a tree that had ensured the forest's energy remained intact for over 10,000 years. Commonly called the World Tree, it was that very tree. Ermin had brought its fruit. To offer that, every member of the council would need to agree, and even the Queen's approval would be required. Bran thought to himself, who could possibly refuse? Eat it when the weather warms up. It will keep your body warm and protect you, but it still needs time to mature. And Shinar must remain in the city. I trust you understand? Yes, I already heard. It was something he had been told not long after waking up. Sparring with him until eternal rest. Those words were a promise to offer their life if asked. It meant she had chosen to stay and protect the city. Enkrid respected that decision. Then Ermin knelt before him in silence. His posture was solemn, quiet, and composed. He placed both knees on the ground. This was a gesture seen among both humans and fairies, one performed not just to make a request, but in moments of true desperation. Ermin, Bran, who had been watching, took a step forward with a crunching sound and called out to him. But Ermin, without turning back, spoke. I have a request, Demon Slayer of Bodegard. You can just say it plainly. Enkrid scratched his head as he replied, stopping the ember he had been tending to. Ermin had come while he was sorting out and organizing the thoughts filling his mind. Teach us how to fight monsters. Enkrid blinked once, his insight scanning through the past, present, and future of fairy society. Peace. Prioritizing stability, the fairies had lived in an isolated society, distancing themselves from demonic lands, demons, and wars. They believed that was how they could protect their kin. Then, a demonic land had appeared within their own city. Crisis. The demon had been more than just a threat. It had nearly consumed their entire kin. A collective, rather than just a society, had almost collapsed. Fairies were no fools. If they learned anything from that, it was that for the sake of stability and peace, one must fight when necessary. Their stance had to change. Yet, it couldn't be said that this entire tragedy had happened because the fairies had stubbornly refused to change. They were already changing, but too slowly. Ermin's words now spoke of a radical shift in direction. Enkrid was reminded of something Shinar had said just a few days ago. I can't leave the city. You know that, right? This is the 40th time you've said that. I could say it as many times as my age. Over 400 times? A slip of the tongue. See you next time. Shinar had frequently visited him and said things like that. Admitting a mistake, those words had lingered in his ears for a long time. It wasn't something he ever expected to hear from her. Was she that desperate for something? Had she been so focused on saying something else that she let that slip? I can't leave the city. That's unavoidable. That was the key point. These fairies. Fairies, incapable of lying, instead distorted the truth. As part of the Guardian family, she had to protect the city and their kin. To fight monsters, do we start with basic training? If we have to teach everything step by step, we'd need to stay here for months. Fel asked from behind him. But Luagarn, who was quicker to catch on, responded first. That's not what this is about. And Enkrid's mind worked even faster than Luagarn's. This city is losing its energy, isn't it? It was the aftermath of the demon's presence. The land's energy was weakening. Shinar, along with many other fairies, had mentioned it. Now that I think about it, they were probably all sent by Shinar to tell me that. You're aware of that, aren't you? Ermin was considering migration. Whether monsters blocked their path or humans interfered, they would fight their way through. The fairies were preparing to step out into the continent. They would march forward like wanderers in the wilderness, overcoming hardships and trials. Like scattering seeds onto barren land to create a field of flowers. But if they had a foundation, they wouldn't have to struggle so much. Rather than running through the wilderness on foot, wouldn't it be better to ride a carriage and enjoy the view, instead of waiting for a single flower seed to bloom? Wouldn't it be easier and faster to fertilize the soil and plant saplings? Let's start with the migration, Enkrid said. That was the beginning of learning how to fight monsters. The first lesson: stay close to those who are good at fighting. Chapter 646, Afterglow. I am fire. And you are the angel who delivers it. The demon had spoken countless words over time, and among them were temptations like this. Temptations woven with lies, yet even the keen perception of a fairy could find no fault in the demon's words, making them seem almost like the truth. Words have power. Repeated words leave an imprint on the mind, influencing actions. That is why words have power. Was it I who set the fire, or was it you? Was this the demon's doing, or had she been the one who called the demon forth? If so, was the fire ignited by the demon her responsibility? Blackened ashes coursed through Shinar's veins, gnawing at her heart and planting fear within her. Yet she endured. Pride had long since been stripped away, and what remained was little more than a desperate struggle. Even as she faced the fire, feeling terror rise within her, she pretended not to be afraid. That was Shinar's defiance. Given that, it goes without saying how astonished she was when she saw what Enkrid did. He set fire to the tent? It was an act of pure madness. And yet, at that moment, it didn't seem so terrifying. The flames, once the embodiment of fear, of terror, of the demon itself, did not feel that way. Why? She didn't want to know. She was too preoccupied with suppressing her emotions, with hiding what she felt, to bother searching for an answer. A fairy cursed to be unable to face flames had only one option in that moment: silence. And then the fire spread. She turned away, unable to bear the sight of the roaring flames. But it wasn't unbearable to the point of breaking her. I should thank Bran for that. Bran, her mentor, her longtime friend, had taught her not to fear fire. He had passed on his beliefs the way fairies always did, through action, demeanor, and life itself. A wood guard lighting a cigarette. It was as strange as a ghoul eating chocolate pudding. Yet Bran had done it. Fairies did not avoid using fire altogether, but wood guards, fairies born from trees, instinctively kept their distance from it. It was an ingrained behavior, etched into their very being. Wood and fire, a combination that could never truly belong together. And yet, Bran had still placed the cigarette between his lips and struck a flame. Shinar felt time accelerate. At the same time, she realized this was a lucid dream. The shackles that had bound her for so long unraveled. Words were like forged metal, twisted and woven together, with time to become a curse. The demon had gripped Shinar for far too long, slowly eating away at her. But that demon was dead. As reality and dream intermingled, memories of the past invaded her dream. Fire, it's fire. A serpent of flames coiled around her ankle, searing her flesh. Crackling sounds filled the air as grass and flowers burned, their scent thick and acrid. Cold sweat trickled down her skin. It felt as if her real body were drenched in sweat as well. The curse left by the demon could not be cast off so easily. It wasn't sorcery nor magic. It was a curse woven from words. Do you still feel like just dropping dead? A voice slipped into her ears. Dreams had a way of shifting without notice. The surroundings flickered, and suddenly she was sitting in the middle of a forest. Shinar looked down and saw her hands, small, like they had been in childhood. Her pale hands rested in her lap. If she rolled up her sleeves, a fresh scar would likely be there, one that had only recently formed. If I must die, then so be it. Just before reaching adulthood, when she had become the child of the curse, Shinar had spoken those words. And her father had told her, "It's not your fault." Now she saw that very father leaning against a tree. He was the owner of the voice she had just heard. "Has your mind changed?" he asked again. Shinar gazed at him in silence. In her usual dreams, her father would appear only as a distant voice in the darkness, speaking a few words before vanishing. But today, he stood before her in broad daylight, bathed in sunlight. A soft golden glow filtered through the forest canopy, illuminating his face and trailing down to his feet, making him solid, real. It has changed. The answer did not come from Shinar. Her mother had spoken. At some point she had appeared beside her father. Her eyebrows, her eyes, the bridge of her nose, her lips, every feature mirrored Shinar's own. When they were young, her sister had said that Shinar took after their mother, while she herself resembled their father. And how would you know that? Her father asked her mother. She too stood beneath the golden sunlight, her blonde hair reflecting the light. Because we share a bond. I share one too. Yes, but mine is even deeper. I feel it just as much. Their words were measured, their tones calm, yet it was a quarrel in the way only fairies could argue. Her father would persist with quiet stubbornness. Her mother would respond with effortless dismissal. You're being stubborn. Her mother's gaze never left Shinar, even as she spoke to her father. Her lips moved for him, but her eyes, those were for Shinar, filled with gentle warmth. As always, that was her mother. No, I'm a fairy. I speak only the truth. Her father refused to back down. You're distorting it. No, this is how I feel. You're twisting your own emotions. My heart tells me this is true. Their bickering stretched on. Even knowing this was a dream, watching them felt oddly pleasant. It was familiar. Both of you stop. Another voice joined in. Her sister, Naira Kirahai's. Her tone was as cold as ever. Naira, you're so cold, her father said. I'm just an ordinary fairy. Rand said you were remarkably skilled at controlling your emotions. I handle my affairs my own way. That's rather sad. A lack of expression did not equate to a lack of emotion. Fairies, with their inherent sensitivity, felt emotions deeply. If left unchecked, their emotions would surge wildly, making them grieve over the smallest things, or burst into joy just as easily. Frogs accepted their limits because they could see them. Fairies, overwhelmed by emotions, adapted by mastering restraint. They had fragile psychological structures, like a blank canvas that absorbed whatever colors were placed upon it. Frogs drowned themselves in desire to break through their limitations. Fairies, to protect their own fragile psychology, disciplined themselves in emotional control. That was why fairies who had fully solidified their sense of self could begin expressing emotions again. Like her parents did, even as they revealed their feelings, they never harmed each other. But other fairies, especially young ones, would be shaken by such displays. That was why emotional restraint was a necessity when raising a sensitive child. And now, the child was grown. That was why they could act this way. And her sister, Naira. She had always been exceptional, ever since she was little. She learned and understood things in an instant. Her thoughts tangled and twisted, leading to strange conclusions. If ability dictated who should remain, then it shouldn't have been me. The flame is both destruction and creation, so fire is not something to be feared, only something to be handled with caution. Aiden, her first love, had once told her, I know. That's why I've repeated it to myself countless times. Fire must be handled with care. It wasn't about avoiding it. It was a declaration of intent to control it with caution. To teach that one simple truth. Bran, despite being a wood guard, overcame his instinctual fear and lit his cigarette. Igniculus sparks the embers. Breathe life into the extinguished flame. Aiden spoke. And that was what Aden did. He forged metal, giving it life, breathing soul into the fire. Tonight's dream was unusually sentimental. Then, with a faint flicker, everything darkened as if about to be extinguished. In the forest that had always been the backdrop of her family and Aiden, black soot gathered, flowing and coalescing until it filled the woods. Before she knew it, the sunlight had vanished, as if swallowed. Cursed child, because of you, everyone died. Humans might think fairies suppress their emotions, but among fairies, this much was enough to convey their intent. A slight nuance in their tone could hold all the meaning necessary. The voices came from within the soot, resentful, accusatory, full of complaints. They shifted all blame onto her. Shinar had yet to escape her curse. She could only endure it, recognizing it as a time she had to withstand. But before her stood her father, blocking the way. If you're dead, at least become pollen and scatter. Her mother stepped forward as well, like stubborn little potato sprouts. She even hurled harsh insults. Shall I burn them all for you? It's not as if only demons wield fire. Aiden joined in. Her sisters crouched before Shinar, meeting her gaze. And that man? What do you think of him? Naira, who was particularly good at hiding her emotions, even among fairies, never did so with her. Until the day she died, she would bring up such trivial things. Even now, she did. It felt like an ordinary conversation between sisters. Stubborn, insane lunatic. Well, he'd have to be, wouldn't he? The sisters laughed and then rose, blocking the way forward. Over the lingering resentment of the curse, the soot thickened. What had Enkrid said? Something about meeting a demon in his dreams. But forgetting what it had said, the soot, as if forming its own will, spoke. You damned wench, call my name. You my true name, shout it. In her dreams, she had always run and been torn apart. But now, there was no need. Shinar steadied herself. She couldn't overcome it all at once, but she could begin. If you think it's too late, if you think it can't be done and stop, then nothing will ever happen. Enki, you were right. You were right, and I respect your resolve. Shinar forced her lips to move. She needed courage, so she summoned it. Courage became will, and will gave her strength. She spoke to the demon. Who were you again? If it was time to forget, then she would. Her words carried that intention. You damned wench. The demon howled in rage. Then, it set the forest ablaze. A wall of fire consumed everything in her vision. Scorching pain flared up from the terrible burns on Shinar's back and arms. Her family, who had stood before her, were engulfed in flames. Neither Aiden nor her sister could stop the fire. The inferno swallowed the dream, consuming her along with it. But amid the roaring flames, a blue light flickered. It sliced through part of the blaze, holding its ground before it. Perhaps because of that, though it was hot, she could endure it. So she would. She would endure. One day you too will smile again, Shinar. Until then, do not forget how to. As he burned, her father spoke. Yes, father. That day has come. A smile blossomed across Shinar's face, radiant as a blooming flower. She awoke with dampness at the corners of her eyes. She had cried in her sleep. Ah, that wasn't such a bad dream. Muttering to herself, she rose from her bed. Scattered thoughts passed through her mind, and she vaguely recalled Enkrid mentioning something about heading to the spring before bed. Shinar stepped out of the wooden house. Outside, the air was crisp, and the sunlight was bright and refreshing. It was the kind of day that made one want to submerge themselves in water. Chapter 647. Inspiration descends. The fairy city was not small. The place Enkrid had seen and stayed in was merely the outskirts. It's quite vast. Judging by its size, It might have been larger than Border Guard. The fairy city was divided into several sections, interconnected by pathways and magical elements. If Ragnar were to come here, he might call it a labyrinth. Ragnar would be lost forever. Even trying to climb the trees to find the way was futile, as many areas were blocked by thick foliage forming a natural ceiling. Ragnar would never be able to navigate this place. In fact, even an ordinary person would easily lose their way, though for the fairies who were accustomed to it, there was no issue. So this is why old tales speak of woodcutters getting trapped in a fairy city and only emerging decades later. There was such a story. In one fairy tale, a man found a spring where fairies were bathing, stole their clothes, and then wandered lost in the forest for 20 years before finally escaping. The story had many variations, including one where the man and a fairy had a child, and another where an axe that fell into the spring turned into one made of silver. Well, fairy tales are fairy tales. Still, it was easy to see why such stories persisted. The city itself had an air of mystique. The idea of enveloping the city in trees and constructing it within was taking shape in his mind. Any passing fairy, he asked, answered his questions kindly, so he naturally learned more about the city. In a way, it's a natural fortress. That explained why the fairy city had no need for walls. If someone considered fire its weakness and tried to attack, would it work? Dousing the trees in oil and setting them ablaze, burning the outer wall and causing a massive fire would surely drive the fairies out one by one. But could it be that easy? If not for the demons attacking from within, an external assault would have been nearly impossible. They were beings capable of manifesting magical energy and controlling spirits. The strength of the fairykin, including dryads and wood guards, was not to be underestimated. More than that, the city walls themselves were the corpses of dead wood guards. Burning them down wouldn't be easy. He had seen Bran set fire to a cigarette on his own body without leaving a single burn mark. While that wood guard was certainly unique in its affinity for fire, the point remained. With these thoughts, Enkrid immersed himself in the pond. Though called a pond, it was closer in size to a lake. Was this included in the migration as well? It was known as the Fairy Spring or the Healing Spring, a hot spring that melted away fatigue. After training, soaking in the warm waters truly felt like heaven, paired with a sip of the cool leaf tea prepared by the fairykin. Gulp, 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 gulp. Enkrid felt a moment of bliss. The heat washed away impurities from his skin and pores, while a refreshing breeze cooled his head. The cold tea, like drinking water after 10 days of thirst, brought a sense of euphoria. This is amazing. His daily routine now included soaking here for a couple of hours after a day of training and contemplation. Initially, he had been surprised when the migration list included a lake-sized pond. But now, if he had to leave it behind, he would feel incredibly reluctant. As he rested, someone splashed through the steaming waters beyond the mist. The pond was large. Calling it a lake wouldn't be an exaggeration. With the rising steam obscuring vision, he hadn't paid much attention. But as they approached, he could naturally sense their presence. His instincts told him who it was. "What is it?" Enkrid asked. "Today's a day for soaking," the voice responded. "A fairy-kin tradition?" "No, I decided that this morning." "A crazy fairy. You look disrespectful. I am the queen of this city." Of course it was Shinar. "And I am this city's savior. Bold enough to call yourself that?" She was teasing him, knowing his personality. "Am I wrong?" "No, you're not." When Enkrid chuckled, Shinar pushed through the mist and approached, coming into clear view. They were both submerged, with only their faces above the water. "Is that disappointing?" "No, not really. I heard you suggested a relocation site." Shinar splashed water as she spoke. The floral-scented water splattered onto Enkrid's forehead. As she moved her hand, parts of her body briefly surfaced, revealing glimpses of her pale skin and arms. Enkrid simply nodded. There was a suitable place. Thank you. It seemed like Shinar was expressing gratitude more often than before. I recall you pressuring me to stay here. I only spoke the truth, a distorted truth. I've heard that's a fairy's specialty, and I've experienced it firsthand. What do you mean? There is no such thing as lies in our society. Seeing her blink innocently, Enkrid found it hard to call her deceitful. With that face, she could easily trick most men into giving away their souls. Sure. You seem to have erased the part where you lied in the Labyrinth. She had pretended to take the throne as the queen of monsters. No way she had already forgotten. You speak disrespectfully. Ah, yes. Between trivial jokes and repeated expressions of gratitude, Shinar eventually stepped out of the pond. Enkrid, without averting his gaze, saw parts of her bare skin. It wasn't intentional. That scar, when did you get it? A burn scar ran from her arm down her back. It was a cruel and distorted wound. Shinar was well aware of her own disfigurement, which was why she had never bathed with him before. If he had insisted, she could have joined him in the same water, but she had skillfully avoided such situations. Water trickled down her back, following the scar and dripping from her thighs. The burn marks were vivid, stretching from her back to her calves, as if someone had meticulously branded her with a heated iron. The healing spring has many uses, she said instead of answering his question. Until now, she had chosen not to erase the scar, needing to remember it. When Enkrid tilted his head in question, she smiled and continued. With a little effort, most of this burn mark can disappear. Then you'd see smooth, fair skin. And you could touch it too. Wouldn't that be enjoyable? Very much so. Why was he even having this conversation with this fairy seriously? Enkrid turned away, filled with self-reproach. Stay with me, child of dreams and possibilities. The fairy spoke. Is that a curse? A blessing? Shinar smiled like a blooming flower, the same smile he had seen in his dreams. Seeing it, Enkrid couldn't help but smile as well. Whatever the case, it seemed her worries had lifted. And then she was gone. Enkrid wanted to let himself drift in the water a little longer. As he closed his eyes and surrendered to the water, warmth enveloped his body. Within that warmth, he sank deep into thought. At times, inspiration would strike unexpectedly. This was one of those moments. Shinar didn't erase her scars. It was probably because she didn't want to forget her past mistakes. Now, she had decided to face those mistakes and move forward, not to dwell on right or wrong, but to take steps toward tomorrow. Just as Enkrid's disposition influenced those around him, the positive changes he had once brought to others sometimes came back to him in unexpected ways. Shinar's transformation stirred something in him. It wasn't clear why, but suddenly inspiration flooded his mind. Like scattered threads weaving in and out, they tangled and untangled, eventually aligning into a coherent pattern. Beyond the misty waters, a vision appeared. This is thanks to me. So don't forget me. Was it a remnant of the demon? Or was it just a stray thought, tainted by impurities along the way? It didn't really matter. Once Enkrid entered a state of deep focus, he forgot everything around him. The vision dissipated, leaving no impression on him. He lost himself in that singular pursuit, forgetting himself, forgetting his sword, forgetting the world, focusing only on refining the inspiration that had surfaced. He was fortunate. There was nothing to disturb him. The large spring, known as the Fountain of Healing, kept his body buoyant, ensuring he wouldn't sink and drown. The warmth maintained his body temperature, eliminating the need to worry about food. Though hunger would come, the waters provided some nourishment even without eating. That was why it was called the Fountain of Healing. Some of the Dryas intentionally fasted for 2 days while immersing themselves in the spring, knowing it accelerated their recovery. Additionally, the hot water improved circulation, sharpening the mind. Hadn't the Fairy Council even held meetings while submerged in the fairy springs? Mixed inspirations. The refinement of theory. The first thought that emerged was self-reproach. I was arrogant. Back when he completed the Wavebreaker blade, he had thought his insights were sufficient, but he was wrong. There is no end. At the time, he had felt a sense of completion. But no, thoughts stretched forward on their own, carving new paths. A new world was about to open, distinct from the one he had uncovered through swordsmanship. He was in the midst of that process now. He would use anything necessary to embrace this new understanding. So, he traced his memories, pulling out a past experience. The moment that surfaced was when he entered the fairy city and met a rain of arrows. He had sensed the arrows, shattered them, and destroyed them. He had listened to the wind, using the sensory techniques he learned from Jackson. Enkrid had called it the realm of intuition or something like that. Jackson hadn't interfered with that interpretation, but later demonstrated that all sensory techniques could be categorized under a single umbrella. There was no need to separate different ways of handling perception by name. That was probably what Jackson wanted to convey. A similar example was endure. If focusing one's will naturally harden the skin and muscles, did it even need to be considered a technique? But can just anyone do that? Using will and techniques naturally, was that truly so simple? What if he had never named his techniques and simply trained without categorization? He wouldn't have given up, but the journey would have been far more arduous. Would he have even reached the level of a knight? He wasn't sure. The mere thought of it sent a wave of dizziness through him, as if he were free falling off a cliff with his limbs bound. He had been lucky. Perhaps the goddess of fortune had truly favored him. Regardless, gradual growth is necessary, especially for someone like him. His foundation of theory and knowledge had been built through encounters with numerous instructors while wandering the continent. Some had said the same things, others had offered conflicting views, and still others had attempted to organize their theories into structured systems. What works for some may not work for you. The methods I teach aren't meant for those less talented than I am. So do me a favor and leave. Now, one instructor had said that. He had been a man who, rather than resorting to threats or force, had simply pleaded for Enkrid to leave. He hadn't been a bad person. Even if he had tried to force Enkrid away, it wouldn't have worked. Enkrid had still lingered for 3 more months, insisting on learning more. Another memory surfaced, a statement from an old swordsman who had settled in a coastal city. You must find your own way. How? How? By reviewing and reflecting. Walk the paths that others have walked, but choose your own among them. Take what you need and discard what you don't. Some of that was right. Some of it was wrong. There's nothing to discard. He couldn't afford to waste anything. If he didn't make use of everything he had, he wouldn't be able to move forward. Even if it's desperation, he would crawl forward if he had to. That resolve became will, shining bright. And that will illuminated his dreams. Memories stored in the library of experience surfaced, tearing through his mind chaotically. Days passed as he wandered through them, and then, amidst those wandering thoughts, Enkrid saw it. Yes, a milestone. Techniques were milestones. Naming them, structuring training methods, these were signposts along the path. For a junior knight, training techniques to control should be the first priority. Chapter 648, because it's not perfect, it can be completed. A junior knight names their will and trains with it for the same reason. Once they surpass that stage, they can be considered intermediate, where they develop refined techniques and individuality. What Rivart didn't have, but Aspen's knight Jamal did. Both had left a strong impression. Warriors one wouldn't forget even if today repeated itself. Their difference, as drawn from the library of experience, was clear, a distinct individuality. Their fighting styles were similar, both relying on endurance battles. However, Jamal had something unique, his ability to seize and overwhelm. That's the mark of an intermediate level. Individuality, a clear distinction in technique. Through experience, a foundation of knowledge is built, which then forms into theory, a system. Enkrid was in the process of establishing such a system. An advanced fighter is someone unrestricted by technique. Rem, Ragnar Jackson, and Auden were like that. They named their techniques, but they were not bound by them. They even tried to formalize me as they taught me. The giant wrestling Rem taught the lessons from Auden, Ragnar, and Jackson. They all followed the same pattern, and through that, they advanced even further. He knew because he had watched them closely. That's why a structured theory and system are necessary. A path walked solely by intuition cannot provide certainty. Sometimes one must look back at the road traveled to move forward. No, even if one walks without a wavering conviction, looking back itself is beneficial. Even a genius like Ragnar advanced further only after reflecting on his past. Swordsmanship requires meaning, execution, and training methods. With that in mind, Enkrid had devised a training system for becoming a knight. Once again, he acknowledged how fortunate he was. Had he missed even a few experiences in his past, he wouldn't be where he was now. But then again, life itself was a flower that bloomed between the miracles of coincidence. Just as imagining the roads not taken was meaningless, there was no reason to feel comforted by the road already traveled. What mattered was maintaining an unchanging attitude toward life. Enkrid had not changed from before he became a knight to now. That, perhaps, was why he had reached this point. In any case, in this place, there was nothing to hinder him. That was yet another stroke of luck. He sank deeper into his thoughts. The standard Enkrid was constructing could very well become the standard for knights. Of course, this alone wouldn't be enough to define a knight's combat ability. It wasn't about determining victory or defeat. Life and death battles were influenced by countless factors. Even for himself, he had been lucky to defeat Jamal. Back then I was closer to a beginner. At least, by the standard he had now set for himself. Even if he perfected his system, that wouldn't be everything. At that time, Jamal was a fully developed intermediate knight. Victory and defeat were determined by the difference in their wills. The size of one's will. Beyond individuality, the characteristics of will, divinity, and sorcery all affected battle. But it wasn't possible to incorporate all of that into the system, distinguishing between what was possible and what wasn't. He had done that when he first became a knight, avoiding the illusion of omnipotence. It was the same now. Enkrid distinguished, separated, structured, and built a system. No system can ever be perfect, but it could be completed, and completing it, then moving forward, was more important. Rather than seeking a perfect today, one should look toward an imperfect tomorrow. That's why it could be completed. So he did. The difference between beginner, intermediate, and advanced. For now, by mastering will. The difference in combat ability had to account for factors like physical training and compatibility. Thus, the outcome of battles was a separate matter. However, to solidify a training and cultivation method, this structure was necessary. Establishing a system turned theories into frameworks, and frameworks into structured discipline. Enkrid opened his eyes. Aside from minimal training, He had spent the past week solely between the fairies' spring and meditation. In the end, he had stayed in the spring for 2 whole days without emerging. "I thought you had drowned," a voice greeted him as he opened his eyes. Luagarn spoke, her cheeks puffed out halfway, not quite enough to look truly displeased. Enkrid blinked a few times. Droplets of condensation, like sweat, fell from his eyelashes, some trailing down his face. His skin felt many times smoother than before. At least the fairies aren't crowding around like before. Enkrid sensed that a considerable amount of time had passed. He hadn't lost consciousness, just immersed himself deeply in concentration. He had a rough awareness of time's passage. "That's a premature assumption." Fel was also there, leaning against a tree. Enkrid, still intoxicated by the exhilaration of opening a new world, joked, "Squire, report what happened while I was gone." "Who are you calling Squire?" Fel bristled, but didn't outright deny it. Perhaps, deep down, he acknowledged it. If Robert wasn't around and Fel alone were given the position of Squire, he might just accept it willingly. Enkrid stood up and dried himself off. His whole body wrinkled. His fingers, swollen from soaking in water for 2 days, resembled those of a frog. "You must have envied my fingers," Luagarn remarked. Enkrid chuckled, wiped himself down, and reached for his clothes. Instead of his usual attire, someone had left him fairy garments. A green threaded shirt and pants, along with undergarments neatly folded beside his armor and weapons. Enkrid slipped on the clothes. Despite seeming coarse, the fabric wrapped around him gently, offering a warm embrace, like wearing sunlight-soaked leaves. He wasn't particularly thirsty, nor was he very hungry. The fairy gathering has grown over the past days. Now they're everywhere, Luagarn noted. Enkrid stepped out of the spring and onto a familiar path, one that to Ragnar would undoubtedly feel like a labyrinth. Ahead, just as Luagarn had said, hundreds of fairies had gathered, as if waiting for something. Why? Observing them, Enkrid realized they had come out of concern, worried because he hadn't emerged from the fairies' spring for 2 days. But still, wasn't this too much? It seemed they were more engaged and passionate now than when they were resolving the labyrinthine demonic realm. Not that fairies ever displayed passion outwardly. "You've returned." A Dryas fairy with enchanting green eyes covered her lips with a leaf as she spoke. Some Dryas, particularly shy ones, habitually covered their faces when speaking. They generally avoided interactions with other fairies, rarely stepping outside unless absolutely necessary. Yet here she was, stepping forward just to check if Enkrid was all right. A fairy who, at most, left her home 5 times a year, had waited here for 2 whole days just to see Enkrid. Shouldn't a healer check his condition? Shall I do it? Wouldn't I be enough? He came out of the spring. There's nothing wrong with his body. Fairies did not make a fuss. They valued reason and maintained a logical approach. Even now, it wasn't exactly noisy, just somewhat reminiscent of a marketplace. A short-haired fairy stepped forward. Ermin wasn't here, nor was she now, and no one stopped her, which meant she likely had authority. "If you're feeling well, would you come with me?" She was the only one with actual business. The others had merely gathered out of concern. Enkrid was starting to sense it now. "If I so much as broke a nail, they'd—" Enkrid ignored all the gazes directed at him and asked. The fairy standing before him was tall, with short hair tinged with red and eyes that had a subtle mix of orange. His hands were covered in scars. And he smelled different from other fairies. Instead of the scent of grass and flowers, he carried the smell of ash and fire. It was the same scent that Atri had. Just from a brief glance, Enkrid could guess what this fairy did. Since creating the wave-breaking swordsmanship and establishing the knightly stages, his insight had become far sharper than before. "I heard there's a fairy clan that handles fire. Yes, they forge nadirs and craft fairy weapons. We crossed paths briefly before. I am Lefratio. Those who represent their clan take on its name, just like Ermin. The fairy standing before Enkrid, simply put, was the greatest blacksmith of the fairy clan. Fairies create companion weapons, and they can exhibit the same effects as engraved weapons. Fairies only speak the truth. He had no reason to lie or to beat around the bush. I wish to craft a weapon for the demon slayer. In other words, he was offering to create an engraved weapon. But instead of being moved or pleased, Enkrid scratched his chin with a reluctant expression. That's unfortunate. Enkrid had nothing to hide, so he spoke openly. My engraved weapon is already promised to someone else. Unless under very special circumstances, there could only be one engraved weapon. It was called an engraved weapon for a reason, because it was infused with one's will. Then at least allow me to offer you a gift. Lefratio continued without any sign of disappointment. Enkrid nodded. There was no reason to refuse a gift. He had already received plenty, but something given by a fairy blacksmith was different. Weapons or armor, Enkrid had a bit of greed when it came to these things. He never denied the saying that a good weapon equaled skill. It was something mercenaries would say, but the essence remained true. A knight with a fine sword. Now, imagine that knight facing off against one who was barehanded. Who would have the advantage? If he could gain an edge, he would take it. Enkrid hadn't changed. No matter what realizations he reached, his essence remained the same. His approach to life was unwavering. Passing through the gathering of fairies, he made his way to their workshop. Tang! This was the fire and steel district that Shinar had once been deeply fascinated by. A remote corner of the fairy city and, if one were to put it plainly, the complete opposite of Woodguard's territory, where fire was kept at bay. Fairies hammering away at steel stood before massive forges, fully immersed in their work. Amidst the spacious open area, blackened forges and bellows had been carved into tree stumps through some mysterious technique. Fairies did not smelt weapons using moonlight or leaves. Fire was what tempered metal. That was an unchanging truth, an undeniable principle. Each of them was sweating as they forged their desires into reality. Atri came to mind. The one who was supposed to craft his engraved weapon was waiting for him. Will he be disappointed that I broke the true silver sword? No, he wouldn't. That sword had been given to him to break in the first place. Even if Atri didn't say it, Enkrid knew. Besides, that sword had helped him escape a dire situation. When he met Atri again, he wanted to tell him that fortune had truly brought him fortune. So Enkrid had no reason to have an engraved weapon forged here. This is Penna. But then, Enkrid clicked his tongue. His refined insight now extended to appraising weapons. He could tell without even holding it. It was the item Lefratio had brought as a gift. A sword so exceptional it could be called a masterpiece, rivaling even an engraved weapon. He doubted even Atri could craft something better than this. Chapter 649, How to Break Limits. The Atri in his illusion spoke. Are you serious? A short but weighty question, and one that the real Atri would never have asked. Even if I use a different sword for a moment, on the surface he might let it slide, but afterward he'd diligently hone his skills to craft something even greater than this. So, just as Enkrid was experiencing a new sword technique, this moment would serve as a stimulus for Atri as well. That was the thought that crossed his mind. This sword's name is Penna. In the continental tongue, it would mean something like feather or leaf. As he spoke, Lefratio's gaze shifted toward Enkrid's waist, more precisely toward Spark. You won't be able to use that anymore, so hand it over. Was this just a convenient coincidence, or had he already prepared for this moment? It seemed more like the latter. Enkrid hadn't just broken his true silver sword, he had completely shattered it. Spark had also cracked in the middle. When he awakened and wielded the wave-breaking sword technique, he hadn't noticed, but afterward, he realized that he no longer had an intact weapon. The orange glow of the demon's attacks had been that intense. They had struck like flashes of light, descending like bolts of lightning. While crossing between high-speed thought and split-second decision-making to manifest the sword that could block waves, Enkrid had not only worn out his true silver sword, but also frequently used Spark as a makeshift shield. That was why the weapons in his hands had been reduced to ruins. And I lost fortune when I left the Labyrinth. Fortune, the dagger Atri had given him, had burned away as it saved Shinar's life. The blade had turned pitch black and crumbled into ashes, scattered by the wind. He hadn't seen it himself. He had collapsed immediately after blocking the blow. Only now did he fully grasp just how great a fortune that blade had been. Without hesitation, Enkrid untied Spark and handed it over. Lafratio took it and set it neatly to the side. Later, Enkrid would learn that Spark had once also been a weapon touched by Lafratio's hands. "What do you think?" Lafratio's tone was devoid of emotion, yet Enkrid sensed a hint of expectation within it. Penna, feather. The name suited it perfectly. The grip fit snugly in his hand, the blade curved gently, and it was sharpened on only one side. Lafratio plucked a single strand of his hair and placed it on the blade. With a faint arc, the hair was silently severed. "In terms of sharpness alone, this is Prinky, the finest of the weapons I have made." Switching from the fairy tongue to the continental language, Lafratio declared this. Indeed, it was the sharpest blade Enkrid had ever seen. It requires no maintenance. The blade's sharpness is preserved by its inherent energy. The metal composing the blade, moonlight silver, is forged from true silver imbued with moonlight and honed with pure energy. True silver infused with moonlight. This was not just top-tier material. It was something beyond rare, bordering on legendary. "This is too good. Wouldn't this be considered a treasure, even within a major city?" Enkrid spoke his honest thoughts. The blade wasn't even 2 handspans long, so it was hard to consider it a primary weapon, but its versatility in battle was undeniable. "It is a treasure. That's why I am giving it to you." Lafratio spoke as if stating the obvious. And that was not the end of it. The fairy folk whom he had assumed were busy preparing for their migration had, in fact, been preparing gifts for their idol. "You gave him Penna. You swore you'd die with that sword in your hands." As Lafratio handed over the sword, a dryad entered the area, her presence filled with warmth. She moved lightly, barely brushing the ground with her steps, as if she weighed nothing at all. Watching her, Enkrid was reminded of leaves fluttering in the wind. It was the same dryad he had seen in the clearing before. She smiled brightly, her green gemstone-like eyes shining, not just her irises, but her entire gaze radiated a brilliant green, an otherworldly beauty distinct from Shinar's. "I didn't die, so I don't need to die with it," Lafratio replied as she approached. He had expected to perish swallowed by demons in the labyrinth, but he had survived. Contrary to the dryad's words, Lafratio showed no sign of regret. Rather, he seemed pleased that Enkrid had accepted the sword. "We have something for you as well," the dryad added. Shinar had once told him that among the fairy folk, dryads had a stronger concept of we rather than I. Fairies that scattered dust like the Fae were similar, while the wood god and other fairies leaned more toward individualism. That was simply how fairy society functioned, not something he needed to understand in depth. "Come with me." The dryad took Enkrid's hand and pulled him along. Luagarn, following behind, puffed up her cheeks with amusement. "Your demonic charm is shining again. Forget charming women. You're becoming a rumored bride kidnapper now." At Fell's remark, Enkrid turned to look at him. The shepherd met his gaze squarely. With his heightened insight, Enkrid gauged the truth behind Fell's words. He noticed Fell's eyes darting slightly to the side. A few overlapping clues in his mind formed a connection. The rumor about him being a bride kidnapper, it was Fell who had been spreading it. "Stop spreading weird rumors," Enkrid stated firmly, his voice carrying conviction, perhaps even a touch of will. "How did you know?" Fell didn't even bother denying it. Not that he had any particular reason for spreading the rumor. Shepherds, by nature, enjoyed deceiving and toying with people through tales and fabrications. There was a reason why the fable of the shepherd boy who cried wolf existed. Until now, he had simply lacked the opportunity and the audience to indulge in such behavior. It wasn't intentional malice, just amusement at how easily the fairies fell for it. "You're too easy to read." Enkrid, watching Fell, found himself formulating a new idea, something separate from his recent nightly revelations. He wasn't ready to put it into words just yet, but a thread of thought had formed. "Even if you read my intentions, if you can't stop me, it doesn't matter," Fell said provocatively. "Prove it in a duel," Enkrid replied before following the dryad. They crossed several small paths before arriving at a stream, a brook flowing through the city, an unusual sight. Beyond the stream lay a lush area, its leaves abundant. Despite it being winter, the air was warm, and butterflies and bees flitted about. "This is something to wear under your armor." The dryad gestured, and two smaller dryads, each a head shorter than her, brought forward a large leaf. As they unfolded it, their gift was revealed. Dryads wove thread from special trees. The thread was then soaked in woodguard sap for days, then dried under the moonlight. Repeating this process over years created a single spool of thread, what people called fairy thread. And what they had brought was a garment made from that very thread, specifically an underlayer, a vest-like inner armor. Cray would lose his mind if he saw this. This was something no amount of gold coins could easily buy. Moving in haste would only lead to trouble. What kind of plan could quell all this resistance? He thought he might know the answer. Is this Shinar's scheme? Or perhaps it was Ermin's. Enkrid had received countless gifts and had become an idol to the fairies. Some even sculpted his statue from stone, and children carried small versions as talismans. It was a trend, albeit a temporary one. But for the fairy clan, this was only natural. They need someone to rely on, but not just anyone. They needed a trustworthy figure, someone they could lean on without hesitation. By turning that person into an idol, they could suppress any dissatisfaction that might arise within their ranks. It was a way to preemptively quell resistance. Humans kindle fire and use it. Frogs merely watch as the flames rise. Giants battle against fire, while dwarves temper metal within it. Beastkin avoid fire, and dragonkin disregard it entirely. And fairies? They douse the flames with water before they can even ignite. It was a proverb about how different races responded to crises. Fairies were always prepared. That was how they had survived, by avoiding the demonic realm for so long. Not by relying solely on their innate energy, but by mastering the art of survival. This time was no different. Though Enkrid had designated their relocation site, even if he hadn't, the fairy clan would have sought his approval regardless. It was an intricate and well-crafted lure. The fairies never spoke falsehoods. Instead, they chose silence, withholding both lies and truths. Perhaps it was because of his recent musings, but he felt as if this revelation aligned with something he had grasped himself. Not that he had any immediate epiphanies. And besides, it wasn't something to criticize, but rather to commend. Enkrid believed he now understood what Ermin desired. His goal wasn't the prosperity of his people, but their survival. In that sense, he was a true fairy. Returning with various gifts, Enkrid found Ermin waiting outside his quarters. The preparations for the relocation are almost complete. Will you come with us? I think it's best if I go first and you follow after. If people see trees walking, they might mistake them for monsters and panic. Ermin had previously explained the process of relocating a fairy city. Enkrid understood it well. It was vastly different from human migrations, where carts carried pots and household goods. Humans might get scared. Enkrid almost replied that some wouldn't just be scared. They'd immediately attack. But he held his tongue. It wasn't an important point. Instead, he looked at Ermin's composed demeanor and asked directly, "Who came up with the idea to idolize me?" Despite the abruptness of the question, Ermin responded without a hint of surprise. "I thought of it," and Shinar pushed for it enthusiastically. Enkrid realized Ermin was more cunning than he appeared. Likewise, Ermin understood that this man wasn't just skilled with a sword. That knowledge reassured him. After all, it was better for their people to rely on someone like Enkrid, rather than some wild axe-wielding maniac or some crazy praying bear. According to Shinar, such people existed in Border Guard. There were even those who, after getting lost, ended up cutting down enemy knights. A mindset incomprehensible to fairies. Then again, even humans found the actions of such deranged knights baffling. But coexistence didn't require understanding, only acceptance. Ermin, as a fairy, had merely come to terms with that. The relocation would take months, but a few would leave first to minimize risks. It's safer to move in stages rather than all at once. There might be monsters along the way, but given what he had seen of the fairies' combat abilities, they wouldn't pose a serious threat. What will really surprise people is the sight of their migration. Regardless, before the relocation fully began, Enkrid departed from the city. "Fiancé, why are you leaving without even trying to make a child?" Shinar's farewell was certainly striking. "Does saying that amuse you?" Enkrid asked in return. Shinar, ever affectionate toward her savior, nodded with boundless warmth. "Very much." As he prepared to leave, the entire fairy clan set aside their tasks to see him off. Some handed him letters, while others gifted him carefully prepared fruits. "How dare you flirt with my fiancée?" Shinar scolded in a flat, expressionless tone. Naturally, she wasn't truly angry. The gathered fairies didn't even twitch their ears in response. The final victor is the one who claims him in the end. Karahais. One fairy boldly issued a challenge, though it was, of course, a fairy-style joke. Enkrid listened for a moment before giving up on understanding. "See you later." Shinar would join the next migration, so for now, they parted ways. Aside from Luagarn and Fel, Zero accompanied them as their guide. His skills had improved remarkably in a short time. Particularly, his ability to channel emotions into battle surpassed that of any other fairy. Rather than losing focus during moments of emotional turmoil, he harnessed those emotions as a weapon. A feat easier said than done. Only a rare talent could embody it. Of course, Enkrid had played a role in his growth. As they walked, Enkrid shared his insights with Luagarn. At a glance, it might have seemed like idle conversation during a long journey, but that wasn't the case. "I see." Luagarn nodded before speaking again. "You have a request." This frog had sharp intuition. "Yes." Frogs with talent-assessing eyes must have established a structured system for it, right? Am I correct? Frogs could see limits. By recognizing limits, they could define an endpoint. And if they could define the end, they could discern the beginning. With both the start and the finish identified, they could segment everything in between. It made sense. The frog's talent assessment method had to follow a structured system. Teach it to me, Enkrid requested. Setting up a knight's system wasn't the end. Luagarn looked anew at the man before her. His hunger for knowledge, it was one of the forces driving him forward. If he had been a frog, he would have hurled himself into fire without hesitation, so long as there was something to learn. If he were a frog, as long as that was the case, he would die. He would have lived without restraint, throwing himself into every challenge. Come to think of it, he wasn't all that different now. All right. Luagarn readily agreed. There was nothing to hide, nothing to withhold. This man's presence had shattered one of her own preconceptions. Limits can be broken. She was proving that with her own body. And as she listened to the system Enkrid had devised, another thought arose. The way to break limits. That was the path Enkrid was walking. Chapter 650. Even if talent speaks of limits, the heart does not. The road back was smooth. There were, of course, no bandits in sight, and monsters or beasts appeared only rarely. A group of migrating fairies followed Enkrid and his companions from far behind. The two groups moved with half a day's distance between them, and after passing a few hills, they were no longer within each other's sight. Even if this was merely an advance party, it was still part of a city's migration. Even if only a fraction, the scale was large enough that even at a slow pace, Enkrid's group was bound to gain some distance. After all, when people gather, their pace naturally slows. By the second day, when it came time to set up camp, Luagarn once again witnessed Enkrid's strength. It was a spar with Fel. Bridal thief. Fel attempted a crude provocation. Naturally, it had no effect on Enkrid. Instead, Enkrid seized the moment when Fel opened his mouth to taunt and struck first, throwing him even further off balance against an opponent he would have lost to even in a normal fight. His tactical execution has become even cleaner. It was as if someone had locked him up and refined him through years of rigorous training. Moments like these were always fascinating to witness. Regardless of talent, there were times when his skill would suddenly and noticeably surge. But this time, there was something even more surprising. It was a fast-paced spar. Fel couldn't even find a moment to speak. Naturally, all he could do was move his hands and feet in silence. Enkrid wasn't even using his pressure. Without exchanging a word, they had at some point entered a match of pure strength and technique. It was all orchestrated by Enkrid. No, by now, even technique is absent. It was pure strength and speed. That alone was enough to drive his opponent into a corner. If one possesses overwhelming strength, there is no room for half-baked techniques to slip in. They say softness can deflect strength. A heavy, straightforward sword, when caught in a flowing motion, easily veers off course. But what if that sheer force was so overwhelming that it disregarded the flow altogether? That was exactly what Enkrid was demonstrating now. Fel had just barely avoided a blade grazing his neck, yet he had no room to even process it. One wrong breath and he would die. It was a different kind of crisis than the threat posed by a fainting sword. It felt as if a cold-blooded lizard was running its frigid tongue along his spine. Fel poured all his strength into a single swing. He had no choice. Enkrid's seemingly reckless swings carried lethal trajectories and crushing force with every strike. It was a relentless series of close calls, as if he were a prey animal moments away from having his throat torn out by a beast. Fel consciously infused his will into his sword. A single misstep would mean falling into the abyss. He was barely holding on, his fingertips gripping the edge of a cliff. If his fingers lost strength, he would plummet. Fierce winds occasionally swept through. He had to tighten his core. Losing balance meant death. The sunlight stung his eyes. Yet even a single mistimed blink felt like it could cost him his life. "I'll die," Fel instinctively knew. And Enkrid swung his sword without a hint of hesitation. Bang! Fel did not let go of his weapon. His arm was merely pushed back by the force of Enkrid's deflection. Taking advantage of the moment, Enkrid stepped in and pressed his free hand lightly against Fel's chest. "I win," Enkrid declared. It was an obvious outcome. "Huh, Fel finally exhaled. He had been completely overpowered, not with technique, but with sheer force. The fact that his crude provocation had failed was expected, but this monstrous bastard, something had changed. The way Enkrid wielded his sword, the way he used his will. It was different from when they first arrived here, which meant, once again, he had broken past another wall in a short period of time. No one needed to say it aloud. Fel could tell. He let out a slow breath, acknowledging the wound to his pride. If this was enough to break him, he wouldn't have lasted this long. "I'll catch up somehow." For the first time, he had a resolve he had never possessed before. Fel's eyes burned with determination. Meanwhile, Luagarn was deep in thought, replaying what Enkrid had just displayed. He tailored the fight to Fel. In other words, Enkrid had the luxury to do so. What had changed? A frog's eye for talent perceived not only a person's movements and posture, but also their innate potential in its rawest form. That instinct sparked several realizations in Luagarn's mind. He wielded a heavy and swift sword with ease. Not just once or twice, but consistently. He adjusted to Fel's pace while regulating his own intensity. Simply put, it was like a seasoned lumberjack, armed with every skill he had mastered, swinging his axe in an unbroken rhythm. And all of this was done without any need to steady his breath or compose himself. It was only possible in a state of extreme concentration. By heightening his focus, he poured everything into each swing. He must have referenced what he learned when capturing walking fire. Then, if Enkrid were to unleash his full power now, what could he achieve? Prolonged high-speed combat. When they had stopped the demon one killer, Enkrid had rebuilt his understanding of swordsmanship. And that's not all. To construct a sword art means to fully grasp both its meaning and its execution. Naturally, this would affect the wielder as well. Beginner, intermediate, and advanced, was it? By the system Enkrid had structured, he had now ascended beyond intermediate. His individuality had become unmistakably clear. A swordsmanship built upon an inexhaustible well of will. Luagarn's insight was precise. Since leaving the fairy city, Enkrid had gained clarity on what he was capable of. Prolonged high-speed combat, with stamina as his foundation. And why had this happened? His accumulated experiences had shaped his present self. Both Riavard and Knight Jamal specialized in battles of endurance. He was influenced by them. And Enkrid had no hesitation in admitting it. There was nothing wrong with that. In fact, it even felt as if something within him had reached completion. With this, it felt as though he could defeat anyone. At the same time, he felt as if he had reached a wall, a limit. The way forward was obscured, as if there was nowhere left to climb, nowhere left to advance. And yet, something within him refused to accept that this was the end. Talent always speaks of limits. But the will held within one's heart knows no such bounds. Once again, as he defeated Fel, Enkrid organized his thoughts. By reflecting on what he had, he came to understand even more. No one needed to tell him. He simply knew. For example, a knight's skill and mindset are a reflection of the life they have lived. And thus, will is everything. This was why the knight he met in the Holy Knights had such a flimsy will. One could become a knight purely through talent, but the blade forged from such shallow resolve would be no different from a block of cheese full of holes. There is no knight without an oath. And this was why oaths and convictions were essential to knights, because they were the foundation upon which will was sustained. This must be why O'Hara's will shone so brightly. Not every dream needed to be grand, and oaths too must all be respected. This understanding aligned perfectly with Enkrid's own beliefs. Are human talents all the same color? No, they are all different. We can see the limits of talent, but we cannot see its color. That's why we have to experience it firsthand, and that was a great pleasure. Of course, it wasn't as entertaining as watching someone like Enkrid break past his limits. The pursuit of the unknown, the desire to uncover mysteries, Lagarn was particularly driven by such urges even among the frogs. Naturally, this led to an accumulation of vast knowledge. After all, the desire to understand the unknown makes learning enjoyable. Some follow the color of their talent, putting their full force into a single strike like that guy over there, while others, like the fairies, are influenced by their racial traits and wield their swords in unique ways. Not far away, Fel and Zero were engrossed in training, swinging their swords through the air. Their blades traced distinct trajectories, yet the result was the same, slashes and thrusts. However, their approach was vastly different. Fel delivered a single decisive strike against an imagined enemy, while Zero struck 6 times in succession. Enkrid mulled over Lagarn's words. As he thought about it, a conversation he had with Fel a few days ago came to mind, one where they joked about bride kidnappers. Fel's moves are easy to read. That was because he didn't feel the need to hide them. But why? That was simply the kind of person Fel was. A memory from the fairy city flickered through Enkrid's mind. Men completes deception by choosing silence. There was a refinement to it. Why was that? Most fairies shared a similar nature, yet Ermin seemed especially exceptional. It felt similar to Craze. Again, Fel preferred improvisation. So did Rembelk. Ragnar, despite appearances, enjoyed strategy. However, he also knew when to abandon tactics and simply overpower his opponent. Each had their own nature. Enkrid reconstructed and refined his understanding, categorizing traits beyond just the realm of knights. Forms are shaped by individual temperament. That was what it meant for frogs to see the color of talent. A long time ago, a certain frog arbitrarily classified talents with names like mole cricket, mayfly, chrysalis, and caterpillar. Lagarn's words made sense now. Enkrid had just added a few concepts to his mental framework. The way one wielded a weapon and their natural disposition affected how they internalized combat systems. That meant both instruction and learning should vary accordingly. If individuals understood their own nature, it would be even more effective for them to train and hone their skills. Lethal, strike, sustained, versatile. 3 broad categories were enough. As he had learned before, completion was more important than perfection. Fel was a lethal strike type. Rupert was sustained. They were entirely distinct. Some possessed both from the beginning, the versatile type. It seems advantageous to have both rather than just one, but in reality, is far less efficient. Being versatile wasn't always a good thing. Pursuing 2 paths required twice the time and effort. Following Lagarn's logic, talent was like a well with a finite amount of water. Dividing it between 2 buckets didn't increase the total amount. The total didn't change, but the division made it weaker. Against those who specialized, they would be at a disadvantage. Among fighters, there were those obsessed with training their bodies, physical type, and those who delved into techniques, technical type. Physical types suit heavy swords or quick swords. Technical types suit light swords and illusionary blades. Martial techniques were classified and refined, with each person adding their own style. Enkrid had done the same. He also realized that knowing oneself was crucial. I'm a sustained type, at least for now. With Uka, he had endurance as a strong suit. Coincidentally, both Reavart and the Knight of Aspen specialized in prolonged battles, so he had ample opportunity to observe and learn from them. Ultimately, shouldn't one incorporate both lethal strike and sustained approaches? He couldn't see the full picture yet, but he could faintly sense the forward and upward path. Within the Knight Order, there was one individual who stood out: Jackson. He was both lethal strike and technical type, perhaps a lethal technical hybrid, a rare case. Normally, lethal strike would align with physical type. No, there's no definitive answer. If one predefined an answer, only fakes would emerge. That was likely how the Holy Kingdom had produced their counterfeits, forcing individuals down predetermined paths. A rush of exhilaration surged through Enkrid, the joy of not just learning, but creating. A thrill ran from the tips of his toes to the top of his head. Looking up, he saw 2 red-stained moons in the sky, twin blood moons. Night had fallen before he realized it. Lost in thought as he walked, he had momentarily forgotten he was even moving. Though he had been aware enough to avoid stumbling, he was only now fully registering his surroundings. Lifting his head, he saw an unwelcome guest. "I've been waiting, Enkrid of Border Guard." A voice rang out in the moonlit night, without a trace of presence. Enkrid's eyes caught a black curtain materializing and then vanishing before him. Perception disruption spell, a spell that prevented one from recognizing the veil's presence until it disappeared. However, having encountered it before, he sensed a vague discordance before it was too late. That brief moment of dissonance snapped his thoughts into focus, allowing him to grasp the situation. As the perception-blocking veil lifted, a group emerged. One clad in pitch-black armor, 2 others wearing robes instead of armor. At the center stood a man gripping a long pole. At the end of the pole was a circular iron frame, jagged spikes protruding from its edges. It seemed to symbolize something. "We are from the Holy Land of the Demon Realm, the Church of Return." Under the crimson moonlight, their presence was unmistakably formidable. "We have brought the remaining apostles." The moment he finished speaking, Enkrid's instincts flared. Beneath his feet, the earth splintered as sharp iron spikes shot up, targeting his abdomen, Lurgan's heart, Zero's head, and Fell's throat. Enkrid's thoughts accelerated. For a brief moment, everything seemed to freeze. As though submerged in dense, pressurized mud, time itself slowed. Within that space, Enkrid did what he had to do.